There you go, burning pitchforks. He was in a case with Brendan Schaub, right? And then I think they
Brendan
started a
Schaub
case.
sued him. Yeah.
Right. I don't know if it was a case involving Schaub and his former coworker or assistant, that guy Mark. But Unique had the stream. He had his YouTube up, and he's in the hearing. Like, he obviously got a link to be a part of this hearing. Like, he wasn't just a watcher. And they shut down the whole hearing on Zoom because they're like, we understand somebody's streaming this right now. I'm like, fuck, that is not probably a great, smart move.
Under the whatever.
So
So
it's on your Patreon.
exactly. Only if it's Patreon only.
But the fact that John tried to defend his actions,
Oh.
that he was offended, that Cardiff was the villain in this is crazy. Not knowing that you can't do that in a school with children.
I mean, it's not that crazy when you look at the track record of how many things this guy has taken responsibility for, has owned up, and has said, I made a mistake, I was wrong. Well, he did say that a bunch of times when it came to fair use and transforming content. Stay tuned.
So again, it's not.
And this was Florida too. This is where he was making what, $15 an hour? Like, he really needed that money, that he couldn't take a day off.
Right.
To fucking go to court.
Yeah, and you know what?
How will the children learn?
They were like, nah, Mr. Melendez, nah.
They're right in the middle of music theory.
Oh my God, music production is what he taught to, what were they, first graders, second graders?
They looked about second grade, yeah.
I mean, unbelievable, music production.
Yep. What's up, Brianna?
So again, it's
How you
not.
doing?
But honestly, there's nothing in the video. If there was a video, there's no video. Why would I record something that could potentially be illegal? Listen,
You watched the
Hope you had a
video.
good weekend.
I watched it live. I watched it live on a tube television. I wasn't running the VCR. I'm sorry, but if there was a video,
Which there is.
there would be some things on it that are pretty fantastic, but they're very few and far between. Which all the details, all the amazing
okay.
stuff in that video, if there was a video,
There is.
That's cool. Sounds fun.
has already come out. There's one piece of gold that I will release tonight, obviously. But John's admitted to everything. Like he came on his show and admitted to everything I put in my tweets because there was no. I never even said I had a video, which I don't. I never said I did, but he immediately caught that as fucking too
As we go.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah, it's my
I'm starting to think he
uncle.
wasn't helping you out here a little bit.
Uncle Asman.
Brought kids on camera. He was doing his music class.
Wait a minute. Andy, you feel like animating a Zoom hearing? Just have Cardiff give you all the details.
Oh, they're all in this episode.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
that's right.
Done deal, pal.
You saw the potato. But all these things,
He immediately turned his camera off. You were actually on.
as a potato, yes.
Potato.
Yes.
Hey, why is there a potato?
Well, so here's
That is a good point. No one in court, the legal system says, why is there a potato in the Zoom hearing?
Your Honor, I can't help it though, this is a tuber. And the other rolling potato, please approach the
the thing. So it was Zoom, right? And they said at the beginning, they said when you signed in, you must have your camera on.
Yeah, I just
You
started.
must. It was a rule. Like that was one of the rules of the court when I logged in.
It's going good. I had some Shake Shack earlier. How about you, Lobola?
Potato or not, camera has to be on.
And John, it's a public fucking login. It was a
Yeah, what's up,
That's a
Crusader?
great part of this story too. This saga, as John's going. They hacked into, like, how could this potato have known that I was in a court hearing? Oh, yeah.
thing did.
Sorry.
It wasn't a big fucking deal. Like this was on Lee County's website. Everybody had it, but it said you must have your camera on. So I said, "All right, I'll have my camera on. Let's just see."
Had a chicken burger and a BLT and a shake.
See what happens. But with Zoom, you don't come on screen unless you talk, right? So now you know how they
Oh, so they have it where, I got you, so that you take over the screen individually
Yeah,
once
that's how
you
Zoom
speak.
works.
Right. We could
Which is why I
have
didn't
it.
make a, which is why I didn't make a noise until I wanted John to see me.
Yeah. Smart.
Highlight the
If you could only screenshot his reaction, fucking story, you
I was just telling him what I had for lunch. Shake Shack.
it would be worth any.
frog clip that it's here. That's a lot of thing too. In the Zoom call,
Excuse me.
John was small. He was just a little box for most of the time anyway. So I did figure out how to zoom in on him. Whatever.
Hell
Later.
yeah.
Much
Of a
later.
video that does not exist.
There's no
What
video.
you up to?
Why? That would be maybe Hackamania. There'll be a private viewing party in someone's hotel room. Maybe if there was, but I'm not saying there is because there isn't obviously.
Taxpayer!
Do not, I repeat, do not bring that video that doesn't exist to Devil Company. Thank you.
Stuttering John Melendez, how are you?
No,
Prostate line
so-
with that?
Right. So this is after. You're back on?
No. We bounced around a little bit here.
Okay.
This is when John first came back. He did a show with Carl
Oh,
and
this
was
is
getting hammered.
great.
And even better than the fact that he was getting hammered, he didn't have the electricity.
Joints? Nice.
Does anyone remember
Yeah, me
exactly
too.
what it was? It's
He didn't have lights.
You didn't have bulbs. You didn't have light bulbs.
When the sun went down, it just kept getting darker and darker.
It's like John's career.
I think
Yeah.
his house is set up that there's no lights on the ceiling. It's a switch with a plug, so you have to have a floor lamp
Ah,
in those rooms.
yeah.
for
Oops, I
lighting.
forgot to turn my light
What a
back
great
on.
deal.
Yes, this is when I cried.
Wow.
I literally thought John was giving his suicide notes.
What the hell? Turn my what?
I cried.
As the lighting got darker, he got drunker.
It was something poetic.
Don't try to stop me.
Oh, I'm honored, John.
Stuttering John Melendez is here. How are you, sir? Welcome to the show.
I'm good. Did you enjoy my show?
Get him on the Dean Martin roast immediately.
All right, I got my first pee break of the show. Let's do some super tips, super chats.
Tea breaks, nice.
Yeah, then. Oh, we forgot to do the intro for the other game, but we're already two and a half hours in, so.
Yeah.
For the giant asshole joke.
Oh, Mike, you got props for that.
Yeah.
Cardiff deserves an
How about you?
honorary degree in trolling.
Yeah.
I could teach
Be
the class.
teaching it. Yeah, for
I
sure.
could do Zoom court from that class.
All right, put these
My
up,
throat's a
and I'll
little
be
sore.
right
Cardiff, you want to read these?
Cool.
Good.
Wait, Cardiff isn't a potato? I'm so confused. Thanks, Dan Barton. Good luck. Rerun the Wizard. Yay for Zen.
Zen for
33
yay.
months. Just call me lonesome. Remember, for 18 months, got to meet Don Jameson this weekend at Boomerang Bar and Grill in New Cumberland, PA. He's performing with Florentine. Dabble versus TSN was discussed.
Yeah, every time I run into Florentine, he's always like, so what's going on with John?
Good to hear. Good to hear.
Is he still suing you? Like, yeah, he's still suing you.
Chris Maddy, 37 months. SJ's lawsuit for NIL against, but with shit, a gold brick if anyone in the overpriced shit photos he had would try the same thing. And their NIL. What's NIL?
Swashbuckling.
That's
What's
yeah,
that?
Austin.
Favorite comedian?
Uh, non-legal.
Louis C.K.
Lesbians.
Shih Tzu. Xylee gets instigated. Number 5 months. Hope everyone is having a good
And then Dave Chappelle, probably number 2.
weekend. Unless you're a Morse,
I also like Brian Regan a lot. Mitch Hedberg, he's good, yeah. Rest in peace.
First,
Well,
There's a guy who's like pretty much like a recreation of Mitch Hedberg, who's been on Kill Tony a few times.
well, they didn't when they came to my show.
Obviously, the Timu version.
Well, probably nobody did, but those people in particularly fucking hated it.
theory. Remember, for 24 months, the Tim Gransky saga should be revisited. I just
Keeping
rewatched the
Carmichael.
WATP show. It was all
Yeah,
revealed. It was
Think
way
so.
more complex than I remember.
Don't we copy Carl enough around here?
It's pretty good.
Fucking fire this guy.
Captain Obvious, thanks for the 199. Fun fact, the Heidi switch was from Poltergeist.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Poltergeist.
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Behind my paywall.
Kimberly, thank you, my dear. Appreciate you. Harley Kitten, 22 months, thank you. Wes. And then the potato showed up with a Donald Trump hairstyle. One of my favorites. Save some of the women for the rest of us, you monster. Why does he have no ears, you say? Because he has 2 bolts in his neck. Done. Hey boys, hey Dill Dog. Hey Cardiff, had to change my avatar to the single greatest on-purpose Doc's goof bit that's ever been done. We bow to the master. You're here. All hail.
As
Cardiff, you're SJ's worst enemy. Have you driven by his houses? Hashtag Abba.
Yeah.
Mr. Mule. Frog, I got your goodies picked out and we'll be sending this week.
Shang Wang is like
We don't have to
Asian
show-
Hedberg.
Yeah, I gave you your address.
I
All right,
haven't-
let's go.
I haven't seen that
We
guy.
ready?
Because I gave it to you
Shang
just too.
Wang.
That's nuts.
Check him
we
out.
have been talking about your show nonstop
Yes.
since you got off. We are all wondering, are you okay?
Why?
You seemed very downtrodden at the end. You seemed like you were saying goodbye to everybody. Would you like to see your ending?
No, I know. I'm done with the double verse. I just
What year was this?
2023.
Applebee's all you can eat.
Slow exit.
Came up because I like you, Cardiff.
So you were saying goodbye to the Dabbleverse.
Yes.
What is it?
So that's it.
I think that's him signing. If I'm not mistaken, that's no, that can't be because it was
Yeah,
all
it's
dark.
different
and everything
background.
signed off. Yeah.
How many colors would the same shirt got?
Oh my God! Can you imagine he's in that fucking Pick a Rescue shirt again?
It's unbelievable.
Loves that shit. You're surprised this
Only
guy's
t-shirt
t-shirt.
he owns.
Yeah, the only blue t-shirt he owns.
Cardiff, you've been very good to me. You resent your background so I could use it. And for that, I say, skull!
Skull, John. I'll finally have one with you.
John, this is OJ, the guy that you blocked on 2 different accounts.
Yeah, why do you come in as different people?
I was just having fun with you, that's all.
Why does anybody have faces except for me?
Why does anybody have faces except for me? Mike, hit the right. That's going in.
Why
I'll
does
play it again.
anybody?
The guy that you blocked on 2 different accounts.
Yeah, why do you come in as different people?
I was just having fun with you, that's all.
Why does anybody have faces except for me?
Need a date, gentlemen.
And that's the face he picked, which is crazy.
Why? It's an age-old question, though. That's forever.
I'm the only one who shouldn't have a face.
Well, you're a celebrity, John.
I'm
We're
the
not.
ugly guy.
I'll get the potato filter if you want, John.
What? No.
Anytime you want. I'll set you up with the potato. It's all yours.
And you make me look like a testicle?
Yeah, I'd rather be a testicle and get reported to YouTube. Think of the phases this guy went through. He has sat here and cursed out anyone using a filter for years. And then his plan was, we're not going to be able to goof on his show when he's in a filter. Genius.
Cardiff, I think you're a funny fuck.
You're really drunk. Yeah.
Cardiff, I'm doing this for you, okay?
Thank you, John. Kevin Curley, thank you for 199.
And you know why I did it for you? Because if you lied to me, then you did it to me. You understand?
I understand, John. Bert's a great, thank you for $2. OJ, get Tukey in here. Fuck Tukey. My friend
And I
John
already
doesn't want
told you that I
Tukey.
will never reveal that information, and I am a man of my word.
Thank you for continuing to hold it over my head, John. Sunflower Dragon,
Oh,
thank you.
fuck off.
Cheers, guys. I'm having wine. Wish me a happy birthday. Agree, John.
Hola.
Funny school. Pretty sure. Sunflower Dragon, it's her birthday, John. Give Sunflower Dragon a happy birthday.
I love Sunflower Dragon.
Happy birthday, Sunflower Dragon.
Happy birthday.
He's on such a delay. You said, give her a happy birthday. And he goes, I love
Yeah,
Sunflower
me too.
Dragon. They go, oh, you mean sing happy birthday?
I love Sunflower Dragon.
Happy
Oh.
birthday, Sunflower Dragon.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Sunflower Dragon. Happy birthday to you. Scola! Can't you guys just show your faces?
But
You're as
John,
bad as the trolls.
Let me ask you a question. If you could have done it all over from the beginning, and you had the
I would have never
option,
done this show.
well, that's obvious. But if you could go back to the beginning, asking crazy questions to celebrities, if you could have done it anonymously, you could have done that forever, right? The problem with you was you became recognizable, and you could no longer
Well, that's because I'm the only one with a face.
ask the crazy questions.
Well, that's why I developed disguises.
Well, that,
Zizes. How can I compete with this guy for Sunflower's love?
Yeah.
You can't. You can't.
I got a face.
Hey, wanna go watch a rom-com?
She likes murder.
this is my disguise. This is my
No,
this is
but
my.
but then the next day they all knew who I was. You dickheads are just.
Hey, Shuley.
Yeah.
So I took screenshots of him
Exciting.
in the Pick
No,
a
Ron.
Rescue shirt, one where it's
Shake
blue,
Shack
and
was
one where
really
it's
good.
purple, and I ran it through AI and asked it what could cause the shift, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Lava shit in the wash?
close.
Mood change in him?
No. Solar fading, which is possible. He's in Florida now. The shirt's getting a little more
Yeah,
exposure.
solar fading, hold on. Solar fading is not possible because A, he's either at home or in a bar, so he's indoors at all times.
Well, he could be using the shirts as curtains.
Shoot, too. I
He
didn't
could be
think of
covering
that.
it. Those would be
I didn't
fake.
think of that.
Or acidic sweat. Over years of heavy wear, the pH of human sweat combined with body heat can chemically alter certain unstable dyes, causing them to shift in colors.
And the whole shirt, like unmeasured spots.
No, he found a box of shirts, and that was a new shirt that he hasn't worn.
How many?
Do you think he has more than one Pick a Rescue shirt?
That's
Yes,
what I'm saying.
why? Because they were free. They were giving them away.
Can I have one for my mother?
You know what this could be? Remember those shirts, Hyper Flash shirts that they used to sell? That they
Hypercolor. Hypercolor.
That's what it was, yeah. Maybe they gave him Hypercolor and every time he sweats it changes colors.
Well, actually, Mike Morris might have a point here. Didn't he adopt 2 cats, which he later caused to die prematurely?
Yeah, but he adopted them from the parking lot. He didn't go to a shelter. He's told the
They
story.
you get a cat, you get a shirt.
in the parking lot?
Yeah, they got
Cat's got to wear something home.
No, but I remember the story. I think Shuley's right. I think he like bought it off 2 junkies or something. It wasn't like a organization.
No, that was an iPad Mini to give to.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
There was something where they were giving away T-shirts, and he glommed 2. Just like hypoteric,
You know, the box, when nobody was looking.
But can we at least agree that for the most part, we know this guy buys 2 of every shirt? Now, that is a move I feel that you
He
do
has
what-
said that. Remember? I forget which T-shirt it was. Was it the Hypocrisy Police one?
Yep.
Where
Yeah,
he
but
said
there was,
he
the
Intimidating,
Biden,
right?
there was the Biden one, a political one. He buys two of the same shirt because he doesn't wash them.
So that means you can wear that shirt 3,000 times.
Yeah, I mean, wash one of them. I get it.
And I think that's cowardly. I think you're both pussies, and I think you should at least show your fucking faces. But you're,
I did show you my face, John.
yeah, no, I mean on the stream. Apparently,
I did.
It's not enough that you
No,
showed
Showed his face, and I will.
It's never enough.
No.
Never. Cardiff could give him his home address, his picture of what he looks like, and it's still not enough.
One day, not today, not here, but I will one day.
what are you worried about? What are you
I'm
worried
not worried
about?
about anything. I honestly keep the potato filter for the bit. It's
Oh, that's the bit.
100% the bit. 100%.
Okay, shouldn't it be a bit for maybe a month?
This is the guy that's doing 30-year-old material on stage. He's going to tell you what the shelf life is for being a potato.
I applied for a writing job on Tool Time, and I said, let his neighbor. The first season you don't see him, then all of a sudden you see the neighbor.
But he still goes as Stuttering John. Like, who are you lecturing about, how long a bit can go on?
It's grown, and John, this stupid potato thing went from 5 viewers. We got 490 tonight. I had 600 before. It's stupid, but it works. People like it.
you were such a rookie back then, dude. Blown away by 600 people.
There's
What's wrong with
It's
that?
like Hulk Hogan to become Terry Bollea.
Oh, there we go. OJ. Listen,
it's like telling Hulk Hogan to become Terry
you can
Bollea.
mute this guy. Of course I can mute him.
An instant callback. It makes it so much funnier.
I wish I could too, John. I wish I could.
Artif,
Yes.
I think you're funny,
Cardiff.
but I
And
think
only one Cardiff.
Right.
Not the fucking orange.
Meanwhile, the orange became one of his best friends instantly.
Right? All you do is show his face.
Yeah.
and not show your face if you're funny. That's all.
I think I'm funny. There's a million funny people in the world.
Hold on. Cardiff, didn't the potato thing start after WATP made fun of a show where you were all using filters? I vaguely remember a Cardiff pre-potato.
Yes, I stole the potato filter from Mom Swipes Left. It was an after show. Mom Swipes Left. The brain damaged gentleman who uses potato filters. So I said, "Oh, this looks interesting," and I took the filter from him. I first mocked him as French fries, and then I evolved into this.
Well, yeah.
I'm the
Well,
only.
it's like any great invention. There have been, ones that didn't work out great.
Yeah.
Let's move on and going back to the,
But this is working, so I'm sticking with it till it doesn't
Right.
work anymore.
perfect. Got headphones?
The iPad was so shaky. Gary Delabate said it's a bit of a stumble during one of his tech segments to produce that.
That's as a potato, so it gives me a slight
No,
edge.
no, that's a cop out. If I can get into your psyche, that's a cop out. You're so afraid of being yourself that you want to hide behind this and try it out, and then maybe one day you'll do it because you're so insecure.
This is not at all a reflection on who I am.
I mean, unreal.
Sarah Hill in the chat. Sorry, this is something that's come up a lot, where people thought that I creatively came up with a potato as a whole because Johnny's microwave potatoes. That's like I planned this from the beginning. No, it just happened. It just happened this way. All it
Right. That's how magic works, man.
Listen, Charlie Chaplin just stumbled onto the tramp. It's just how it works
Right.
sometimes.
me raped her, and she gave an idea about a character.
Please don't say rape on our channel.
Michael.
If you just showed your face, I don't know why you have that.
It would be
It's the
funny.
crutch.
He just wants
It's
to
a
win.
crutch for
That's
you.
what it is. He just wants what he wants. Just show me your face. That's it. And he'll leave you alone. It's
It's
over.
not about, it is a win, but it's about getting to the other people or other things in Cardiff's life that he can hurt Cardiff with, or those people.
His
That's
job.
the only reason he wants people's information, is so he can branch off of that with the help of Jerry and others to go after people in their personal life.
Like, let me ask you guys. You're three
Yeah.
professional, semi-professional comedians.
Thank you.
Obvious.
What's funnier?
Yeah.
In 100 years from now, of course, knock on wood, when John has his funeral, do I show up with the potato filter on or without the potato filter? What's funnier?
Well, no one's gonna laugh at a bald guy crying at Stuttering John's funeral, but a potato crying.
filter, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll wear the mask.
Yeah,
Little dance.
come on. Because you
Oscar
show
will
up-
be taking pictures with me. Oh, I wanted to meet you at my graduation. I was hoping you'd be there then.
It'd be great, because if you don't go with the potato filter, people go, can you believe Cardiff didn't come to this fucking thing? What an asshole, you know?
I think
I
you
say-
also.
I say you go up and do a eulogy and
That's
just,
what I'm saying. Yeah.
what?
No, that's what I was just gonna say what you said. Yeah.
Finally, you said something right. You should go up and do a eulogy and just say, I can't believe Cardiff's not here. What a motherfucker, not giving respect to his job.
Yeah. Armband won't work, but maybe a headband, like a black
No.
Rambo headband.
I like where Mike's going with that, but at the end you put the fucking potato helmet
Yeah.
on and you. Oh,
I throw
that's
the potato helmet in the hole with John.
Oh,
Like-
wow. And a single rose.
Josh from Jersey, a trilogy. Yeah, but it's a crutch is necessary when you only have one leg sometimes. If that makes
What?
any sense.
It makes no sense.
And I'm glad.
Not after this many beers, you might as well be speaking a foreign language.
Carl saying this is getting real, and you know what? It's perfect. It's perfect for the art that I'm getting real with Stuttering John because you birthed me. Without you,
No.
I'm not here.
No.
You
Dude.
did.
Dude, all I'm gonna say to you.
Which isn't
and
true,
I
because
think you
if
know,
you
I
were-
mean, this is, hold on.
If you, no, I'm sorry, but that's not true, because if he did birth you, you wouldn't be talking to him right now.
That's true. Your name would be different. Yeah.
Seriously, you're a funny guy. And you don't need to hide behind the potato costume to be funny.
But I'm not hiding.
Hey, yes, you are hiding.
Yes, you are. You're not listening to
won't
me.
give out any. You won't give out your picture. You won't give out your name because you're a fucking. This is what I hate about, and I told you this on email. To me, being anonymous is a cowardly move. That's all.
You know, Cardiff, being a hippopotamus is fun.
Yeah. I was the original troll, right? I was the guy that asked people, but I did it as myself. I didn't hide.
That's not true either. He had to use disguises when he was getting recognized.
He just said that.
Listen to that he's giving himself credit, just like the Schmeigel and I'm the original troll. I was the only person busting balls before me. Everybody was nice to everybody else.
Right.
That's right. He's the epicenter.
Sure, and we all know the original is always the best version.
Wow.
Right? The Model T Ford is way better than the Countach.
And a potato.
Imagine sitting next to this guy. He's going on about being harassed by a potato. That's literally every person at any bar he walks into has to hear that. I always bring this up, that Atlantic City meetup when he came out, when John showed up there, and they were taking it. Somebody was telling the story or had audio of him going in an Uber to the comedy show, and this Uber driver is now getting the entire Dabbleverse life story from John on a 10-minute drive to the venue.
What was that channel again? The Shuli Network? What should I be watching?
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds like fun.
The most promotion we've ever had is from this guy.
I didn't hide behind this fucking, remember the 90s bullshit.
Yo,
I did it as me. I had no
Right.
fear. You and this idiot have fears.
Right, that's why they're still here and you're gone. Yeah.
Right.
You
I
know
have
what?
fears.
You have fears, I have fears.
You're afraid of being yourselves. That's what I'm saying.
That's all I'm saying.
I honestly, John, I think I'm more myself as the potato than I would be if I was.
Well, then there you go. So in other words, you are afraid of being yourself with your own face. 'Cause
Probably, yeah.
You're afraid of being yourself with your own face, Mike?
I don't know if that, well,
Well, then there you go. So in other words, you are afraid of being yourself with your own face.
That sounds okay to you, Mike?
but I'll include it.
I mean, pencil in it.
If I say something with enough conviction, it will sound profound.
Probably, yes. Okay, sure. Yes, I will agree to that.
So
I
what is
wouldn't-
the issue, that he's not funny or that he's afraid?
No,
I'm
the
confused.
issue is he's arguing with a fucking potato. That is the issue.
We're having a deep conversation.
This is, by the way, this is the most
Right.
he's given up to somebody, the potato.
It's because John's 15 beers deep. That's why it's a deep conversation.
He sees the potato as Dr. Melfi from The Sopranos, and he's like,
Express some of the things I say.
Don't ask me about the ducks.
Will
So
become
you're hiding. So
one of the ducks changed its last name.
you're hiding.
John just psychoanalyzed me.
I think
Yes,
so.
I did. Yes, I did. You're hiding because you don't want to, you don't want a face attached to what you
It's like a
say.
guy sitting in the street drunk, like a homeless guy just pointing at you, going, you know what your problem is? You push people away. That's your problem.
Talking to himself. You know?
You
Not
have
that I wanna
anger
be-
issues from your father.
I don't want to face attached, but it's just easier. It's okay. Here it is. It's remember Star 69. It was
Yeah.
easier to call somebody in and be goofy on the phone if you had Star 69 because you knew no one was going to call you back,
That's right.
right?
All right, Carter.
We're not on the phone, Cardiff.
Oh, it is.
Carter. Look, if you tell me your name, then it's real, which I don't, even though you.
How would he even confirm that? So Carter, just give him a fucking name.
DM me your name, I don't believe it. Because you DM me your picture and that's
Should
what you
use
see.
reverse psychology on you. You know what, Cardiff? I don't even think you have a real name.
Oh yeah.
Can you play Cardiff doing a legendary Italian accent? Do you know what he's talking about, Frog?
I do. Let me see.
Joey's.
Oh yeah.
To fucking hold
Yeah.
the truth. Because you're a fucking liar, and I hate liars. I'm gonna be honest, I hate.
That's my gig. Don't try to take my fucking thunder. I'm a liar. Yeah. I hate liars.
I'm the original liar.
Yeah, I thought Star 69 called you back.
Whatever. Yeah, it was 30 years ago. For fuck's sake.
That is a classic.
I gotta be honest.
But you did all that, and yet, now you just DM me a name. And I'm sitting there going, is this real? So I'm gonna ask you, and I'm gonna ask you to swear on your kid's life.
Oh, no.
Your kid's life, sorry. I'm gonna ask you to swear on your kid's life. Was the name you gave me real?
Swear on your tater tots right now.
The name I gave you was a real name.
Was he wearing?
No, it
What's that
wasn't.
little? Technically, I did give you a real name, just not the one you wanted.
So you're a fucking coward.
I am. There's a few people that know my real name, and I'd rather leave it at a few people.
Wow, bravo, bravo. What an amazing package. Beautiful.
Jesus.
Cardiff.
Cardiff wants to stick around and watch MJ with us.
Nah, give it. He's done 3 hours. Let him go home.
Yeah,
Come on.
You have fun, Carter.
I did. But I'm glad.
We're
we
on
got-
your kid's life.
Swear right now that you had a good time with us. Yeah, what were you gonna say?
Well, I did want to take a second before I jump off. I want to grill you on a couple things. I know you said we can't talk about this.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about this. I want to talk about.
All right. So, we'll go support Cardiff on his channel, everybody. Hey, love you, Potato. Thank you.
Thank you. Patreon.com/Cardiff Electric. Sign up now.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
Thunder and rain. I gotta.
You might be right.
Take care of it. Lila, 2 seconds. Can you read
think I
some of
have a
these
headache.
chats? And I got a little something else with it.
Rain. Meal, how you doing, Meal? $2. Weekly announcement wrong. KB died.
Oh, no. Our KB or somebody else's
He's
KB?
saying the wrong KB to
Ah.
Bush.
Oh, that was like a month ago.
I'll never forget. James Jen Almeida, member for 18 months. 18 months? 3 good months. Love you guys. We need the last. My James' sister died. Thank you. Thanks for all you do. We are donning our giggle suits tonight, along with some drinks. Skill.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
That's sad, man. I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah, that is sorry.
That is sorry.
Ugh.
No, that is sorry.
I'm sorry and sad.
Dummy.
If you will, as it is, but I digress. Thank you for the $4.99. His shirt is like that dress from a few years back. Some see blue, some see purple.
Oh, we'll do it this way. It's gold. We'll do it this way. It's purple. We'll do it this way. Blue.
Varney.
Good night, all. I love every single one of you. I'll be back soon. I just need a break. I'm still here if anyone needs anything. We love you, Dan.
Thank you.
We're here, buddy. Thank you.
Man, don't go. I'll talk to her.
Bailiff, is that Potato wearing a Santa beard? Our relationship is so much more than murder, Zen. It really is, Sunflower.
It's also kidnapping.
Yeah.
I murdered that pussy.
Thank you all. We love you, pal.
The butthole is the man, Clint.
Thank you.
It's true.
Let me go here.
When John finally shuffles off to Buffalo, the only people there will be dabblers and people John owed money to make sure he is really gone. His family will not be present. I love that for him.
That darking for Jerry Lewis.
R.I.P. to Marcia Lucas, the genius editor that saved Star Wars from being horseshit garbage. Star Wars is one of the most perfectly edited movies. It was garbage sci-fi before she saved it in editing.
George Lucas is the luckiest man in showbiz after Ringo Starr. Marcia took a crappy film and made it amazing. George didn't know what the fuck he was doing, but surrounded himself with geniuses.
Kind of my story.
You're
a coward.
Can make a horror show great, like I do to this show.
You're a coward. Guy who called 911 because a DoorDash driver took 15 minutes to leave.
It's called the Uncle Rico Show.
Anything you want to praise yourself about after that
Absolutely.
super chat?
It's probably not a show until I get my hands on it.
Well, it's took some edibles earlier. I had an edible soda and a couple of gummies. And then I had some food and dabs too. So yeah, I'm pretty Sedated.
So, yeah, this isn't in our honest opinion. Thank you. So we are adding a new celebrity to the A-hole listers.
Ooh.
This is a clip of one Shia LaBeouf, and I guess he was improving on in the filming of Megalopolis. Did anybody see that thing? That thing tanked.
No, it's
He put Coppola put in like I think close to
Pretty good,
$150 of his
this
own
was
money.
wine money.
Wow. So this
Nice
is him on
and
the set,
relaxed
kicking on people's
today.
with his improv. If he starts singing bits and pieces and walking around marching, I'm gonna lose my shit.
You excited?
How you doing, man?
You made him a martyr. It's bad enough you won the Nobel, now you've made him a martyr because you're a fucking idiot. You're an ignoramus. Ignoramus. It's ignoramus. I told you. I said to you. I said I don't want you to hurt him. I said that to you. I'm in a situation now where I've spent my whole life trying to prove something, and now he's not here to see it. Did you understand?
Yeah. I had some edibles and some dabs earlier. Pretty strong stuff.
Looks like a great movie so far.
I like the movie of the movie of the movie better.
First time the puff goes, Papa Booey, Papa Booey, Papa Booey.
Oh,
Like
Lord.
beating up the other actor. You know, the director's like, I don't know what the fuck to do here.
What do we do?
Okay, cut. Let's do it again.
I'm not doing any of that.
Yeah, don't do that. Let's do it once again, shy of. Look, we're going to go work through this. It'll be fine.
How do you go from you're starting to anything other than straight up fisticuffs?
Okay, let me explain why.
He's sitting in my desk.
Good then,
on my desk.
better now. 6 health essentials.
Can I explain something to you? That's not really your desk.
It's been doing that for a year. So you're using this really as a pretense of, in other words, it's, all right, come on, like, I'm working on a picture and you're in my chair and you're talking to Annie, and I come, hey, wait a second, you know, this is my chair. Could I have my chair? And he said, well,
I got a curse. And I need more cowbell. Carnifex.
Enjoy more ways to save at Fred Mike.
Choking on a bone. Damn, really? That's wild.
cats lose their cool for
That's that heat.
There are a lot.
Just chilling, man. How about you, man?
After last season.
Are you a male? You're a male Karen if you're a male.
Oh.
Fresh Step. Is it...
Fuck you then.
This was the golden age of deathcore. Yeah, that's my favorite song by them too. Oh shit, I guess that show's over. Time to watch this crazy show.
Hi guys, to not be criminals, not be idiots, reject materialism,
I want people to get this
invest.
book named Black Fatigue. It's by Mary Frances Winters. Okay, what's your definition of black fatigue? Go ahead.
Right, this right now.
Okay.
This right now. We're all fucking tired of you, bro. We're all fucking tired of you.
Are you finally ready to admit that Kamala Harris easily would have been a better president than Donald Trump? Thank you.
Yeah, now everything makes sense.
Now
right?
I'm hearing that
It's
fat
like-
alcoholic idiot yelling over
It's
here.
got- it's
beta.
got-
Listen,
citizenship.
you're not white.
Sorry.
We don't need you talking to white women, trying to interact with them at all.
And that's the problem. That's the problem. I don't need to be white to give a. See, here's the thing. You're behaving like a black person now. You're chimping out. You're literally behaving like a white person. You are behaving like a black person. So here's the difference. See, here's the funny part.
Not your women.
We're gonna get right into. We're gonna have a discussion on whatever you guys want to talk about. We have a couple different topics. One of them is gonna be women deserve less. I think we need to, less bitching, more in the kitchen. Women need to go back in the kitchen. What else? I'm not a fan of Jewish power. I think Jews have too much power in America, and they use it for their own purposes to, wage a bunch of wars. That's why we're stuck in Iran and all across the Middle East right now. Did I say Hispanics are drug dealers? Yeah, they're drug dealers. It's like one or two with them. It's either they work really hard and they do roofing or landscaping, like I saw some of them when I was coming here, or they sell lots of cocaine. So that's basically what it is. But yeah, that's kind of what it is. But I think right now we got, what does it say, Sean? It says ICE. We're doing the deportation. Deport our illegals. Okay, cool. But if you have anything else that you want to discuss as well, I'm open to it. And one of the main things that we're going to talk about as well is going to be, I think Chud the Builder did nothing.
Yeah, I think me too, bro. I got too many games right now. And I've been trying to play them all, but I don't got time for it all. There's never enough time.
And I think it was a self-defense case. I think has a very strong self-defense case, despite the fact that people get mad about, oh my God, he says the N-word, oh my God. I mean, who cares, right? It's America. It's freedom of speech, right? It's no one cares if speech offends you. You got to, fight to defend people's ability to say it, whether you like it or not. Hell, there's a bunch of libtards probably here that I don't like, but I'll still fight for their ability to say the retarded shit that they say, like there's 99 genders or whatever. So we're in the Belly of the Beast in California. So who's up first? What's that, man?
Myron, my name is Bardia, and first of all, I just want to say
Favorite game I played recently? I like Mortal Kombat the most, I guess.
hey, welcome to UCLA, welcome
Thank
to
you.
Los Angeles, and I don't know, I just feel like, there's a lot of security and stuff like that, but and I don't mean to put everyone on edge, off the gate.
Here we
But
go.
I don't know, where's the glass, bro? Where's the glass?
Well,
Do you
just-
know where you are?
Well, here's the thing, man. I'm not too worried. If our dad telling the truth, then it is what it is, man. You can't be scared to die, my friend.
Yeah, but yeah, I just wanted to wish you luck. And yeah, I might come back a second time. I just wanted to say hi. I'm a huge fan.
Okay.
Shout out to Jawbreaker Girl. You had her on your show.
Okay.
Sorry, bro, I'm straight.
I don't know if you remember her.
No, I do.
Good luck, though.
She's cool. She's funny.
Yeah. And thank you.
All right. I thought you were gonna go crazy or some shit.
Hell yeah, man, sounds fun. I think I'm about to smoke a bowl too, so I'm watching this new Myron Gaines lecture thing. These are always funny as hell. What up, Blissy?
Said trainers can't have guns? Ah! I'll go crazy or some shit. You know what I mean? That'd be a bad move, right? These guys, the UCLA cops are pretty armed to the teeth, man. So it wouldn't be a good idea, but yeah.
Your only relationship started when you were in your mid-30s and also ended in your mid-30s?
Okay.
Why should
Are
anybody
you
listen
you're
to you
the,
for
you're the
dating
car
advice?
chaser guy that got beat by Andrew Wilson, right?
No, I beat Andrew Wilson. Only
you're
dick
that guy.
only dick
That guy.
riders. Only dick riders. Only dick riders think Andrew won. By the way, so
No, he
tell me
absolutely
again, why
demolished
should
you.
anybody listen to you for
Yeah.
dating? Why should it? Can you shut the fuck up? Can you shut the fuck up, fat ass?
Yeah, this guy.
Listen.
This guy's a cloud chaser.
No, it's not a cloud chaser. I have a question.
You are. You've been following me all over the place,
You
bro?
literally have had one relationship in your mid-30s. Why should anybody listen to you for dating advice?
Actually, that's a good question. That's actually. I'm glad that you brought that up.
Oh, are you?
No, I am. I am glad because here's the thing, my friend.
I don't know who this guy is.
I've dated and been around a lot of women.
No, you haven't.
Okay.
Self-admitted you've had one relationship. But keep lying. Go ahead.
Okay, buddy, you do realize that you don't have to be within the confinements of a traditional relationship to understand and date and be around a lot of women, correct?
So you know a lot about relationships?
Quite a bit, yeah. Quite a bit.
In one,
and then most importantly, I understand female nature to a degree to identify which women qualify for a relationship and which ones don't. Now, you might not know that because you're a simp and you're a sucker and you believe in the marriage institution.
I've been in many relationships.
See, here's the thing.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
See, sir, that does not qualify you. Being married, that means basically, okay, well, I found a wife, I'm cool or whatever. But that's not the male statistic of success. The male statistic of success is, do women, right, do you have the ability to attract women?
You don't
right?
have the ability to attract women.
Yeah, okay, buddy. See,
I have a viral video asking women. I have a viral video asking women, did anybody find Myron Gaines attractive? 3,000 comments. Guess how?
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, it was a pretty nice day. It's actually going to be a 90-degree day coming up in a few. I think on Tuesday it's going to be 90 degrees. So I'll probably ride around again and, film it. So stay tuned for that.
8 women said yes. Take a guess.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, can you just...
Take a guess.
So you actually believe women when they tell you what they're attracted to and what they're not?
Am I only supposed to believe you with no experience?
Okay, let me give you an example. We walk...
For sure.
Are you familiar with the guy Ted Bundy?
Sure.
How many women showed up at his trial?
I'm sure people are crazy like Ted Bundy.
Okay,
but
so
you can't attract women. You're supposedly high value man.
Are you gonna be quiet while I explain this to you?
I'm talking about Ted Bundy.
Because I'm gonna bring this somewhere.
Okay.
The reality is that the things that women are attracted to and aroused by are not politically correct a lot of the times, and women are not going to be honest, and they don't have a vested interest in being honest with what they are attracted and aroused by, because the things that arouse and attract them are not politically correct. So when someone like, let me finish what I'm saying.
So the women that are attracted to Ted Bundy.
Yeah, Lemonade's like one of my favorites. This show's a little too loud.
They're being honest, but the women that aren't attracted to you aren't being honest.
Once again, I'm trying to explain to you. Women like bad boys. Women like men that are dangerous. Women tend to be hypersyphiliacs.
I followed too many stupid ass pages on Instagram, so I've been like unfollowing a bunch of things. I didn't realize how many weird, random things I followed. Kind of on accident. Start a band. What kind of band?
Significantly more than men, which means they're attracted to men that are dangerous, that are criminals, etc. Now, women aren't going to admit this openly for obvious reasons. So what they tell simps like you, right? I like a guy who's nice. I like a guy who gives me flowers. I like a guy who's XYZ. Yeah, that's what the model that you use when you dispense your shitty dating advice. That's what you dispense.
I don't say that.
So anyway, like I was saying, the reality is that women are not going to be honest about what they're attracted to and what they're aroused by.
Well, you believe
and I'm using Ted Bundy, the Night Stalker, Luigi Mangione. Why are women?
Those ladies, but you don't believe the ones that say you're unattractive.
I believe their actions. If a girl wakes up at 6 o'clock in the morning to go look at some dude's child who's a criminal, okay, that she doesn't even know, he doesn't even know that she exists, that tells you where women stand sexually with a lot of things. And again,
it's convenient what you believe. It's convenient.
I'm just giving you
those women.
Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez, Luigi Mangione. I'm giving you an example.
Don't believe the women aren't attracted to you. Why do you believe them but not that?
I'd have to learn how to play drums like professionally.
I'm telling you that they're not going to be honest with you and tell you that they're attracted to you or not.
Honest about Ted Bundy, but they're honest about Ted Bundy, but they're not honest about you.
Yeah, they're not going to go on camera and tell some random guy who's like, do you find Myron Gaines attractive, who's a very, radically right-wing guy who's very controversial, whatever. Do you find him attractive? Of course she's going to tell your dumb monkey ass no.
You supposedly have everything these women want.
You're a fucking conservative faggot. Of course she's going to tell you no. Like, what the fuck?
You've had one.
Dude, I do ramen salutes. I call out Jews. I call people kikes and mix.
You've had
one
man band. That's cool. Yeah, just like if I did join a band, I'd want to play drums. I think.
Gonna say,
as an
of
old
course she's
40-year-old
gonna say
man.
no.
Okay. Yeah.
Of course she's gonna say no.
You believe
It's
what you
not
want to
politically
believe.
correct
You believe what
to be
you want to
attracted to
believe.
guys
And
like
ignore
me.
everything else. I got it.
Okay,
Yeah.
buddy. Anyway, back to what I was saying.
Ignorance.
Okay, back to what I was saying. Whether you think I'm attractive or the weird women that you
Keyboard.
ask think I'm attractive as well, the point I'm trying to make is that I've been with a lot of women.
The women here.
Keyboard. Oh, you got one? Nice. I always thought playing like synthesizer would be kind of cool.
Are you gonna let me finish what I'm saying? Because you're the one that's making the claim that I don't know anything about females, whatever.
You don't.
Okay, cool. We just built a very successful podcast, saving guys from killing
By
themselves, whatever.
controversy, by getting
No.
this guy to
You know
like
what? Because for telling the truth. And the truth is what I said before.
Controversy. Rage bait is popular. It's not because you're telling the truth. It's because people love rage bait, and that's what you do. You're the king of rage bait, and people love that.
I just proved you wrong a second ago.
I love that
to you
shit.
that women like bad boys, women like hypersyphilites,
Why
women
don't
like
they like
life
you?
murderers.
Then why don't they like you?
How do you know they don't?
Because I know they don't.
Okay.
Prove that they do. Prove that women like you.
I'll do some backup vocals.
Again,
Prove that women like you.
Some fucking woman in the back.
Angie said she's happier without you. The only girlfriend you've had says she's happier without you. So that's the proof I need. You've had one girlfriend, she says she's better without you. So that's enough proof for me.
So when I say when it comes to girlfriend, right? That was the only girl that I like provided for, took care of, etc. All the other girls that I've been with, I've had plenty of relationships. I've had 3 or 4 girlfriends at a time, had a bunch of women. So, but the only girl that I decided, you know what? I want to take this to the next level, provide for everything else like that, because I have a vetting phase,
Yeah,
right?
the only girl you put on
are you gonna let me talk or not? Because you're the one making the accusation.
You're gonna keep lying. If you're gonna keep saying stupid shit, then yeah, I'm gonna interrupt you.
No, because
sounds pretty good.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So I'm explaining to you what it is. You're over here making these claims that are completely wrong.
Sure.
This is why you don't have an audience. Nobody watches you.
I have 100,000
Jimmy Kimmel. I don't think that's the goal, man.
In less than
That's
a
why
year,
you've been
but okay.
following me.
I have 100,000
That's why you've been
followers
following me
in less
around
than a year.
everywhere.
I live here. I'm not following you anywhere.
Oh, I didn't just see you fucking Arizona before?
Yeah,
You didn't follow me there? You
on
fucking
Fuck America tour.
Like,
I went with the Fuck America. What were you doing there?
This guy's
I
never
went with
following
the
me
Fuck
everywhere.
America tour.
I don't follow you. What are you doing in Arizona? Well, I was there.
Did I know you were gonna be there? I went to the Unfuck America tour, dumbass. I didn't know you were gonna be there.
You definitely did.
No, I didn't.
You definitely
said
did.
you weren't gonna be
You
there.
definitely
so
did.
why I think you were
Because you
gonna
worked
be
with a
there?
fat Jew. You did know. You worked
You
with
know
a fat
who I
Jew.
am. I don't have an
You know
audience here. You know
No,
who
I
I
don't
am.
even know who your name is, bro. I really don't know. I just know that you're a cuckolded guy that's married, that got demolished by
I have
Angela
100,000 followers in less than a year.
I don't know. Let me think.
Congratulations.
You know who I am. Yeah,
Congratulations,
you know who I am.
100,000.
Exactly.
That's still insignificant. Nobody knows who the fuck you are or cares.
You do.
But the point I'm trying to make is, yeah, because I knew right away as soon as you were recording, I was like, oh, this fucking weirdo guy.
Yeah,
of course.
this weirdo.
Waiting the whole time. But again, I proved you wrong. Women
did
like
not
bad
prove me
boys.
wrong.
You can sit there and say, I don't think you get girls. Okay, bro, that's demonstrably false. But that's
Everybody
fine.
knows you
I'm not
don't
going to
get
sit
girls.
here and tell you, I've had sex with this many girls. That's irrelevant. The point I'm trying to make is I've talked to a bunch of women, almost 4,000. I've been with a lot of women. I am very selective on the girls that I date and take.
I used to have a bunch of band names all written down. They were all weird. So it's kind of hard to, I don't know.
Seriously, and or putting any type of long-term
One word and combine the words. New son. Oh man. But we should have came up with words independently without us knowing each other's words. Because now I'm influenced by your guys' words before I come up with my word.
relationship where I might pay for anything. So just the fact that you saw one of them, which was Angie, was the only girl that I actually like paid for and took care of.
Well, now I'm fucking. I'm already influenced. I don't know. You said new and you said son, so I guess I could choose like fucking. Camera.
That was only one, but I've been with hundreds
New son camera.
of girls before that. So I am very selective on which girls I take seriously. I have a very strict vetting phase. I teach guys how to do that. You might not like that. You don't understand that, but you're playing by a whole other. You don't understand how modern women move nowadays, and that's the issue.
Oh man, I was gonna choose water. Is water better? Is New Sun water?
You're a married guy. You're out the fucking game. You don't know what you're talking about. Quite frankly, there's a reason why nobody watches. So get the fuck off the mic. Nobody cares, faggot.
Okay.
So we're gonna go to the next person. Get the fuck out of here. Like, dude, these liberal faggots are.
They're both pretty bad. Both pretty bad news.
Retarded.
Why get your Cybertruck wrapped
New Sun camera. I'm dead.
it all set auto? Let's start with the experience. The moment you drop off, you can trust we will treat it as if it was our own. We've wrapped more Cybertrucks than anyone on the planet. So
Energy drinks. I had a what's it called? A cannabis soda today. It was pretty good. And I had 2 edible gummies. For someone younger than you, important advice? I don't fucking know, man. Stay chill, man. That's the one advice. Stay chill and stay hydrated. Those are 2 really good ones. And don't drink too much. Smoke weed every day.
Dude, follow me around and shit like that, like you're a faggot. And we need to go back to telling people. Here's another thing also, to be honest here. We need to go back to telling people they're fucking stupid. We don't do that enough. We sit there, oh, I got ADD, I got ADD.
New Sun camera. I don't know, I think we gotta try again. We gotta do the same thing, but come up with different words without us knowing each other's words.
I have this problem where I can't focus or whatever. I have hyper attention. No, you're just fucking stupid.
I got my word.
We need to go back to tell people they're fucking dumb. They get demonstrative. Yeah, we need to bring back bullying as well. Like, someone comes in and says something demonstrably false. I asked 100 women and they all said they didn't like you. Okay, bro. Women are never honest about what they like. If women were honest about what they like, they would say, okay, I want you to ignore me when I call you. I want you to play hard to get. I want you to have multiple women and have pre-selection. I want you to dress well, be in the gym, not take me seriously, always look at me as an afterthought, focus on everything else about being a better man and not focus on me, and be toxic every now and then and tell me to shut the fuck up. Women would never admit this to you though, would they? That fucking faggot thinks they will, because he's retarded. And this is exactly why so many guys struggle. Stupid dating coaches like that cucked out fag who's been married forever, doesn't understand.
Okay, my word would be skull.
And how modern women are. Now, there's some women here that are probably mad at hearing that. That's so offensive. That's so misogynistic. Guess what? I'm fucking realistic when it comes to women. I've written books about this shit. Amazon bestseller. Why Women Deserve Less. Feel free to get it. Why Women Deserve Even Less is book 2, and then book 3. Why Women Deserve Nothing, coming very soon. But the point I'm trying to make is that what women say and what they're attracted to and respond to favorably are 2 different fucking things. And that guy just demonstrated he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. You get no girls. Okay, buddy. Sure.
But I think you could rearrange it. Vibrant. Skull chest. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe just like the random name generator would be better.
What's up, man? Welcome.
Hey, man. Thank you. My name is Jack. I'm a medical student here at UCLA. I wanted to ask you a little bit about like Israel, maybe the Middle East. We just restate.
Let's do it.
Restate what you were saying about that
Since we're talking about this topic.
Skull chest.
Go ahead.
You wanna summarize the book for me? I haven't read it.
You never said
Well, I've heard of it. I've heard of the book. I haven't read it.
Basically, Jews do some dumb shit.
Wait, tell me, what were you saying about like Israel and the Middle East? I mean, I know kind of more about recent history, not about the older stuff.
Well, I mean, if we're going to be simple, the state of Israel is a parasite. We need to stop giving them aid. They create a lot of problems for us, geopolitical problems all over. Many of the Middle Eastern wars that we have are because of them, and I think they're a huge obstacle to diplomacy.
Okay, just my perspective. I was in the military before medical school. A couple deployments to the Middle East. We definitely got some intelligence from the Israelis. It was super helpful. They had great intelligence. I appreciated that. But specifically, like the recent conflict kicking off,
Little skull chest. Or chest. Little skull chest. That's worse.
After October
That's worse.
7th with Hamas kind of inciting it. Do you have thoughts on that? Like putting more of the blame on one side or the other?
Okay, so you think Hamas incited on October 7th?
I actually, from my perspective, we always saw Hamas as one of the SMGs, one of the Shia militia groups. More of my experiences with like the Houthis in Yemen, maybe a little bit preparing for like Western Iraq, dealing with like the Kataib Hezbollah in Al-Anbar province. But I always saw them as just effectively arms of the Iranian government.
Yeah, so
I'll think of something good.
And this is kind of like the issue here is that we always start the conflict off at October 7th. We don't start it, May 15, 1948. We don't start it before that. And I always say this all the time, like when it comes to Zionists in Israel and, a lot of the times Fox News or whatever, they'll always start the conflict in the middle. Like, oh, let's start on October 7th. Let's talk about like, the destruction of, cutting the grass, killing Palestinians, taking them prisoner, expanding the West Bank, violating every peace agreement. Like, let's not talk about any of the other stuff that led to this. Let's not talk about the Red Cows. Let's not talk about destroying the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Let's not talk about the Abraham Accords. Let's not talk about, sabotage the Oslo Accords. They never ever give you like the full context of why things happen. Now, let me be clear.
What you been up to today, Rich? Oh, you work at 7 a.m. tomorrow? Damn. No fun.
So occurred on October 7th was horrible. It was like I don't condone the death of any innocent civilian ever, but we have to be very honest here and realize that Israel has been an extremely.
Appreciate you joining again, man. This video I'm watching is gonna be. It's always entertaining watching Myron Gaines videos.
Aggressive state for a very long time and create a lot of the problems that they kind of bring on themselves. And if they exercise a bit more diplomacy and they weren't killing Muslims and stealing land and doing all the other stuff they do, they wouldn't have the problems that they have. And unfortunately in Western media we don't talk about this because Jewish supremacy is a thing. The media is controlled by them. They obviously curate a certain narrative to make sure that people don't get the truth about what's going on in the Middle East. But they are the aggressor in a large amount of the conflicts.
I hear you there. It reminds me a little bit about this thing that bothers me here at UCLA. I'm curious, you might share my opinion. We always do land acknowledgements here, where we talk about how this land isn't Americans or isn't ours. We go back to the tribe that had it before we got here. How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, I think that's, I don't think that's really the same, because when it comes to what's going on with Israel-Palestine, that's a bit different than what we have going on over here. I would not consider them the same.
Well, I understand, immediately after the World Wars, when they kind of made that land Israel and said the Jews were going to have a home state here, that there's this issue. I feel like 300 years later, if it's all kind of just vast.
I'm actually not opposed to Jews living there. Yeah. I don't have a problem with that. I think, the existence of Israel with the destruction of Palestine is.
That sounds like a band for like kids. Like a fucking
problem. Like if they had like a one-state solution or a two-state solution, I'd be cool with that. I don't have a problem with Jews living in the land at all. I just think that the way they're going about it,
like the Teletubbies or something,
it's horrible, and it doesn't make sense. And then the worst part is that we get dragged into their aggression, which creates a lot of problems. Like right now, the war that we have with Iran, Trump can't get a deal because of the Israelis. Like that's literally where we are right now. If we're gonna fast forward it, like we literally cannot strike a deal right now with the Iranians because the Israelis refuse to stop bombing Lebanon.
I'm not sure I agree with you there. Maybe rewinding a little bit, you talked about...
Okay, are you aware of the fact that like Marco Rubio admitted days after the attack on February 28th that he said that we attacked and we got involved because we knew that the Israelis were going to attack, and if the Israelis attacked, that would have meant that Iran is going to attack us anyway because the Iranians warned the United States and Israel that if an attack from either one of us comes, they're going to attack both of us as if it's one because they look at it as one. So that's why we had to get involved. Also, Trump relied heavily upon Mossad and Israeli intelligence to decide whether he was going to do the strikes on February 28th, despite the fact that his entire intelligence apparatus told him not to do it, and you're not going to get a regime change, and killing Ali Khamenei alongside many of his other military officials is not going to lead to anything. and now we're in the political quagmire that we are now, where the Strait of Hormuz is basically closed. Gas prices are through the roof. We have the worst energy crisis ever. Our military bases all across the region are pretty much destroyed. We have 13 or 14 service members that are dead that should be alive right now. It's been a complete disaster, and Trump relied heavily upon Israeli intelligence to do that strike.
Neither of that surprises me too much. And I don't think our position is quite as weak as you're making it with regard to like the bases and our forces in the region. I can tell you, like
they're basically unusable at this point.
Which bases?
All 11 or 13 of the bases in the region have pretty much been destroyed, and they're unusable or they're at significantly lowered capacity. And on top of that,
like the bases in Saudi,
like they hit Udeid, they hit the base in Saudi Arabia. They hit a lot of them. CNN came out and did a report not too long ago talking about this in detail, how a lot of the bases are pretty much almost unusable. This is why in the beginning of the war, a lot of the hotels were hit in Dubai and a lot of these different places because they had to move military personnel from the bases for safety reasons. And then the other thing too, right, is we attack. Basically, all of our allies in the Gulf have been getting attacked because we can't defend them the way that we are supposed to.
But that's been going on forever. All the Gulf allies.
Man, edibles make me tired.
Those guys, like the whole Saudi.
Yeah, but Iran's never attacked them and basically shown that we can't defend our allies to this extent.
No, I was there in 2020, right on the border between Saudi and Yemen, and Iran was having the Houthi rebels constantly do drone strikes. You know, the Houthi rebels are the most well-resourced of all the Shia militias.
Sure, but like never, but they've never been hit like this by Iran. And that's what I'm trying to explain. Like Iran has never struck our bases in the region to this degree and caused this significant level of damage. We're talking about destroying radars, billions of dollars of damage. And here's the problem. We've basically been shown to be a paper tiger in the region where we cannot defend our allies. That's the biggest issue.
We had the first submarine on ship kill since the World Wars. I think we've had some. If we've had some.
Yeah, that was a ship of guys coming back from like a.
I won't fall asleep right now. Just getting more comfortable.
From a trip from India, or it was Pakistan, or I think it was India. They were coming back. After doing like some type of some drill. It was like they were there in like military guard. It was like a party type thing. It wasn't even like
a legitimate military target. We got a warship.
Yeah, but that's not really like something to brag about. Like, oh look, we sunk our ship. Like, okay, Iran has no real navy. Iran has no real air force. Like the big reason why we went to war with them. What are the strategic objectives that we went to war for? Three main reasons. Three main reasons. Their nuclear program, the enrichment, the ballistic missile program. And then the proxies, they still have all three intact.
I think the proxies have never been weaker. And can I just share, like the way
Hezbollah is fucking up Israel right now as we speak. They're drone striking, and there's literally almost a 1-for-1 when it comes to IDF soldiers versus Hezbollah fighters getting killed.
Well, that's because Israel has to exercise so much restraint in killing the Hezbollah.
They don't restrain anything.
Oh, I think they do quite a lot.
They literally bomb. They've been bombing southern Lebanon relentlessly over the past several since the beginning of the war almost.
You're talking about like Hezbollah and Beirut?
Yeah, they've been bombing southern Lebanon, and they've been not even. They're saying they're attacking Hezbollah, but they bomb villages. They don't care. You see Gaza? They don't. The Israelis don't care about any type of restraint.
No, I think they are showing restraint. I think they warn the people. They try to get people out. See, we were accused of this when I was in Yemen by like the UN, by some other Western media, and they were wrong. We were showing a lot of restraint. We were doing everything we could to kind of mitigate the risk in the conflict. One thing we started doing, which took a lot of risk on our guys, is we do like maritime interdictions in the Red Sea, trying to intercept munitions rather than
the United States is not the same as Israel. Israel does not care. Israel does not care at all. There's a reason why they get caught doing a whole bunch of bullshit, stealing technology from us. They're spying on their partners all the time. They did a genocide in Gaza. Every genocide expert, humanitarian rights group has pretty much designated what happened in Gaza was genocide. They're not us. Like, there's a reason why there's an arrest warrant right now for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. Like, the Israelis do not care.
Do you also agree that
they bombed their allies in Qatar?
Do you also agree that the Saudi-led coalition, like when they would attack Yemen, or it's very similar, attack the Houthis and hit civilians sometimes, were guilty of like genocide?
Yeah, you can make that argument, yeah.
It bothered me when people made that argument. It really kind of like limited our ability to do what we were trying to do.
Yeah.
Let me share just the way I thought about Iran, which was this. Like, they were dangerous, not because they were suicidal and they were going to, kick off World War III, but they were dangerous because they were critically ill. And the idea then is that, the regime's not entirely popular with their home people. If they get these nuclear weapons in the dying days of the regime, there's nothing to stop them from launching them at all their enemies, whether that's the other Gulf states, all the Sunni states, whether that's Israel,
Yeah.
whether that's whatever American
Hope things get better.
in the region. And because of that, there were kind of two ways you could go about it. You know, I was in the military under like Obama's administration, and he would try to kind of pay them off. Sometimes he'd be accused of funding terrorism, but the idea was we'll just wait them out. Maybe some of this money will go to the proxies, but in the end, we're going to avert a larger conflict. The other way you can handle it is a little tougher on Iran, and it's kind of what we're doing now.
That's foolish. I think
the jury's still out.
Leaving the JCPOA was retarded. It was absolutely stupid. You know, because once we left the JCPOA, that basically, you know, emboldened them to start enriching at a higher level.
I don't think they were following it beforehand.
No, they absolutely were. IAEA was there. It was okay. So here's the thing. Everyone talks about like, oh, they were getting nuclear weapons, but no one ever talks about what led up to that. 2015, we entered the JCPOA. 2016, Trump comes into power.
Yeah.
2018, he pulls out of the JCPOA. 2019, Mike Pompeo, the Secretary of State, who's owned by the Jews, designates the IRGC as a terrorist group. After he designates them as a terrorist group, Trump attacks and kills Qasem Soleimani. After he kills Qasem Soleimani, obviously they also put in crippling sanctions. So if you're doing all this and then you're also enabling, you know, the Israelis to do whatever they want, moving the embassy, creating the Abraham Accords, trying to get around the Palestine question, well, of course they're going to enrich at a higher level because of U.S. aggression alongside Israeli aggression. We're talking about two nuclear-armed powers. So what Iran was doing from a strategic standpoint was maintaining what's called a nuclear threshold state, where we're going to enrich at a certain level where we can deter. That's what it's always been about. And Iran has been extremely measured in a lot of their responses. And I hate that I have to say this all the time because I don't like Iran. I don't care about the IRGC. Like, I'm not a fan of these countries, but it is so incredible how much disinformation that Fox News and American media in general puts out, where so many Americans probably don't even know what I'm talking about right now, because they always talk about, well, they're going to get nukes, they're going to get nukes. Well, let's talk about why were they trying to get nukes? What did we do? We pulled out the JCPOA, we left it, and then they're like, well, we have nothing else to do because the JCPOA was to relieve sanctions. We pulled out of that, and I think that would have been a fantastic thing. And then one other thing I'll say is on February 27th, the day before we attacked them, while we were doing negotiations, by the way, for the second time we attacked them.
That's crazy. Yeah, I think both of our, both America and Canada's health systems are pretty fucked up in different ways.
The Oman person, right? Someone needs to put those women in the kitchen. Why are these, you know, what the hell's going on here, right? Less bitching, more kitchen. The kids, oh, my bad, I can't, my vision sucks.
Oh, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, I didn't know what the hell's going on there. I was like, what the hell? Sorry, I get used to it because women always protest on my thing, so I'm like, is that female? What's going on here? Yeah.
We, the people of the ballpark, are all in on baseball. We want fingers.
Well, I don't know. I can't see. But back to what I was saying. So they had a deal on the table. Oman had struck something very close to the JCPOA on top of no stockpiling, which was one of the things that they were worried about. So Trump could have got a better deal, made Obama look bad. He had it on February 27th. It was a good framework, but they attacked anyway because he relied upon stupid Israeli intelligence.
In my impression, like, a lot of the intelligence we got was pretty helpful from the Israelis. This could have been, it could have been wrong.
Let me ask you a question. Mm-hmm. Let's say you have a roommate, right? You said you're in med school, which is great.
I think your best bet is maybe start a GoFundMe. Those work sometimes.
And thank you for your service, by the way. And I know we might disagree on some of this stuff, but the reason why I'm so passionate about this is because I don't want able-bodied, intelligent individuals that serve in our military to go fight foreign wars in foreign lands that don't benefit the United States. I don't think the wars in the Middle East are strategically beneficial for us anyway. And, I'm just honest about it that the Jews send us these wars and it's a fucking problem. But going back to what I was saying, let's say you have a roommate, right? Your place is, spick and clean all the time. You bring a roommate in. Roommate, very dirty, leaves food everywhere. Next thing you know, you got a roach problem, right? Roaches are coming all over the place, whatever. You tell him, hey, dude, you got to fix this. What's going on here? Like, I'm helping you out. Like, if you don't fix this, we're going to get you out of here. He hires an exterminator. Exterminator gets rid of, let's say, 80% of the roaches. But every now and then, you still see a roach when you're studying. Would have you been better off without the roaches being there in the first place and without the guy being there?
I agree.
Okay, that's Israeli intelligence and them killing terrorists. They're the ones that brought the problem in. They fixed the problem a little bit, but they forget the fact that they're the ones that brought the roaches in the first place by doing the shit that they do. So in other words, there would be no need for Israeli intelligence. There'd be no need to kill terrorists if it weren't for Israeli aggression in the first place.
I think even if you take the Israelis out, you're still going to have the conflict between the, basically the Shia states.
GoFundMe's, or whatever. I think a lot of the time GoFundMe's these days go towards negative things or whatever, so I don't know. Seems, but yeah. I hope you figure something out.
And the Sunni powers, that's been going on for a long time independently. It just doesn't get the same amount of news coverage.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But the Israel problem, like that skirmishes here and there. But the Israel problem,
Yemen was like the most dangerous place in the world when I was there. It was a huge five-party civil war, tons of death.
That's fine. But why are we involved? Why are we even there? We're there because of Israel.
No, we were there because of the Saudis. Like, my team, we were the first team into this certain area of Saudi, and the Saudis specifically requested us.
Yeah, but here's the thing: we're not like constantly fighting with the Houthis. We had a ceasefire with them not too long ago because they were obviously boarding ships all over the place. Like our involvement in the Middle East, right, to the significant extent that we have, like yeah, we helped out the Saudis, whatever, but it's still not to the same of significance like we are when it comes to Israelis. Iraq, Israel. What we're doing in Iran right now, Israel. Like a lot of a lot of things that we've done. Getting Bashar al-Assad out of there. Obviously, the conflict in Lebanon. All issues with the Israelis.
I've never heard that about redheads. Is there some myth about redheads having a higher pain threshold, and is it true?
The common belief is actually the opposite. The myth says redheads have a lower pain threshold, but the biological reality is a bit more complicated. It isn't entirely a myth, as research shows people with natural red hair experience and process pain differently due to a mutation in the MC1R gene, which controls pigment. Here is how it actually breaks down. More sensitive to cold and heat, redheads tend to feel temperature changes and related pain more acutely. Less sensitive to certain types of pain.
I can attest to that about the temperature change. Because I always need it to be at like a Goldilocks temperature. I get cold easily and I overheat pretty easily.
They often have a higher tolerance for electric shocks, stinging pain, and pressure. Anesthesia requirements. Studies show redheads typically require about 20% more general anesthesia and are more resistant to local numbing agents like lidocaine. So they don't simply have a higher or lower threshold across the board. Their bodies just process different types of pain uniquely.
What about redheads getting nosebleeds more than other people?
There is a long-standing medical myth that redheads are more prone to bleeding, bruising, and nosebleeds, but scientific studies show it isn't true. Researchers have tested the blood of redheads and found that their platelets...
That one's a myth.
And if we didn't have them there, right, or if they at least exercise some level of diplomacy, we wouldn't be stuck in quagmires all across the Middle East, and we'd be able to focus on other threats, like I think China or Russia.
There's a lot of myths.
See, when I spent all those years going back and forth to the Middle East, and in Iraq,
myth busted.
We're dealing with Iran, and then in Yemen we're dealing with Iran. Like talking about, the West Bank or Gaza, we're dealing with Iran. It starts to look to me like Iran's the bad actor we need to deal with. And I'm actually pretty confident, I'm pretty hopeful that this might be kind of like a table turn in the Middle East. It's not like a wrapped up gift. I think it's still like the conflict is not yet clear how it's
I would argue Israel's a significantly worse actor than Iran. I would argue Iran is significantly more.
No, you have to, for the AI I'm using, you have to go into the voices, and it has a bunch of different voices you can select from.
Measured in their warfare than Israel is. Israel did. October 7th happened. They lost 1,000 people roughly, which many of them were killed by their own people with the Hannibal Directive. What did they do? They did a genocide and they started a war in 6 or 7 different countries. Iran lost 1,000 people with Operation Rising Lion. What did they do? They did a ceasefire. They did a symbolic strike on El Udeid and ended the war. After getting bombed by the U.S. and by Israel, I would argue they're far more rational than the Israelis.
Well, let me ask you this: if 10 years from now,
and casualty number, by the way,
if you see 10 years from now, the Middle East is a much more peaceful place, I mean, are you open to considering that maybe taking out Iran was one of the better steps to get to that point?
Taking out Iran isn't going to be the thing that stabilizes the Middle East. It's going to be restraining Israel.
It will. AI will say that it can't do that. I've already tried to have it change its voice. It has voice presets, and it doesn't even have that many presets. I have the TTS is turned on already. Lobola. $1 donation activates the TTS.
Aggressive foreign policy.
Well, no, but Israel's so friendly with all the Gulf states now. I think a lot of the reason that Iran provoked this war is because places like the Saudi, UAE.
The only country in the Gulf that recognizes them is the UAE. No other country recognizes their sovereignty, and it's because of the Palestine question. This all, honestly, would be ended if they gave the Palestinians some type of like actual citizenship or some type of right of recognition of sovereignty.
Hasn't that been offered a few times?
No, not really. They've basically, you know.
At Labola 956 super chatted $1.99.
Hey, I don't think he read all the E's. He only read like 4 of the E's. Thank you.
Tried to do diplomacy, but it's been like backhanded. Like the Oslo Accords, for example, which is the closest thing that would be, which was negotiated. You know, Netanyahu has been sabotaging that for decades.
See, I'm of the belief that if they did that tomorrow, it would help, but you still have Iran provoking conflict again, whether that's in...
You would disarm the proxies immediately. The proxies pretty much fight because on behalf of the proxies. Like, that would be a huge barrier gone to open up diplomacy.
Like the Houthis weren't doing it on behalf of the Palestinians.
That's the whole acts of resistance exists to encircle and attack Israel for their aggression. That's why.
Bigger what? Balls?
Started attacking them after October 7th to assist.
Yeah, they got involved on behalf of the other Shia militia group. But before October 7th, the Houthis were constantly attacking Saudi.
I don't think it will. I don't know if they have the data on that.
Yeah, sure. But like, what did they focus on after? They've always had issues with the Saudi Arabians. What did they start focusing on after?
It was only a little bit. It was only like the vast majority of their firepower.
We're talking about like 2015. You're talking about like stuff in 2015. I'm talking about like more recent.
At Labola 956 super chatted $1.99. Foking EEE. Pregnant man emoji. 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 Woman in motorized wheelchair facing right emoji. Woman in motorized wheelchair facing right emoji. Woman in motorized wheelchair facing right emoji. Jack-o'-lantern emoji. Jack-o'-lantern emoji.
What the fuck? Facing right, what?
Like, it's been, you know, you can have skirmishes here and there, but like the main issue is Israel.
Alright, I'll ask, I guess.
Dude, there was an open conflict between, you know, Israel and Palestine back in 2020 when I was there, and there was a lot of conflict going on with the Houthis.
There's always been conflict, man.
No, I hear you. It just wasn't nearly as like open and widespread as we're talking right now.
Because it doesn't get reported. No one even understood what was going on over there, because if you went on YouTube...
Where do redheads rank on who has the biggest penis?
No scientific evidence links hair color to penis size. Studies show that penis size is primarily determined by genetics and geography, not traits like red hair.
You know what I mean.
No major scientific studies or global datasets track penis size by hair color. Because the MC1R gene responsible for red hair is most common in people of Northern and Western European descent, any comparison would just mirror the general geographic averages for those specific regional populations.
Okay, so what do those rank on the penis size ranking?
When looking at global datasets ranked by country, populations with high concentrations of the MC1R gene, like Northern and Western Europe, generally place in the middle of the spectrum. In global aggregations, the top rankings are typically held by West African and South American nations, such as Sudan, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Ecuador, where averages range from 16.5 centimeters to nearly 18 centimeters, about 6.5 to 7 inches.
So it says we're about in the middle.
When you talked about this topic, you would get banned immediately. You know, Susan Wojcicki, the head of YouTube.
This is a Google Gemini. It's actually built into my phone. It comes with the phone.
At the time was a hardcore Zionist. Mark Zuckerberg, like, you know, if you look at all the big tech companies and social media companies, all Zionist Jews.
Yeah, to your point about media, my impression being over there was the media was much more on the side of like kind of the Houthis than it should have been. I don't want to get like
No,
I
that's
don't want to
fine.
monopolize your time here either.
No, that's fine. That's fine. We can go to the next person. But no, I mean, like I said before, I think I see your arguments with Iran and everything else like that. But I think Israel is a significantly worse state than Iran is. Now, with that said, I want to be clear. I don't love Iran. I don't care about the IRGC. I'm actually pissed off that I have to constantly like tell the truth about these guys and put them in a more favorable light. But the reality is that we don't get told the truth when it comes to Western media in America, and a lot of people are not aware of this stuff. And I think if more Americans understood, hey, this is the truth when it comes to the Iran-Israel conflict and what's been going on and understanding Middle Eastern foreign policy, they would realize like, oh crap, like what are we doing supporting these guys? These dudes literally are doing all kinds of crap, right? We give them aid, they do genocides, they get diplomatic cover, you know, and they get a significant amount of benefit from us while dragging us into, foreign conflicts like right now with Iran. And we can't even come to a peace deal because
Gemini, Pisces, fucking Mercury.
Netanyahu literally bombed Lebanon the day after Trump said we're in the middle of the deal, we're so close. What did he do? Kill like 1,000 people the next fucking day. That's what the Israelis do. They sabotage.
I appreciate you out here sharing your views, man.
No problem, man. Thank you. Good discussion. Higher IQ discussion. Unlike the other retard.
Yeah.
The cuck. What's up?
I'm on Pisces.
What's up, Myron? Hey, I've just been observing you for like 5, years.
Yeah.
I'm here to talk about, basically the black community, and how, and basically just identify who you are and just identify your real message. So the first question is, do you find it an easy
Waterbender, hell yeah.
in your eyes that white people in America has to compete for things they want to do?
Do I find it uneasy that white people have to compete for things?
Yeah, like when it comes to like, competition, super competition, they gotta look at a black man at eye level to compete for something. Do you find that kind of uneasy? Just in general, in everything?
I think everyone has to compete, and I think that's good.
Okay.
91.
From observing to you, I mean, it just, when I'm like looking at your streams and stuff like that, it just seems like you just find it like unwell for people to like compete against another person of color. I'll go to the next question.
At the bowler 956 super chatted $1.99. E. Woman in motorized wheelchair facing right emoji. Rhinoceros emoji. Pill emoji. Rhinoceros emoji. Pill emoji. Pregnant man emoji. Pregnant man emoji. Man wearing turban emoji. Scientist emoji. Painter emoji.
I thought you were gonna insult me, Lobola.
No, I'm for open competition. Like I think we should operate on a meritocracy, not to fill DEI quotas.
Okay. To keep it real, do you think civil rights was a mistake? If so, how?
Healthy plants guaranteed to thrive, handpicked for you.
The kids that are calling you Unk they just need an uncle.
$24.99 a month.
Coming soon to Earth. No, I don't think it was a mistake. I think obviously giving everybody the equality of opportunity was important, but now we've gotten to a point now where it's equality of outcome, and that's the problem.
Okay, and so within your talks, was Kick YouTube, I believe. Yeah. So how can you be so passionate about claiming black people are the bottom of the barrel and has low IQ, but sit there and surround yourself with practically his entire teams with blacks, from learning the aspects of real estate to standing up for yourself and to making constant content and bringing up ideas. Like, for example, like Marquette Dagens and Brandon Carter, Tristan and Andrew Tate, stuff like that.
Yeah, because here's the thing. I acknowledge individual skill sets, right? I'm black myself, but
it's like the women who call guys daddy. It's because they need a daddy. Similar.
When I say things, I'm talking about it generally, and it tends to be like, and it's interesting because like black people and Jews are the people that get the most offended. If I say something critical of black people,
keep this in mind. All right, I know a good learning aspect for people to learn. So with Jews, right, the first Jews are black. Okay, when you look in the Bible, the scriptures and shit like that, okay, everybody on there is niggas. So you gotta keep in mind, just with the times when they start explaining about Jews, you gotta say.
At Ebola 956 super chatted $1.99. Woman in manual wheelchair facing right emoji. Woman in manual wheelchair emoji. Woman in motorized wheelchair facing right emoji. Person in motorized wheelchair emoji. Person in motorized wheelchair facing right emoji. Woman with white cane emoji. Women with bunny ears emoji. Dancer emoji. Mushroom emoji. Singer emoji. Rock star emoji. Firefighter emoji. Supervillain emoji. Ninja emoji.
Is this just gibberish, or do you have something against people in wheelchairs, bro?
Gotta identify the person first. So Caucasian Jews.
Okay.
Because I don't get the message.
That's not the point I'm making.
Besides that, because when you talk about Jews and shit like that, they think of white first, and that's not how it is. They gotta think the totality of what the Jews is, and it's also a religious practice. It's not an ethnicity.
What the fuck is a donkey shot? What are you talking about, cousin?
It actually is an ethnicity.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. There's a reason why there's Jews that are Muslim. There's a reason why there's Jews that are Christian. There's a reason why there's Jews that are atheists, etc. They're an ethno-religion by far.
Just because you claim Jews, it doesn't classify them as a different being. They're still white at the end of the day.
Oops.
At Ebola 956 super chatted $1.99. Pregnant man emoji. 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 Pregnant man emoji.
It sounded like he was like getting tired of saying that. He got like exhausted saying it so many times. Yeah, the phone got like exhausted. He was like, "What the fuck?"
No, they're not white, and that's quite literally that's. See, this is the thing with the black community. A lot of times, you guys will complain about like systemic racism or white supremacy or whatever. A lot of the times, the people that you guys are pissed off at that are oppressing you.
Look this shit up too. This is UCLA. This is the
Anyway,
yeah.
So a lot of the people that you'll be like pissed off at or you say that are oppressing you or whatever, really a lot of times end up being Jews. It's just that they look like they're white because they're maybe
they're
from Ukraine or okay, that's fine. You can say that.
Yeah, thank you, Lil Bola.
You can say that.
Yeah.
But they're Jewish. There's a reason why they'll sit there and like, well, you got to remove white people or whatever. Why do you think Ashkenazi Jews who look white are some of the biggest opponents of white nationalists or white identitarians, etc.? It's because they don't identify as white. Now they'll identify as white when it benefits them, but there's a reason why someone like a Ben Shapiro, when he's asked, "Are you white?" He doesn't know what to say because they don't identify as white realistically. They identify as Jewish. Okay. Now, with that said, and that's a big part of their right of return. So they absolutely have an identity that you can do a whole
it's a
DNA
religious
test.
practice.
It's a religion and
It's a
ethnicity.
religious practice.
Okay, all right.
Go ahead.
Let's go back to what we were originally discussing. You were saying that I said something about I'm critical of the black community, despite the fact that I have black people that work with me, and that there's other black people that are intelligent. Great.
Like basically, like you use their ideologies, like real estate. You know, standing up for yourself. You know, and shit like that. And then you like kind of, you know, turning it against the people of color. I don't know. Go ahead.
What do you mean by that? I turn it by.
No, like you sit there, you preach about men, about making money and stuff like that. But you're really trying to turn that into the white audience. You really don't really preach about how to uplift the black community. And that's why.
Oh, really? It's actually quite the contrary. I get black people calling into my show all the time. One guy called in literally the other day. Hey, I want to buy Audi i8, but I want to get into real estate. You know what I told him? You buy 5 houses, you buy real estate, you get passive income, you take that passive income, and then you use that to pay off your liability. I tell people all the time, don't do the nigga shit. Don't buy the Jordans. Don't buy the fancy clothing. Don't buy the designer. Don't spend money on fine dining. I tell them all the time that none of this stuff is going to pay. Can you let me finish my point?
Yeah, like Marquette Davidson taught you some nigga shit.
Can you let me finish?
Marquette Davidson taught you some nigga shit. He taught you on the low, like how to fight and how to stand up for yourself.
He didn't teach me nothing. He didn't teach me anything. Anyway, so back to what I was saying, right?
Hey, that's what he said on the film.
Yeah, then that's not true. That's not true. He didn't teach me anything.
Like, he even doing his practices right now.
He didn't teach me
Stand up for
anything.
yourself.
He didn't teach me anything. So anyway, back to what I was saying. So I actually tell guys all the time, reject materialism, focus on buying real estate, invest, save your money, don't be an idiot, and live way below your means. That's what I tell guys all the time. I told people that literally on a call-in show the other day. Now, when it comes to the whole race thing, whatever, see, this is the issue that I have. If I'm critical of the black community and I say things...
Usually Lobola is telling me to get a job, so I thought he was gonna, if he was gonna give me a super chat, I thought he was gonna just spam that over and over again, or some shit.
Like, hey, stop buying, stop drinking alcohol, stop getting Hennessy, stop buying Timberland, stop doing all this dumb shit. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. Okay? Stop hanging out with idiots, stop being a moron, you know what I mean? Don't commit crimes, whatever. Whenever I say these things, they say, oh, you're racist. Oh, you're a bigot. Oh, you're an Uncle Tom. Oh, you're a coon, blah, blah, blah. And that's fine. You can say what you want to say. I think I'm giving some sound advice and trying to keep black men from doing dumb shit and not having a victim mindset like you have right now. Because when I criticize...
Alright, yeah, please take a song break. My chat like froze for a second. I like the Grouch. I used to listen to him. I used to know a lot of songs by the Grouch. Thanks for joining, Blissy. Hope you sleep well. Yep. Peace out. Excuse me.
Well, you can make any day the greatest day. Just visualize peace when you play this. I'm not saying my whole life's a meditative state, but I was calm, cool, collect when I laid this. Call me the Grouch, but I don't get upset. Kick a verse through the speaker, get...
Yeah, I like Atmosphere too.
My booted in jet, back to my fam. I live the life of a man. 2 cars, 2 dogs, a wife and a plan. I told you I was making sense. All else will make it crazy like following trends. But keeping up with the neighbors won't save you. I'm deep enough to know myself, now that's major. And I'm proud of me. No male figure to teach me how to be. Oh well, too eager to reach out and leave. I should have known if I was good at home, I wouldn't have grown. I put it in home to show them a better...
Nickel Arcade? Is it called the Nickel Arcade? There's an arcade that's pretty near me. It's called, shit, what the fuck is it called? Oh, I haven't been to that one, no. I live kind of close to, an arcade, though. I'll check it out sometime.
Gotta act a certain way to make a chunk ain't punk just because...
listen to it.
Kenny.
What up, Ethan? How you doing?
Nobody can take our sunset. I got a painting, ain't done with this brush yet. It's not a dream, not a scheme, no contest. We gonna love, gotta live these mantras. Get a buzz from a hit of this, do right. Can't do enough, so I met with the moonlight. Moon lady, watch me and my babies.
Yep, you already know, Rich.
Our radios too, we're sailing. Here's the change. Yes, they want it, there's the claim. But the thing is, you write it, you sing it. A brighter future, smarter youth harvest fruit. Now like the truth of artists, you barter too. Ain't hard to do, life is always on time. And time is now, no sleeping, no crap.
Got a necklace. Oh, cool. What kind of necklace?
Money on yours, family on mine. And if they hate that, I'll pay them no mind.
Man, I had Shake Shack today, and I got that chicken burger, the chicken sandwich. Shit was bomb.
People love the sun, everybody got a job to run, and getting a job done. What are you doing it for themselves? Some families are for a people. Over, never, back, whatever, that's the way we need to run. What do you know when man is started to get and it is received? And the way we all should live, and that is how we should believe. For the fools and all.
Yeah, let's see. This one came out 9 years ago. I don't quite remember this one, but yeah, this one's good.
The riches and no one they would deceive. And the minds are regular, and we'll be never gonna achieve. So
the music is heavy and moody, but right now I feel like it's just my duty. The track is haunting and soothing, checking out my bruises, perusing, pain in the muscles, improving movement and loosely taking chips in my battlefield. Cause I don't think I need it any longer. The battle's over, the tick keeps spinning onward. It's so hard when the brain keeps spinning like a merry-go-round. And step to the mouth, those strikes at the mic like a tire winner with a boogie at back and it greased the palm. But at least I'm calm when I reach that time when I no longer need my songs. And you have to hear from this man again, the end, and then I'm gone. And then I'm on to the next. Offense of a man who's never satisfied at 50% my test. I guess it's the one that can't be studied for keep. Use somebody for can't cheat, can't do it, can't skip. Reach for the hands of God, and once I'm there, I check my grip. Now, never say never, so I'll never say I'll never sleep, even though that choice is not optional, not written in my script. Cause that means death, and I'm not ready to die. Not yet, matter of fact, I'm ready to fly. Fly in the heart of a man needs, giving all I got to the game till I make every last person feel the same. I'm ready to show my name to you. The time is now.
people love the water, love the people love the sun. Everybody got a job to run, and
Bro, spitting.
a job done. What are you doing it for themselves? Some families are for a people. Over, never, back, whatever,
They didn't put rear view mirrors on passenger sides of vehicles. And this is for those who still drink malt liquor. Put the poison in your body just to pass out quicker. When death calls, best believe it's gonna get all emotional. Cause I ain't going to hell without my menthols. Damn cable TV got me trapped in. Girls Advil, trying to deal, call it toll free and order me some diet pills, alright? Got me looking at the sugar in the Kool-Aid that you made, and need to chase it down with some toothpaste. Still stuck to the simple things. Yep, the struggle in between a couple of Krispy Kremes. I have to ask if you could pass that half and half to get my coffee back on track. Big ups to all the carbonated hiccups, the energy drinks, and the suicide big gulps. Gonna find happiness in the fast food. Suicide's a triple bypass, heart attack too. Distract you with these colorful tattoos to cover up the fact that we feel like bad news. We love the things that hate us. Push loose again, girl, I don't wanna wake up. America the beautiful, that's how she played us. Wasn't that cute? It must have been her makeup. Trying to grab everything that she gave us. Just take it back in the math on that pay stub. Looking at the neighbors like, wait up, wait up. We love the things that hate us. Painkillers help find some feeling. Crack the bike in half just to break the time ceiling. Take it by yourself on the living room carpet. Do a little bump just to clean your apartment. I seen your wife, she's not the truth. I understand why you like to pay them prostitutes. Yes, strip clubs, gun shops, oh Jesus, right next to the liquor store for your convenience. Everybody say ho for the Cuervo. You can drive if you promise to be careful. Turn the radio up and light a doobie, and keep acting like life is like a movie. This is for the needles you share, because them after school TV specials is too square. Cook the coke for your own consumption on some JoJo dancing old school. What's your function? As American as herpes and hot dogs. Got lost between the mustard and the hot sauce. Unprotected sex with that one you just met. You ain't even got all your headshots yet. It goes, we love the things that hate us. Push loose again, girl, I don't wanna wake up. America the beautiful, that's how she played us. Wasn't that cute? It must have been her makeup. Trying to grab everything that she gave us. Just take it back in the math on that cake stuff. Looking at the neighbors like.
Atmosphere had a new song a month ago. You went to like a cool mall? That's nice. I don't really like any of the malls in Portland.
Furthermore,
wow, that was a really short song. Katie, where you going? Why are you so crazy? What the hell, this guy?
Eklabola 956 super chatted $1.99. Woman breastfeeding emoji. Woman breastfeeding emoji. Woman in manual wheelchair emoji. Person in motorized wheelchair emoji. Guard emoji. Genie emoji. Genie emoji. Genie emoji. Genie emoji. Genie emoji. Man buying emoji. Woman crossing arms emoji. Woman crossing arms emoji. Man crossing arms emoji.
Take me to LA, take me to LA, take me to LA, take me to LA,
Hey, thank you.
to LA, take me to LA, back to the bay, back to the bay, back to the bay, back to the bay, back.
Yeah, I've heard all his old stuff. but I feel you, man.
I grew up in the Bay, so I'm down to earth. I live in LA, that means I'm down to work. Got a laid back style, but I like to floss it. Vans and chucks inside my closet. LA face with an open booty. That's what my wife got, she don't act snooty. Hey, that's a big thing, so come with the A game, but be on the A list for seeing LA chicks. Los Angeles, we all can't handle it. Some call it plastic, that's just a half of it. Like the cows on the 5, when you pass, you quick. That's a drive, but it flies when you passionate. Yeah, I got family up north, homies down south, man, it's all home court. We take it back and forth, some Oakland Raiders, the bay to LA, like a like player.
Take me to LA, 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 back to the bay, 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 back to the bay. I keep my hustle low, I make it go.
And all my homies say, drip. When I first got to the Bay, I straight drip. Blood, blood, what's that all about? Tommy got these bras saying blood in his house? Good, but I ain't thugged out. Ignorance off my chest, I let it out. It's all good. Now I'm back on my grind. On Telegraph with them fat ass dimes. Got tapes. See the Bay got that lime. In LA, we was still smoking brown at the time. So when I got back home, fools wasn't trying to hit 354 zones. Hell no. That's until they got blown and they came to my door like cut song. Now I'm going back and forth, Greyhound, hella green in my green Jansport.
Take me to LA, 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 take me to LA.
I make it go.
Back to the bay, 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 back to the bay.
At the bowler 956 super chatted $1.99. Pregnant man emoji, woman breastfeeding emoji, 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 pregnant man emoji, woman breastfeeding emoji.
See, he only says 3 of the E's. The rest of the E's he leaves out.
When I criticize other groups of people, see, this is what I'm talking about, bro. Like this is a black fatigue right now. You can't even let me finish saying what I'm saying.
Let's go into it.
This is a black fatigue right now.
Black fatigue.
Right? This no.
Let's go into
it right now.
What's the definition?
I'm trying to explain what I'm trying to say. You're constantly interrupting, right? I'm explaining and giving you my real position, and this is what I was trying to say before. When I criticize other groups of people, they don't cry and complain as much as the black community and the Jewish community. They cry so much. Call me a racist, call me an anti-Semite, but you guys can never call me a liar, which is the point. As long as you can, until you can call me a liar, quite frankly, I don't care about your opinion or what you think. Okay, you call me a coon or an anti-Semite or Uncle Tom, I'm just keeping it real.
This is
I want black guys to not be criminals, not be idiots, reject materialism,
I want people to get
invest.
this book named Black Fatigue. It's by Mary Frances Winters. Okay, what's your definition of black fatigue? Go ahead.
Right, this right now.
Okay.
This right now. We're all fucking tired of you, bro. We're all fucking tired of you. See, this is what I'm talking like, yo. See, let me just, look, let me keep it real with you, okay? Because you're talking about some book from before. I'm talking about the colloquial sense right now. Black fatigue now is like, the black fatigue now is where we can't be honest about criticisms of the black community, because if we do say anything about blacks, it's immediately met with, you're a racist, you're a bigot, you need to lose your job, get out of here. This is why people are tired around being around blacks. We don't want to live around y'all niggas. You guys are annoying. You guys are fucking loud, obnoxious. You can't even let us finish our sentences like before, like right, what you're saying before, bringing up a whole bunch of irrelevant shits as I'm explaining what I'm talking about. You mischaracterize my positions. You don't really pick up the black community. Really? I've talked to so many young black men and told them, yo, don't do this, don't do that. Do not fall for this temptation here. Save your money. No materialism. Don't buy the fucking designer. It's stupid. It's not going to help you. Do not release that car. Do not do that.
I think if you separate the E's more, then it would say all the E's instead of just 3 of them.
Shit. Save your money, invest in real estate. But of course, you're going to look at that. You hate black people. Actually, no, I just tell them what they need to hear versus what they want to hear.
No. All right, so the definition of black fatigue, by the book. All right, black fatigue is a repeated variations of stress that results in extreme exhaustion and cause mental, physical, and spiritual maladies that are passed down from generation to generation. That's on page 11. All right, that bullshit that he put out was just off of emotions and shit. If you don't want to live around blacks, that's on you.
Nobody wants to live around blacks, bro.
No.
Nobody wants to.
Who gives a fuck?
How about you?
I want blacks to live amongst each other and build each other up. That's the whole point.
Great.
But the thing is, you don't push
that. That does not refute what I said. No one wants to live around blacks because of this.
That doesn't affect blacks at all. That's a them problem. And also on page 11, they also
I don't refute what I said though. Nobody wants to live around blacks, bro. Like it is what it is.
But
like they don't want to be around them.
Out here trying to get that validation.
And you're using like because
the whole point is to be left alone.
There's certain terms that like have a textbook definition, and there's terms that have like more colloquial like modern definitions. And the black fatigue is a relatively new thing that's come over the past several years, where people are tired of having to bite their tongues or not say what they want to say about black people because they're scared of losing their job or being called a racist or whatever it may be, or be attacked.
They've
for that
always
matter.
done that. We've been attacked every day. What the fuck are you talking about?
You've been attacked every day?
No, I'm just saying this in the history.
I would argue you as a black man has more advantages than white people.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I mean, not advantages, but like no.
No. Like for example,
you know why? Because they don't have skill set. They can't fucking.
If I take your skill set and I take a white person's skill set and you guys have identical skill sets, right? Identical GPAs, whatever.
It's about
you're more than likely going to get hired.
Yeah, because I've been doing this shit naturally. They have an environment. They have.
What happened to meritocracy from before? What happened to equality?
What happened to equality?
What happened to equality? What happened to meritocracy before?
So
see, this is the problem. Like this is what I'm trying to say. Like the whole, like you're over here researching shit. You can't even like, you know what I mean?
I'm trying to pull up close for people to just to get the book and try to just really just.
Bro, nobody that no one thinks to themselves, oh, let me look up this like obscure book from like back in the 1970s about black fatigue. When we talk about black fatigue, it's about like George Floyd. It's about
they got a lot of good songs.
The riots all across these blue cities where they're fucking lighting cities on fire because some dude who overdosed on fentanyl, right?
He didn't overdose on fentanyl. What the fuck is wrong?
So hold on. So you think you don't? So you think George Floyd was like a martyr?
No, he was an individual. He was just a citizen that was just trying to get something to eat or whatever the fuck and died for no reason. He wasn't no hero, and that's the problem. You guys are trying to pay him as a hero to try to demonize.
Demonize.
That's my fault.
Okay, let me go through the fact pattern with you because you clearly don't know who George Floyd was. George Floyd was a multi-time convicted felon criminal. When he was apprehended on that day. No, let's go through the facts.
Hero. That's just a regular citizen.
No, let's go through the facts because you guys never like to talk about the facts. This is what transpired on that day. On that day, he went into a convenience store, passed a fake note. That's a federal crime investigated by the Secret Service.
So
then on top of that,
gives him reason to
and then they called the police on him. Okay, let me finish what I'm saying. After that, they called the police on him. He goes ahead and conducts a drug transaction, another felony with his drug dealer right there. Police come, pull him out. As he's about to get pulled out, what does he do? He swallows some fentanyl because he doesn't want to get arrested again for drug possession. As he's there, and Chauvin has his knee on his back, not on his neck, on his knee on his back.
He has
a technique that was taught by the Minneapolis Police Department, by the way.
Everybody's seen that shit.
Okay, again, it was on his back. It was a technique taught by the Minneapolis Police Department, okay? He was taught that technique, okay? That was brought up by his defense. Also, he did not get a fair trial. Anyone that has half a brain that watched that trial know that it was not a fair trial. How do I know this? Because they had a BLM activist on the jury. That's absolutely ridiculous.
What's the problem with that? What the? No, I'm trying to explain. Like,
do you understand the process of like Verdire and having an impartial jury? Do you understand how a BLM protester would not be an impartial juror?
No.
Okay, bro, we can't have a conversation. If you don't understand that, then there's nothing to talk about, and that explains everything else here.
For people to kind of know and try to know who you are. That's all it is, really.
Yeah, I think they're agreeing with me on this point. You can't see what's going on behind you, but the fatigue is high because you don't even understand the fact that having a juror on a jury for a case that has national recognition that's extremely racially charged is a problem and is going to violate his rights of getting a fair trial.
But like, what? All right, so
He should get a show. Honestly, I'm gonna say it. He should get a fucking pardon. He did not get. And the other thing too, he had what, double or triple the lethal dose of fentanyl in his bloodstream. No. The reason why he was prosecuted so hard is because he was a black man, and it was a white police officer. In America, we have a thing now where, with like Chuck the Builder, for example, oh, white person gets involved with a black person. We don't want to deal with cities going on fire and what went down with Minneapolis before and the BLM protest. We're just gonna make the arrest.
He's going to jail regardless. So I mean,
oh really?
With my opinion though, I mean, with the system that's in play, I mean, I think he should be released to get the hands up the people. I mean, at the end of the day, you know.
Okay, what makes him guilty in your eyes? Take me
through the family.
Okay, take me what makes him guilty?
What makes him guilty?
Yeah.
Oh shit. It's all It's all his like. Oh, damn. I'm getting confused. I'm getting fucking sidetracked. But like bottom line is that he's gonna go to jail for what, 30 to 60 years. So
okay. On what facts?
On what facts?
Yeah.
Oh shit. I said this on my talks as well.
Okay. Well, why did he shoot him? Like what? Tell me what happened on that day.
Well, first of all, to slow myself down. He shot a disabled citizen, and you felt the fact. And the fact that you're even like putting out the facts and trying to justify that he's supposed to be out of jail and stuff like that. He shot a disabled citizen, and not only that, he was a veteran.
Okay, why did you shoot him?
Why did he shoot him? Why did he shoot him? The fucking.
Oh, you don't even know?
No, I do know. I mean.
Okay, tell me.
I mean, that's the problem. He shot him for no reason. He tried to gain clout and shit like that.
Okay, he shot him for no reason and to get clout.
That's basically what his content portrays. So he's not put.
Yeah, this is why the average black IQ is 85. Congratulations. Anyway, see, like, bro, thank you for proving all the stereotypes correctly, bro. And I'm one of the only people that has the balls to say this shit when it comes to niggas, bro. Y'all niggas are stupid. Let's go to the next person. Bro's over here trying to debate and argue, furiously looking through AI and still getting his ass whooped. It's embarrassing. Yeah. Intellectually. And yo, like, again, all the smart black people know that I'm correct, right? We don't want guys like that representing us. But unfortunately, this is the problem, right? Like, this is the stereotypes. People adhere to the stereotypes. I'm trying to fight it off, right? I'm trying to not make us look like fucking idiots. But this is what the general public thinks about us. A bunch of victimhood, a bunch of stupidity. We can't be held accountable for anything. Oh my God, black, white people are oppressing us and everything else like that. I would argue as a minority, in America, you have more advantages than the white person, bro. Like you take a white person compared to a minority, like a white male especially, more than likely they're gonna hire the minority or the female. It is what it is. But go ahead, man. What's up?
I want to talk politics, but I had a couple of quick questions first, so hopefully I can get to those and then we'll get to the discussion. Really quick, have you read that copy of Mein Kampf that you bring around with you, or is that just like performative?
Hands-free, cozy fit Skechers slip-ins. Sneakers that are as soft and comfy as your favorite slippers. Just step in and go.
Look out for signs of dehydration. Liquid IV is the only sugar-free hydration.
I've read through it.
You've read through it? Okay, no. Wait, you've read through it or you read it? There's a difference.
I've read through it. I focus on a certain, the chapter on the Jewish supremacy and the Jewish question.
So you haven't read anything about Lebensraum? Have you read anything about the Aryan race? What about that?
Oh, no, I'm familiar with that as well, those arguments, but that's not really what I'm...
Real quick. What chapter is the chapter where he talks about the Aryan race?
This fucking guy, bro. You do realize that there's different types of...
but there's only one
there's different versions
of the Aryan race.
There's
it's in volume 2, I'll give you that. It's in volume 2. There's a hint. Which chapter is it?
When I focus... See, and I love it too, because you bring up your phone and you're like using AI to ask these stupid ass fucking questions.
It's not AI, you dumb motherfucker. You can look up the book. The chapters are here.
Well, I don't need to look it up.
I was here for like an hour.
Yeah, I don't have to look it up like you do. The point I'm trying to make here is I focus on his arguments, because here's the other thing too. Because Hitler draws very much from Henry Ford and world Jewry and international Jew.
Oh, he draws from Henry Ford, bro. You
watch my show? Do you watch my fucking show, buddy? Do you watch my show? Because I've talked about this.
I've watched.
Then shut the fuck up. You clearly don't know what you're talking about. You're coming in here. Oh, this guy's a copyright club. Let me ask him about this random thing about Aryan. I told you specifically. I told you specifically told you what I focused on when I read it, and then I told you where that comes from because I read The International Jew from Henry Ford, and that's...
Yeah, this is might be some interesting background noise. They're talking about some interesting stuff.
Or Hitler drew his stuff, so that's why I looked at that specifically, and I'm explaining it to you, and then your dumbass wants to sit here and ignore that. All that context matters.
The reality.
So what's your actual discussion that you want to have? Because I can tell you're like one of these faggot liberals that's gonna like go into like random shit. Let me go ahead and attack him on this.
It's fucking embarrassing that you're carrying around a book performatively the same way a 10-year-old carries around a skateboard he can't use.
Oh, you mean this book that offends you? Okay, sure.
Now what's your? No, that's the thing. I don't give a fuck.
No, you are offended by it because you brought
Appreciate it.
it up.
I brought it up because I think it's funny that
You're pissed off about it. So let me hold it up. And now let's talk about the why women deserve less too. We can bring that one up too.
You can do all this doesn't bother me. I really don't give a shit. It's just funny that you're gonna carry around Mein Kampf performatively.
Yep.
That's kind of embarrassing, right? To pretend to be a Nazi to be cool is kind of like embarrassing a little bit.
Yeah, embarrassing to you because you're a progressive faggot. So yeah, like that's why. It's like, and this is the thing. Like I'm not.
You can call me a faggot all you want. You're the one who says you should spend more time with men than your women.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing with you guys.
Your woman cheated on you with a roller skater.
That's a lie.
She cheated on you with a roller skater. So what kind of masculine
doesn't realize we were broken up
she had to go cheat on you with a roller skater?
We were broken up for months before that. Okay, so I don't know what you're talking about. And then on top of that, you're coming in here say like again. You don't watch the show. You don't know what my content is. You come in. This guy's a copy of Mein Kampf. Let me ask him about that. And then I explain to you exactly why I have it and this part of the book that I focused on reading. And then I talked about Henry Ford and I talked about all that. You disqualify all that shit. Oh.
Like thunder sounds? What the hell? That'd be scary. I like rain, but thunder sounds would bother me.
Let me just ask you about this shit. What do you actually want to debate? What do you want to actually debate? Because
it's the same as like it's the same as gay liberals who have a shelf full of books that they've never read to seem smart.
Like you. Okay, now
I'm watching this Myron Gaines at UCLA. It's pretty funny.
That's why I cut my bookshelf down, because once I actually got to college, I was like, hey, you know what's gay? Having a bunch of books I haven't read.
What's your actual argument?
My actual argument that I came here to talk about.
Yeah.
Was are you finally ready to admit that Kamala Harris easily would have been a better president than Donald Trump?
I'm kind of over skate right now.
Thank you.
I've been playing Forza and Mortal Kombat lately.
Yeah, now everything makes sense.
Yeah,
right?
I'm hearing that fat alcoholic idiot yelling over here.
It's kind of funny. It's like he comes in, he says the dumb shit that he said, and then he makes a comment like that, and everything goes full circle. Like, oh yeah, this guy's a faggot. So anyway, so
you think it's a flex to talk about how you masturbated last night?
So question for you. You do realize that Kamala Harris wrote about me in her book that I was a big part of the reason why she didn't win the election, right?
I really don't give a fuck. The argument
you really didn't do your research.
Wait.
You really didn't do your research.
It's okay. You can calm down. The argument is that Kamala Harris would have been a better president than Donald Trump. You speak English, right? So you understand that's the argument. Not whether you were instrumental in her loss. I don't give a shit about that. I'm saying Kamala would have been better because Donald Trump is dog shit right now, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure. So your argument is you think that she would have been better?
Yeah, my argument is basically that Donald Trump is like the floor for what a president can possibly be, and anything would be better from that point.
Okay, well, I don't want a female president, so no, thank you. That's number one.
Is that your top thing?
We gotta keep women.
How much respect does Donald Trump have right now? That
maybe later.
Netanyahu is dragging him around by like.
I guess they do talk political talk, but usually these devolve into like insults and stuff too.
Child.
Yeah. Like, here's the thing.
Is that like the type of respect that you want from like?
See, here's the thing. I'm not a MAGA retard. If Trump does dumb shit, I will call it out. I don't like the war with Iran. I don't like the foreign policy. I think he's owned by the Jews. That pisses me off, and I don't like that. Hence why I'm very familiar with the JQ and Henry Ford and all those other shit which you've been trying to call out before. So I don't like that. Now, with that said, there's no fucking way I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris. She actually talked about in her book how me and Andrew Tate kept her from winning because she lost the young man a long time ago, as did the Democratic Party. Because let's be honest, the Democratic.
It's like I guess it's kind of like a political thing, but it's a live thing. So he went to UCLA and set up a booth or whatever at the campus, kind of like Steven Crowder used to do and like Charlie Kirk used to do. Except Myron Gaines is much more of like a troll than he is like than Steven Crowder or Charlie Kirk ever were. So it's like similar to their type of thing, but yeah, he like talks about Jews and other shit like women, and so it triggers a lot of people. Yeah, so it's pretty interesting to listen to.
Party and the left in general is filled with soy boy faggots like you that are super politically correct.
See, I just unpause it and he calls him a soy boy faggot. Oh my god. So yeah, he loves just, it's funny.
Now we'll sit there and be like, you got a copy of Mein Kampf, let me go ahead and shame you for like reading about somebody. Meanwhile, idiots like you walk around with a copy of like fucking the Red Book from Mao, who killed just the same amount of people, if not more. Because a lot of you guys.
Communism. I don't support communism. I don't know why you're doing this weird gay fucking turn to like, oh, communism.
Well, no, because you're advocating.
The reason I called you out for Mein Kampf is the same reason that you call out liberals who are performative feminists. Because it's fucking gay when you're like doing this feminist shit. You're not actually about it. You're the same thing. You're the same thing where you're like a fake Nazi. Where you're like, oh guys, please like me. I read Mein Kampf. Look at me. You haven't done it though. You haven't read Mein Kampf. So that's fine. Just say you haven't read.
I wish. Just water right now.
No. I've read what's pertinent based on what I care about.
So you haven't
explained that to you. And I love
you did the spark notes of Mein Kampf. Can we agree on that?
And again, I told you this. I read that because I read The International Jew from Henry Ford, and that's when I said, let me see what Hitler has to say about this.
That's fine, but you don't have the International Jew up there on stage with you.
So that
you should probably, if you read The International Jew, have that on stage with you. Not Mein Kampf. So where you're like,
it's not really a book.
Doing Nazi stolen valor.
See, if you were smart, you would know it's not really a book. It was like a bunch of pamphlets that were produced right out of Dearborn, Michigan. So it was not really a book. But you know what? Just for you, well, go ahead and buy International Jew next time because you're that much of a fucking retard. Because you're here to just do ad hoc, so we can play this game too, faggot. So what's your actual thing?
Call me a faggot.
We need to go because you guys love to call people Nazis or whatever, or like you're a right winger, so I'm just gonna go ahead and just call you a Nazi, whatever. You know what?
No, I didn't call you a Nazi.
I'm letting it grow out.
Stupid fag.
That's the part. That's
what
the
you guys
part.
are.
It's funny. Is that you're not a Nazi. You're such a fucking lonely loser.
Back to what I was
that you
gonna
have to pretend to be a Nazi.
Kamala Harris.
That's fucking
Kamala
gay.
Harris is
There's
better off
nothing
in a
more
kitchen
fascist
than in the
that.
White House. Okay,
You're
she's better
actually
off
sucking Nazi
in a kitchen than the White House. We will never have a female president. I will never fucking elect a female president. Women don't lead anything except to the end of a relationship or else to doom. So no, thank you. And we can go ahead and have our criticisms of Donald Trump. Sure, no problem. But there's no fucking way we're gonna put Kamala Harris into office, and I'm happy that she wrote about me in her book, that we kept her out, me and Andrew Tate. So try harder.
Andrew Tate and yourself, and then like a book that you wrote about, or it's a book she wrote. I don't give a fuck.
She wrote it.
The point is this: we're losing massively in our trade war against China, right? Not only is like Donald Trump being led around like a little fucking child by Israel, but also by China. He has to go bow to Xi.
Yeah, he's pretty. That's one of his biggest, things. He's pretty weird. He has a lot of interesting political takes and stuff. Seems like he focuses on women and Jews and black people.
Jinping in his own fucking place and get nothing for it, right? We got nothing from that China trip?
Well, he had a plan and it failed. And it backfired. I talked about this in detail.
Just making sure we got nothing from that. So you agree with that? He failed on his plan.
Yes.
Not only that, he got outplayed in the soybean deal, right? When he sent $20 billion to Argentina instead.
That's funny.
Of our farmers, right? He sent that to Argentina, and then China bought nothing from us. He got outplayed there too, right?
Okay, buddy. Do you not realize that I've been talking about? You need to watch my show before you come in.
Yeah, this is so funny. Oh my god.
Real quick, just answer that. Did he get outplayed on that soybean deal?
I have talked about Trump losing the trade war and being an idiot about this.
I don't give a fuck about these tech.
How about this? Because you're coming in, you're making arguments that I literally make myself. You don't
be easy. Just say yes, he got outplayed on that soybean deal, right?
No, because
I could just break out the popcorn right now. Yeah. These fucking dudes arguing about weird shit.
You're gonna literally go through and try to make it like.
Go through the list of his failures, yes, because he's a failure of a president, yes.
And the first guy who came up on the stage, like threatened to shoot him pretty much. He was like, "Why don't you have bulletproof glass?"
I'm sorry that that's hard for you, but the guy that you backed is a fucking failure. He's a
Gas break. Oh yeah.
loser. He's a retard. He's fucking old and dying in office.
Better
He
than
sucks at
Kamala
his
Harris.
job.
Better than Kamala Harris.
Yes, it's not.
Better than Kamala Harris.
Do you think we'd be at war with Iran if Kamala was in there?
We probably would be
We
still,
would not.
yes.
So wait,
we
why,
would be,
why
yes.
did Obama not
we
go?
would be,
why
yes.
did Obama not go in 2014 when Netanyahu wanted to go to war with Iran?
Again, that's because
Why
he had,
did Trump not go in his first term when Netanyahu wanted to go to war with Iran?
again, we
Why
would
did
probably
Biden not
still
go?
be
Why did Biden
at
not
war
go?
because here's the thing you also got to understand. Kamala Harris is a big part of the reason why we're the war. Yo, can you shut the fuck up when I'm talking, dude?
Bro,
like you're fucking insufferable. Like you're like one of these guys that just like filibusters. I'm trying to explain to you. Like again, you want to talk about anti-war, whatever. Oh yeah, we would have been in war. Well, you do understand that with Kamala Harris, she was in Ukraine. She was literally there weeks before Russia attacked. Okay, so if we want to talk about wars and everything else like that, Democrats are not
Damn, it's only 10 p.m. It's still pretty early. I thought it was later.
free of not getting us involved in wars as well. And that obviously created a lot of issues for us as well in 2022. So she was there, literally didn't know what the fuck she was doing, and the Russians ended up invading. So it's not like Biden wasn't asleep at the wheel and got us involved in the war. And I honestly do think that the Israelis would have been able to bully her easily and get us dragged into another war in the Middle East. Easily.
That's fine that you honestly believe that. I believe that you believe that, but I believe that you believe that based off of zero proof. You just believe that because you feel it.
I just
And
told
that's
you
fine.
that she fucked up with Russia.
You told me that she went into Ukraine and then Russia invaded later. That's not anything. There's no plan there. There's nothing. The only reason Ukraine is still resisting is because we agreed to arm them, which is what the Democrats did. Not the fucking loser Republicans who are too terrified to do anything with our allies, but have all the money in the world to give to Israel for whatever fucking wars they want to rage. Like somehow, what? Like, we were working with
I'm not
Ukraine, and
for
that's a
wars.
negative. We were stopping Russia. We were sanctioning.
Yeah. To some, I don't know much about it, but yeah.
I'm not for wars. I'm not for wars. And it's the Democrats that overwhelmingly...
It's not about being not for wars.
And it's the Democrats that overwhelmingly support Ukraine with the war. It's like, so, like...
Some
I guess,
wars are righteous. That's just true. Ukraine was invaded. Ukraine doesn't have nukes because they agreed with America that we would protect their sovereignty, and we're not doing that. We didn't do it with Crimea. We failed them then, and we're failing them even more now.
So you're pro-Ukraine war?
Absolutely. I'm pro defending Ukraine. Ukraine deserves to be defended. Ukraine's literally going under a genocide from Russia.
So you're making an argument. You're making an argument about, you know, the war in the Middle East, but you're supporting the war in Ukraine.
I didn't support the war in the Middle East. What are you talking about? I'm saying Trump supports.
No, because you're arguing like we would not be at war with the Middle East had it not been for Kamala.
We would not be at war with Iran if Kamala was president. That is just true. As hard as it is for you to accept that, that is true.
No, I'm saying we would be in war with Iran if it were.
No, I know you're saying that, but we didn't do it with Biden, we didn't do it with Obama, and we didn't do it Trump won for some magical reason, but suddenly now?
I think that we would have, and again...
You think that we would have absent any historical data, right?
Hypotheticals, because, again, she was a big part of the reason
Well, it's
why we ended up...
you, it's historical fact for me. I'm referencing that Obama didn't do it because it was a bad idea, no matter how
Was
much
Obama in
wanted to do
office?
it.
Was Obama in
Yes,
office?
in 2014 when he was there.
Was Obama in office during the Biden administration? No. Was he an advisor? Yes. But that didn't mean anything because we still went to war, okay, with Russia backing you fucking Ukraine, a completely stupid, pointless war that we should have never been involved in the first place. Now, we got over 1 million people dead, easily, if not more, on both sides. The war is a fucking L. It's stupid. And quite frankly, Russia wants Ukraine way more than we do.
Yeah.
I don't want any more foreign wars. You're over here saying, well, you know, I think the wars in the Middle East kind of suck, but we need to support Ukraine. No, I don't want any wars. Why the fuck are we involved in any of these conflicts that don't benefit us strategically at all?
That's fine, but your president is the one who's setting up to fucking invade Cuba right now, right? Marco Rubio's setting up to invade Cuba.
And I don't support that.
That's fine.
I don't support that.
You're
trying to paint me as like some Trump, like,
bro. You don't get to walk away. They got your man.
He's better than Kamala Harris. I think he's still better than Kamala Harris.
Responsibility for it.
He's better than Kamala Harris. He's better than Kamala Harris.
He's not.
Yes, he is.
There's zero.
Kamala Harris is fucking retarded and incompetent.
Kamala Harris,
she was the border czar. She was the border czar.
Blown up the USMCA.
She was the border czar, and we had open borders.
And
she
then
was
who
literally
blew up the Langford bill?
What?
Who blew up the Langford bill? Do you need me to explain what the Langford bill was, or do you know?
Can't.
We had open borders when she was supposed to be the
So you
border
do need
czar.
to explain the
She's
language.
come.
My cat actually hardly ever meows unless she's in heat. Then she, goes crazy.
Completely fucking retarded. Okay.
Why did an unelected politician?
We don't want illegal aliens coming into America.
Who the fuck is interrupting? Who now,
creating a
motherfucker?
crisis.
Shut up, retard.
Creating a crisis.
Yo, give me 3 fucking
off the mic.
seconds.
Get this guy off the mic. This guy's a
You're such
fucking
a
faggot.
fucking upset
You're
little
fucking
baby.
retarded.
Bro,
You're
I
fucking
am
stupid.
I'm spanking your
You're
ass
not
right
spanking
now
anything.
for
You're
fucking
embarrassing
pay on
yourself.
Politics shit.
You're
You
literally
look like a
embarrassing yourself.
fucking retard. The reality
you
is
support the Ukraine war. You support open borders. You support Kamala Harris.
I didn't support open borders.
That's what Kamala Harris was. She was
Kamala
an
Harris
open
wasn't
border.
open border. She supported the Langford bill. Do you need me to explain it?
Go ahead, talk about the Langford
Okay, the Langford bill was a bill that was meant to fund the border patrol, that was going to fund the asylum loopholes that were being taken advantage of, that was causing the problem with the migrants. That's a fix in legislation that is not just some fucking piece of shit executive order that could be overwritten in 4 years when like a minority of Democrats feel upset about it.
Okay, and then
that was
explain to
going to
me.
be actual Republic.
She's pretty nice. I think she's mad at me lately. I've been Mickey. I think she likes to want to pick her up sometimes.
Led by the Senator Langford legislation, and Donald
Sure.
Trump, an unelected politician, said, "Hey, Republicans, don't do this so I can run on the issue." He ran on the issue, and now we're not going to get any legislation on it. Isn't that
Fantastic.
fucked?
But under the Biden administration, we had open borders, people coming in, CBP giving people literally NTAs to come into the United States. I know this because I spoke with Border Patrol agents. We had literally one of the worst border. Do you realize what I used to do for a living when I used to work for HSI? And I
Well,
used
you
to,
did for a living
I
a
know this-
decade ago, yes. You were Homeland Security.
No, up until 2020. So I'm very familiar with how the border
Up
works and
until
everything else like
2020,
that.
fucking bullshit,
So, yes. See, this guy, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Bro, I know more about the
So
politics
again,
than
you
you
don't
are.
know
It's
you don't
really
know
right
what you're
now.
talking about. So it's
You wrote about the
fantastic.
Langford
So
bill.
anyway, back to what I was saying. No, because we're going to talk about what actually is transpiring. We don't give a fuck about the bills. I'm telling you what was actually going down on the
You don't
border.
care about legislation?
This is from me. Again, legislation takes a while for it to actually take place. But what I will tell you is we had a bunch of illegal aliens coming through. Why? Because under Biden and Kamala Harris as the border czar, we can talk about bills all day. Let's talk about what was actually going down. What was going down was illegal aliens were coming in. They're getting what's called notice to appears. A notice to appear allows them to come into the country and basically disappear into the wind. Okay? And what ends up happening when you get an NTA is basically you could go with any city you're going to say, I promise to appear in court. They don't appear in court. They never do. Okay? And to put things in perspective for you, to get an NTA, when I was under the Trump administration, I had to have, when I was an agent, you had to get someone to basically be an informant and be a high value informant where you would give them a notice to appear. It was very difficult to get that. Under the Biden administration, they're giving them out
I can't get her to come to me.
like hotcakes, letting these illegal aliens come in under these NTAs. Now, again, this is not something that the American public can understand or know because immigration law is extremely complex and nuanced, and obviously Border Patrol was heavily restricted on what they could do before. When Trump was in, he was giving them expedited removals, which means you come in, you're going to get removed within 2 weeks. That wasn't happening under Biden. They were just letting them come in and do whatever they want, and then getting NTAs on top of that. No one talks about this, though, because no one really understands immigration to this level. No one cares about a bill, bro. What's actually happening on the ground is what matters.
If you think this is such a fucking big deal, legislation doesn't take that long. The Langford bill was on the floor. Republicans were going to vote for it. We can go past it. But the reality is that we could have adjudicated the issue with asylum seekers that you were talking about, and instead it's still a fucking issue.
The asylum system is broken.
Yeah, that's the point of fixing
The
it.
asylum
you
system,
motherfucker.
the asylum
That's the
system is
point of
broken, and it
fixing
takes
You can't
years.
just toss
And it
the
takes
whole thing
years
out.
to refine.
I don't
the
get to
visa
stuff on my
system.
shoes and
the
then throw
entire
them out.
immigration system is broken. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you. The border is just one part of where we were bleeding. We're bleeding with F1 visas. People abusing that. We're bleeding. People using B1, B2 visas to come in overstated visas. People coming in on all types of abusing CVIS. I'm trying to explain to you that the immigration problem is a huge problem, and a border is just a part of it. And Kamala Harris and the Biden administration did nothing to stop that. At least Trump came in and shut down the border to stop the bleeding. Then he started doing interior removals, which obviously everyone lost their mind. Oh my God, ICE is actually doing their job in doing enforcement in these blue cities, in these sanctuary cities, which is what should have been done. That's how you actually deal with the immigration problem.
That's
But
not
again,
the argument. The argument was that like you could have made it difficult for people like me. Really, like if ICE came
you
in-
don't understand the problem,
I'm
so I
almost
can't
there,
even
I'm almost
debate with
there.
you. You don't even know what you're talking
Get
about.
to a pinkier
You
point.
don't understand immigration.
The reality
you
is
understand the real
that
problem.
if
You understand the
ICE
problem on the
agents-
floor.
if ICE
Kamala Harris and
agents-
Biden
if ICE agents
literally
came in
led to
and
one
they
of
went
the
into, like,
worst
prisons
immigration
or jails-
crises in American history, bro.
That's fine. If ICE agents came in, you could make it hard for people to make. If ICE agents came into jails and prisons and just started arresting illegal immigrants there, that would have been really hard for people like me to defend. That's not what they did. They went into communities, they started hunting people down. The Supreme Court gave them the leeway they needed to racially profile people. It's not only that, federal agents shouldn't be masked up. Our fucking sheriffs aren't even masked up. None of your security guard over here is masked up, and they don't need to be. And neither be federal agents. Not only that, the fact that they can fucking kill 2 American citizens and they are hidden, right, from
I think it converts into money. I have no clue though. I'll ask AI real quick. What are the gifts for on YouTube Live and what do they do?
YouTube Gifts are an interactive monetization feature that allows viewers to financially support and engage with creators during live streams. Here is exactly how they work. For viewers, you buy bundles of an in-app digital currency called jewels. You use these jewels to send virtual gifts, which appear as animated overlays on top of the video stream, to react to the action.
I guess it's like instead of a super chat, it's just a different version, I guess. And it's some of them have animations, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I guess it's kind of similar to yeah, probably like TikTok, and Meet Me has it too. Meet Me has animated GIFs that change all the time.
consequences by the president and all of his administration. That's disgusting. That shouldn't be what America is. That's insane.
Renee Good tried to hit a federal agent with her car. Alex Preddy was armed with a gun.
Alex Preddy, you can be armed, motherfucker. Welcome to the Second Amendment.
No,
Welcome
you
to
cannot be
America.
armed and then assault people.
He
and
didn't
assault a federal
assault
agent.
him.
Oh, really? He didn't
Yes,
assault
he
a
did
federal
not
agent?
assault him.
See, this is why, you know, this is kind of crazy how you are so confident about your ignorance. Alex Preddy literally put his hands on a Border Patrol agent as he was doing a lawful operation, which is a violation of 18 U.S.C. 111, and beating a law enforcement officer. You cannot touch a federal agent while they're lawfully doing their job. You cannot run over a federal agent
He was
as
filming
they're
him. He
lawfully
was
doing their
filming him.
job.
He was filming him. He was
put
totally within his
hands on
rights.
him
He was
because
totally
he was dealing with
He did
two
not put his
females.
hands on him until he
Yes,
was
he
pushed.
did.
He did not put his hands on him until
He did put his hands on him. He did put his hands on him. He was dealing with two females.
If they wanted to
He was.
arrest him,
He did put his hands on him.
to arrest
He
him.
did put his hands on
Okay,
him.
whatever, that's fine.
So then it's done. Then it's done.
You can execute an American citizen. I'm sorry.
You cannot put your hands on
execute
it.
American
You cannot put your
citizenship.
hands on a
I don't know
federal
what like
agent.
third worldist warlord fucking politics you have, but you can't just fucking execute an American citizen for that shit. If they wanted to be rough with him, fuck, I would have hated it. You're right, okay? It would offend my liberal sensibilities.
See, now he's
but
conceding
they
that
would
he
have
didn't
been
put hands on
okay.
him.
It would have been legal. But the fact that they
It is
fucking
legal.
shot him 12 times in the back, that's a little much,
It
right?
is legal.
It was a little much.
It is legal. See,
He
you
didn't
know
say
what? How about this?
little
Let's
much.
go through this. Let's go through this because let me expose how dumb you are. Because once again, you think you're smart, land for a bill, blah blah. And I'm telling you what's actually going down on the ground. Explain to me the fact pattern of what happened with Renee Good and then with Alex Preddy. Go ahead.
Okay. Just really quick.
Thank you.
Armor trusted for over 60 years.
Like you too. You're pretty cool. Man, my fucking knee hurts right now.
Travel can get unpredictable, but with
Small detail. I just want to say how you're constantly relying on like common sense, and I'm saying actual shit. But fact pattern. Let's go to fact pattern. You're talking
My bad for assuming that you would have common sense. I'm sorry.
It's fucking
I'm telling you how things actually work.
Stupid like layman's appeal.
I'm telling you how things work, and you're like going off of how it should be. So,
Well, I broke it a few years ago, so it hurts. Just hurts sometimes.
now you went ahead. No. Because here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. I know you guys want next, and this guy's an idiot, but we have to absolutely demolish people like him that think that they're intelligent when they're not. So you made a couple points. You said ICE agents were going into communities. Okay. Yeah, these are sanctuary cities that have been violating immigration laws
Not only that,
for
the
decades.
farmers.
Maybe I need to do some exercise or something.
farmers protected them, right? He's not supporting farmers,
I'm
right?
talking about sanctuary cities when they were going in, because you're talking about
I'm just saying that Donald Trump,
sanctuary cities are illegal. They're violating things. That's number one. Now, as far as like federal agents wearing masks, the reason why federal agents wear masks is because a lot of them are plainclothes, a lot of them do undercover work. Okay.
That might help actually.
So that is why. Also, they get threats a lot of times that they want to come and kill their families because they're doing their jobs, because immigration is
Sheriffs get threats all the time. They work in the gang unit. They're not fucking masked up.
Okay, again, it's an immigration. It's an extremely politically charged topic, and they get death threats all the time. So yes, that's another reason a lot of them do UC work, like I said before. Gang unit guys, when they're doing raids, they wear masks a lot of times. You wouldn't know this. You don't work.
They wear masks in raids. Yeah, no shit. They're not wearing masks when they're in the gang unit. I have friends who work on fucking Watts.
So now you're saying
I have friends who work on Watts. They're not wearing masks when they're out patrolling, motherfucker. When they're pulling over people and doing fucking I don't know, fuck. When you're stopping someone for moving violations.
Anyway, back to what I was saying.
Which is the most dangerous shit.
So we talked about that. So when they're wearing masks, and then we talked about sanctuary cities being illegal and not allowing law enforcement to do their jobs.
Aren't illegal.
They're completely illegal. They do not work with ICE and or law enforcement, federal law enforcement. They absolutely do.
Yeah, maybe I could get some ice. Come on.
They have to at a certain point, but they don't have to do everything they want.
No, they absolutely do. If someone puts a detainer on someone, if ICE puts a detainer on someone who's a criminal, who they want to go ahead and go pick up, they can go ahead and do that. Okay, they can go ahead and get a detainer on them and go pick them up. A lot of times these guys are violent criminals. Now, let's go ahead. Now let's go ahead and talk about Alex Preddy and Renee Good, because you think that they were innocent citizens who were maliciously killed by ICE. We can go ahead. Which one do you want to talk about? Alex Preddy, or you want to talk about Renee Good?
Let's talk about Alex Preddy.
Sure, go ahead.
First of all, everybody in the fucking back of the line is wholly on my dick. Can you tell them the
guys, let him finish. We'll do Alex Preddy, then we'll end it here. Go ahead, because once again, you expose yourself, because you think Alex Preddy was in the right. But go ahead, tell us the fact.
This will be the easy part. Do you think Alex Preddy, for what happened, deserved to die?
Here's the reality.
Okay.
It's not about that. It's about he put himself in a precarious situation. He committed a crime. He was armed.
Here, it's a super easy yes or no, Myron. Did he deserve to die?
My opinion.
Hold up, I'm about to. Am I a weirdo? I don't know. I like when I touch it too. It's like I feel like it's like what they did back in the day. Back in the good old days.
It's irrelevant.
How is it irrelevant to me asking you your opinion? When I'm asking your opinion, it's perfectly irrelevant.
Because
what is your opinion? Do you think that Alex Preddy deserved to die for what happened on that video?
In the United States of America, use of force, especially deadly, is not based on 20/20 hindsight. It's based on what were the facts on the ground at the time that the trigger was pulled. So my opinion on this topic is irrelevant. I'm being impartial and very logically sound and measured.
I'm not asking you your opinion so you can solve the case. I'm asking you your opinion. I'm asking you your opinion. You're a guy who gives his opinion for millions of dollars, bro. Why can't you just give it now? Did he deserve to die?
I don't like when people die, but I understand why in that case.
Okay. So you're saying he didn't deserve to die for what happened, right?
I didn't say that.
So you think that because he touched the officer, he deserved to die? How he died, right? Like he got shot in the back, like more or less 12 times.
Okay, can you go through the fact pattern then, and let's see? Because when you say it like that, it sounds bad, but we need to go through everything that was going on.
When you state what happened, it does sound bad. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, well, this is why it's so important that we can't look at use of force from a 20/20 hindsight.
Now the light's a little more vivid. I was trying to figure out how to turn the light to like fully red or like fully green.
You're trying to do right now.
It's not at all like that, and people do it all the time. This is how you analyze use of force.
Okay, let me ask you something.
You can never analyze.
Let me ask you something. Someone breaks into your house. Someone breaks into your house with a plastic gun. You shoot him, but then you find out it was a plastic gun after the fact. Is it a good shoot or not?
Yeah, of course it's a good shoot. You have.
But you just said 20/20 hindsight, right? Like,
yeah, you can easily speak.
He wasn't really a threat for you.
Stop. I know you're floundering right now. It's okay. Let me answer.
No, I'm just showing your logic is fucking retarded.
It's okay.
Doesn't make sense.
I'll guide you through this gently, okay? You can put on lube while I'm doing it. The point is, in that fact pattern, if I'm a person in my house at dark, nobody's supposed to be in my house other than the people that I know. Obviously, I would be. Hey, I'm sorry. Got another dick rider just totally yelling in my ear here. Can you tell him to fuck off? That's fine, bro. When he kicks me off, you're welcome.
Yo, do the Alex Petty. Let's go through Alex Petty, Bo, because you're eating up a lot of time. Do Alex Petty because you made the claim that you think it's wrong or unjust.
So the point being, Alex Peretti was filming there, right? He was being kind of annoying. He was shouting at Ice. He's being a Karen, whatever you want to call it, you know. Bro, can you get the fuck out of my ear and shut the fuck up? The sooner I get through this Alex Peretti thing, the sooner it's done, bro. Why are you acting like you're with this fucking event, motherfucker? You walked here.
Guys, let's let him finish it. Let's let him finish.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Let's let him finish.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So the fact pattern was Alex Peretti.
I can't find the little booklet around here that explains how to change it, but I got this remote. And it's kind of complicated.
Much like Renee Good, was a liberal, maybe being annoying, had a coffee, walking around. The dude he had a concealed carry permit, correct? We both agree on that? That was valid?
Yeah, he was armed, yeah.
And he was valid to be armed up until the point of touching that officer is what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's armed legally. He's walking around at a protest legally. He's being annoying, maybe, but not doing anything illegal per se. He walks off of the curb where ICE agent is. You can interrupt me here. I'm doing this from memory, so I could be wrong. But he's arguing with a woman or a pair of women who are like yelling at him or something. This guy steps in. Alex Peretti is like getting kind of in his face. The ICE officer pushes him. I believe they start yelling. He's got a gun. They get on him, and then they start shooting him. And he gets shot in the back like more or less 12 times.
See, you shouldn't make assertions when you don't know the fact pattern because use of force is extremely important.
I don't have the video.
Well, that's the thing. The problem here is that like you're talking out of your ass like many progressives do, saying that I'm right about this when you don't know the fact.
Well, that's not true.
It's very simple.
Right about this. We just don't.
Yeah, I wanted one of these for a while. I'm glad I got it just a few days ago. Cars, do you have on 8-6? How many cars? A decent amount. Not that many so far, I'd say. But I got it a little bit further today when I was playing.
I have the video in front of both of us so we can argue over
it. Oh no, I've analyzed the video significantly, which is why I'm telling you. Then take me through it.
I just did, right? And now it's your turn to tell me where I'm wrong.
You said you didn't remember some.
Forza Horizon 6. You have the TRX. I don't think so. My best car is the Mercedes AMG. It has like 900 power or whatever.
I said I might not accurately remember certain parts. I think
so. Let me go accurately for you since you don't know.
I think it's fair to say the human brain is not entirely infallible, right? Is that okay?
Making excuses for why he doesn't realize after making affirmation before. So yeah, let's go ahead and go through this. Basically, there was an ICE enforcement operation going on at the time. The Border Patrol agents at AK ICE, etc., that were there doing the operation, people were getting in the way of them doing said operation. They pushed the people away. The woman gets into an altercation with one of the agents. The agent pushes her. She falls. Alex Peretti inserts himself and puts his hand on one of the ICE agents. As soon as he did that, he committed a felony, okay, impeding a federal law enforcement from their duties. Once you do that, bro, you couldn't even debate earlier. Shut up.
I mean, he's not right.
85 fucking IQ.
None of this justifies being shot in the back 12
Anyway,
times.
no, hold on. So once you put your hands on a federal agent, you've committed a crime. And actually, when you commit a crime, you have no right to self-defense. So they go ahead, they take them down.
That's not true at all.
No, I'm single right
Yes, you cannot.
No, there were officers that shot back against the people who broke
self-defense. You cannot claim self-defense when you're committing.
Oh, you're fine.
Felony. By that logic, bank robbers can go ahead and claim self-defense when police show up and shoot them. You cannot commit a felony and claim self-defense, bro. Okay, you can't do that. So anyway, so the law enforcement was lawfully there. He touches him. That's a felony. They grab him. They throw him to the floor. As they're throwing him to the floor,
I didn't even play HR4, but I played HR5.
He is struggling with them. Okay. It's also important to note one of them said gun. Now, when they said that.
It's a pretty fun game if you like racing games. A lot of people were waiting for it.
He was doing this. He's a right-handed, and the guy that shot him from his left. He was going like this. So, from a law enforcement perspective, if you think that he has a firearm and he's going like this, well, you might reasonably believe that he's reaching for his gun.
He was on
and
the
then
floor
on top of that, right? Remember, buddy, you didn't remember the fact pattern, so please shut up.
I did remember the fact pattern.
I have Mario Kart as well. It's actually, if you like Mario Kart, you might like Forza.
Because
Now
so
you
far we're
remember
both
it.
saying the same
Now
thing.
you remember it.
Bro,
Now
we're
you
saying the
remember
same
it. You
shit.
didn't go-
When did I say that was wrong?
You didn't make it this far.
I did. I
You couldn't
said
even
the
make it this
whole
fucking
thing. We
far.
said the same fucking thing. Tell me explicitly which part I said was wrong.
You didn't even make it to this part about him putting the hands on him illegally after he was doing an enforcement operation.
After this ICE officer illegally shoved the woman to the ground, yeah.
She was in the way of them doing
She
an
was not in the
operation.
way. She was
He
just barely
moving-
off the curb.
See,
She was
this
not
is like, I just
impeding
love
any-
this. Like, just like
No, if she was
completely
in front of a car,
deflecting,
if she was in front of a
obfuscating from
car,
what's
maybe.
going on.
She was off in the curb, right?
They're moving her from doing they're doing an operation. Okay?
How far off the curb was she?
Yeah, no, it's like, I was getting kind of annoyed, you know. It's so easy, it's so hard to stay on the road. It's so easy to go off the track.
That's irrelevant.
Was she like
They had
3
the,
feet
they
or
had
like
the area
12
cordoned
feet?
off, and they were doing a lawful operation, immigration enforcement operation.
Right,
They
she
can
was
tell her
not
get the fuck out of there. They were
impeding
resisting.
operation.
He pushes her, she falls. It's icy. Then Osprey inserts himself, puts his hands on him, and that's when they go ahead. What the fuck? They grab him and they throw him down to the floor. As they throw him down to the floor, he's struggling. He's armed. One of the officers pulls the gun off him. When he pulls the gun off him, this is a gun that's notorious for going off, having accidental discharges. The gun goes off. The agents that were there dealing with him didn't know that the gun went off on an accidental charge, and they shot him. Now, you're probably saying, so wait, you're telling me that he shot this guy and killed... Can you stop interrupting for 2 seconds? Because you didn't even know the fact pattern, so I'm explaining this to you. So, anyway, as he's sitting, as the gun goes off, the ICE agents that are dealing with him don't know that the gun went off as an accidental discharge, but they see him going like this, and they open up and fire and shoot him. Now, you're thinking, well, 20/20 hindsight, it wasn't even him. He didn't shoot the gun. It was actually this accidental discharge from one of the Border Patrol agents that took the gun off him. Well, what matters is the people that pulled the trigger and shot him, did they act in a... Yo, shut the fuck up when I'm talking, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. You've been outclassed here intellectually a billion times, and you're trying to interject. Okay? All right, get this guy the fuck out of here so I can explain it to the people here that actually have a brain. Progressives that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So in America, right, guys, when it comes to self-defense, right, and use of force, well, law enforcement doesn't have a duty to retreat because obviously they're there in an official capacity. But when it comes to this situation, what ended up happening was the gun got pulled off of him, and the gun got had an accidental discharge. The agents that were there didn't know that it was an accidental discharge pulled off by one of the agents from the gun. All they knew was that he was armed, and they heard gun, and they heard the gun go off. So they went ahead and shot him. Now, obviously, he sucks. Horrible situation. Awful. Sucks that he got shot and he died. But what's important is, did the agents act in a reasonable fashion given the facts and circumstances known to them at the time that they pulled the trigger? That's what fucking matters. So, if you're, trying to take down an unruly protester, you hear a gunshot, and you shoot them, a reasonable person could believe, holy crap, this guy is armed, I'm gonna shoot. And that's why they didn't get prosecuted. Okay? So they were there operating legally, and they knew that he had a gun. A gunshot went off, and they shot him. So it's a clean shoot. Again, they don't have to be right. They just have to be reasonable. Very important. And progressives never understand this, like the fucking retard that was here a second ago. And when it comes to Renee Good, by the way, Renee Good tried to fucking run that guy over. She actually did hit him, and he had some internal bleeding. So, again, progressives never take accountability for their stupidity. What's up, bro? Sorry for the long wait, guys, but you got to dismantle these idiots real time. You're talking about some bill or whatever. I'm telling you guys what was really going.
Oh yeah, I like the I got the the warthog thing that looks like the Halo warthog. That's pretty cool addition to the game.
Going on the border, and I brought Border Patrol agents on that actually worked under the Biden administration, and they basically couldn't do their jobs. They would bring the illegal aliens in, process them, and then let them go to the destination city. That's what was going on during the Biden administration when Kamala Harris was the border czar.
What's up, bro? I just have 2 questions. First question, how can Trump exit this war without it looking like a total defeat, politically and optically?
Smart fucking question, bro. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much for fucking... Oh, thank you, man. Holy shit, man. We're in a bad spot, bro. we're in a bad spot because the problem here is that any type of consent for all the progressives in the back that are like losing their minds, don't worry, you'll be able to come in and debate. What, we got some women, I guess? Ladies first? All right, after him, we'll go ahead and let the you know, these kitchen bitchin' people come up next. And one of the, point around, who's the one that's complaining and crying the most? Oh, the fat one. Of course, the fat one.
Oh, she left.
It's always the fat one. Hey,
She left
they
running.
never run that fast ever. That's why she's fat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, see, that's the thing. They always run. But no, to answer your question, bro.
No, fine. You're fine.
Fantastic question, by the way. It's going to be tough because Trump is in a really weird spot because he understands that he's creating an energy crisis and he wants to be able to leave with some type of political safe face and doesn't want to look like he's lost the war. But the reality is that though we've won the war,
I got a cough drop and it's fucking strong as hell.
militarily, we've lost the war strategically because the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, energy prices are through the roof. We basically got into an optional war versus they're fighting a war of existential crisis. So it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be very tough. And then the red lines that we have where no uranium enrichment, that's not realistic, right? And then you got to reel in the Israelis because you're not going to have a long-term peace deal unless you figure out what you're going to do with the Israelis because the Iranians have already said, we're not going to have any type of peace deal unless you stop the war in Lebanon. And the Israelis are not going to stop. So it's tough, man. I don't know how he's going to get out of this, you know, without like looking back.
Gotcha. Second question, last one.
You good, man? Thank you.
It's
You're a relief.
Yeah. Who do you prefer?
A little bit. My throat's been sore for like a week, and I'm still kind of trying to get back to 100%.
For Vegeta or Frieza?
We already know Frieza, man. Fuck these monkeys. I like that shirt. Hey, I like that, man. Majin Buu shirt. Shout out to you, bro. Hey, yo, see see, I love my ninjas that are smart and they get it, right? Like they understand edgy humor, being racist when it's needed, right? We make fun of the dumb niggas, but we know
Oh, you're sweet. I'll feel better, thank you.
there's high IQ niggas that were like us, right? But the other people get all pissed off. What's up, bro? Welcome. Thank you for being patient. I know you were enduring that guy for a minute, but
Nah, that was terrible. Nah, but first I want to give you props for being here. 2 years ago, I was hit in the back by IDF soldiers that took over this campus. So I'm all for free speech, even if we find ourselves in different barriers. Like, you know, you got the word illegals, and you know, a lot of I'm a immigrant myself. And you know, we like to use the word undocumented, but
sure.
Right now
we should probably transition to Chud, by the way, soon. Let's do the Chud builder next.
We're having this problem right now with Cesar Chavez, who was a very conservative American, and we see in the last 6 months he's basically been canceled. You know, a lot of streets that are named after him have been taken off. He was known for even using the word wetbacks. You know, and you know, I never seen that until now. Like, so what's your opinion on that? Like, I'm an immigrant myself. I have a lot of liberal views. I'm from New York, obviously. But what happened to Charlie Kirk, and you know, I feel like people like you sitting here and speaking against, you know, people that hate this country. You understand? Nobody loves America. Like nobody loves America better than an immigrant. You know. Now I don't like when a lot of like first generation, a lot of anchor babies, a lot of you guys don't speak for us.
With show-stopping flavor and 5 grams of sugar, Shirley Temple Coffee is simply refreshing.
Simple as that. A lot of times people don't put like, I like that you put like boots on the ground. You don't just be online and, you know, be a grifter. You out here actually doing the work. What's your opinion on Cesar Chavez being canceled? A lot of the roles being taken out of him. Now apparently he has a rape case from 50 years ago. So what's your opinion on that?
I think condemning.
Yeah, that red. Let me turn off this light. Get that full effect.
people for speech is always a problem. Hassan Piker, right, as many of you guys know, is getting investigated right now by the government. I'm one of the few progressive, I said progressive, oh well. I'm one of the few right-wingers that actually supports him, and I don't think people should be, politically attacked or criminally looked at for their political views, because I understand that that's a slippery slope where once we start attacking people for their political views, it's just a matter of time until they come after us. So despite the fact that, I don't get along with Hassan, he calls me Nazi all the time, he's a fucking faggot, I will defend the right of this fag to say what he wants to say and do what he wants to do. And that I extend that to both progressives and to people on the right. So people getting canceled for saying, offensive things like maybe wetback or whatever, I think that's a problem. And I think the reason why this country is so great is because of the First Amendment. There's a reason why, the fact that, I don't get along with Hassan, he calls me Nazi all the time, he's a fucking faggot. I will defend the right of this fag to say what he wants to say and do what he wants to do. And that I extend that to both progressives and to people on the right. So people getting canceled for saying, offensive things like maybe wetback or whatever, I think that's a problem. And I think the reason why this country is so great is because of the First Amendment. There's a reason why, our forefathers traversed the Atlantic Ocean through much peril and scurvy and, all the issues with fighting Native Americans and all that for...
About that, I want to take that back. I actually have this new thing that I'll do stand-up comedy, obviously, and I was thinking I'd say, the real wetbacks are the Europeans, because America's a continent. No. Hear me out. I'm Colombian, right?
Good.
I was technically born in America. I was born in America. South America, North America, whatever. Technically I'm an American. Now, the aspect of a European telling me how American I am when your grandfather or you understand, come from Spain, Europe, I don't like when colonizers get to tell us who's the empire, who's, you know what I'm saying? So, what's your opinion on that? Sorry, I'm kind of lost my train of thought. Going back to the this campus, I want to dedicate this moment to John Glazer, because what you said about having to protest with somebody that you don't stand on the same ground. John Glazer is a 69-year-old Jewish man that after October 9th, he was hit in the head on Ventura County, 69 years old, I believe he was, by a professor. The guy died and fell to the ground. That day I met his family. My family was very gracious for me to be here and saying, hey, we don't have a lot of support for the black community, so we do love that you came here as an Afro-Latino. The family gave me a flag that day, saying, hey, I know you don't stand too much with Israel, but here's this flag as us, Fast forward, I come to this campus to just document. I get hit in the back, literally on this little sidewalk. These guys were ready to jump me, basically, If it wasn't for that little flag that John Glazer's family gave me, they would have basically stumbled in, So it's funny because...
no, she's been running away from me. She keeps running away. I had to snatch her up.
Jewish flag literally saved my life from being kicked in the head in this campus. It never happened in Occupy Wall Street, which that's where my political background comes from. It never happened. I'm a DACA baby. Obama gave me papers, and I stand here proudly as an immigrant. But again, being an immigrant is what put me in the barrier. I had a Puerto Rican teacher that always taught me, hey, you might do some things, but you get hit in the head. You get hit like a slap in the wrist. You don't get to be in a gang. You don't get to sell drugs. You understand? Don't do the same stereotype. If your parents go to jail, don't do the same stereotypes. Like I said, I don't speak for a lot of immigrants. I understand as Mexican Americans and as a lot of Central Americans, you guys have a lot of this motion of this stolen land. You gotta fight for the land. You understand? That's why you gotta learn from the 13.
She might want some treats. I don't know. She seems very moody lately.
Amendment from the 14th Amendment for black people. I also want to shout out to the black Americans. If it wasn't for y'all, many of y'all would be here. Even this man from Sudan. You understand? But also, one last question. What is your opinion on immigrants or the sons of immigrants taking over white supremacy? A sample. You have a man like you speaking for very conservative views. You got Marco Rubio's technically the top of the top, a Latino on the executive powers. You have Nick Fuentes leading the voice against like the liberal ideas of that just kind of take over the country. What is your opinion on that? A lot of people of color in the other side, and what is white supremacy right now in 2026? If a lot of them don't, are so diverse, what is your opinion on that?
Well, I'm glad, first of all, that you're still here, and like I said before, I don't condone political violence. I think that's one of the worst things, actually, is political violence. But when it comes to, so your question is like racial demographics of the United States? Is that your question?
Like how white supremacy is supposed to be white men and white women, but how can we look at white supremacy if now?
I don't think white supremacy is a real thing in 2026, man. If we're going to be honest, I think it's kind of like it might have existed before in the past, but I think nowadays it's not really a thing. I would argue that a lot of white men, a lot of times, don't necessarily have the same supremacy or benefits they might have had maybe 100 years ago. I think it's a dated term that doesn't really apply to 2026. Being realistic here, if someone who is a minority and or a female applies for a job that a white male has or is applying for, more than likely he's not going to get that job because of affirmative action, more representation, DEI. So I just don't think white supremacy is keeping anyone back from success, especially in 2026.
I want to direct what you said. Yes, I am Colombian, but how can I name myself? You think I'm Christopher Colombian? You think if Columbus was here, he would let me be Colombian? Colombia, but naming a country after a colonizer is still retarded.
Yeah, so I just don't think that white supremacy is a viable excuse to keep anyone from success anymore. I don't think that is. I think this is we've gotten to a point now where, we've gotten pretty good when it comes to equality, and I'd say that we've almost overcorrected in some of them.
Gotcha. Hey, take care, man.
No problem, man. Thank you. I appreciate talking to sensible liberals. I have no problem talking to you guys. Thank you. What's up, man? How are you?
Hey, Myron. Yeah,
Hey.
so I'm a white nationalist, white supremacist.
All right, cool.
I was here, I debated Destiny a few months ago.
Nice, okay.
And yeah, so I don't agree with you when you say that none of us exist. Obviously, I want to deport the non-whites. I want to get rid of the blacks.
Well, I didn't say you guys don't exist.
Okay, so
I said that it's not like a viable excuse anymore to claim systemic racism.
We are real, right? You agree white nationalism, white supremacy is real?
Yeah, it exists, but it's not to keep anyone from success, is my argument.
Do you support white nationalism?
I support any group's people to exercise nationalism. I've been very vocal about this. I think if people want to be black nationalists, people want to be Mexican nationalists, people want to be nationalists in general, and they love their group of people, that's fine. I've always thought it was weird how white nationalists can't be white nationalists without being called some pejorative term or, lose job opportunities. Meanwhile, other groups of people can be nationalists with no consequence. So I think, I think every group of people should be able to be proud of their skin and their heritage.
So that's going to be a civil war, right? If there's black nationalists, white nationalists, Latino nationalists, that's going to be a civil war, correct?
Well, I think that there's ways to mitigate that and exist in harmony. I mean, Lincoln Rockwell had a great admiration for Malcolm X.
Nationalism literally means we don't want to live in harmony. We want to have our own nation.
Well, you can do that via segregation. You can do it via. There's other ways to go about it, but
so with the Civil Rights Act, we want to repeal the Civil Rights Act. You are against that, correct?
Introducing the Armor All Podium Series, the world's most elite car care.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
I just don't think that's that's a realistic option in 2026.
So repealing
I understand that you want to repeal it, but we have to be realistic as are you really going to be able to repeal that in 2026 and beyond?
I actually think we will, but
okay.
Do you think that's more or less likely than repealing the 19th Amendment?
Well, the 19th Amendment, I think that's, if we want to talk about the 19th Amendment, that's actually created a lot of the issues that we have. But I think, we'd probably be able to repeal I think it'd be easier probably to repeal the 19th Amendment.
Okay, but once we repeal the 19th Amendment, the entire reason that white nationalists want to do that is because then women won't vote and then we'll win on white nationalism, correct? Isn't that the entire goal?
I don't know about that, man. I mean, the reality is that, whites are, dropping off when it comes to the majority. And then
we want to stop that. We want to get rid of the
Of course, I get that. But the other reality also is that many of the whites aren't going to vote for that. Right? Like, this is a very small subset of people that believe that way, which again, this is the beauty of the United States of America. We can have this discussion, the First Amendment.
JQ arguments, right? And so one of the JQ arguments, I watched your video with Louis Theroux, the behind the scenes. You mentioned a lot of JQ arguments, but the one that you didn't mention was the whole idea that immigration is Jewish. Do you believe that immigration is Jewish?
That was brought up, but he actually cut that out.
Oh, okay.
We did a lot of discussion. He cut out, like, we did hours of discussion. He cut all that stuff out.
So you believe that the Jews are trying to replace white people in America? Is that correct or no?
I would argue there's some truth to that, yeah.
You think so? Okay.
I would, yeah. And then it's kind of funny because they don't practice that.
I hope you have some good dreams when you fall asleep.
In their own state at all.
And so you don't think that we should stop that, or we should continue it, or what's your opinion?
I'm getting pretty
Well, I
tired
think immigration needs to be, at this point, extremely...
I'm getting kind of tired. But I kind of want to watch the rest of this, even though it's like an hour... There's like 2 hours left in this video, honestly.
selective, if we're going to
We're already
continue
a
to do-
minority. If we don't do mass deportations, what's the point of this?
Well, again, you're going to argue from that perspective because of your perspective, and
Am I right or am I
understand.
wrong?
Yeah, well, then you can make that argument, but I do think that there is some merit from bringing in people from other places
And then also with the
that
legal
have some skill set.
immigration, like,
Okay.
so do you support legal immigration? Do you not support it? What's your opinion on that?
So I think immigration works, but it's got to be. We have to fix it. We need an immigration moratorium for several years. We need to have. We need to fix our visa system. We need to fix our border. We need to fix the sanctuary city problem. We need to fix our asylum issues. We have so many problems when it comes to immigration. It's literally
So which
a
people would you
quagmire. It's a
allow into
disaster.
America? So which people would you actually allow into America?
I would go off of more of a O visa type thing where we would want people that are exceptional, that are really good at what they do, where we can't necessarily replace that skill set here. We don't have that skill set.
So a bunch of high IQ, like Chinese, is that what you, like, which nation?
Yeah, we would want to bring in the best and brightest, and obviously be able to compete with some of our adversaries.
White people in America with Chinese people, is that correct?
Well, it's not necessarily about replacing. I think
dilute.
So here's the problem. Let me be blunt about this, because I've had this criticism of white people and white men in general. You guys have to get your women in check.
I
You
know
guys
that.
don't have your women in check.
I agree.
Let's talk about white people. You guys don't have your women in check at all. White women in general don't want to date white men. A lot of them, are totally cool with being whores. A lot of them put off and push feminist propaganda. They're fooled by the Jews. They tend to be very impressionable. You guys need to get your women in check, and that is why you guys have the birthing crisis that you guys have, is because white women don't necessarily subscribe to having children young, having big families. They'd rather pursue,
Yeah. So actually, the reason that I'm here is because when I was on Twitter, all the Wignat chicks told me to come here and to ask you to stop shitting on women. That was actually the original argument I was supposed to have.
No,
with
we
you.
need to continue shitting on them because they're the reason why you guys are getting replaced, quite frankly.
Okay,
so you should be having this discussion with your white women, actually, to be honest with you.
No, I mean, like, look, so you're here shitting on white women, is that correct?
Yes, a lot of them subscribe to progressive ideologies that are the reason why you guys are quickly declining in citizenship.
You're not white.
Sorry.
We don't need you talking to white women, trying to, interact with them at all.
And that's the problem.
Right.
That's the problem. I don't need to be white to give a... See, here's the thing. You're behaving like a black person now. You're chimping out. You're literally behaving like a white person. You are behaving like a black person. So here's the difference. See, here's the funny part.
Not your women,
When I criticize black people, they'll sit there and say stupid shit like you're saying. You're not black, so you can't criticize us. You're right. The same shit about shit right now. Because I don't have to be... I don't. See, here's the thing. Hey, Baldy, age of 47, relax.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Age of 47, relax.
No.
Here's the thing. I don't have to be white to be able to identify white problems as to why you guys have the problems that you guys have. Clearly, you don't have the platform or the ability to tell these women to get back in the fucking kitchen. So guess what? Now I got to do it for you because you don't have the platform to do it. So the reality is that, look, man, you can do what you want to do. You can say what you want to say. You can be a white nationalist. Cool. I actually fight and defend for your ability to do so. But if we're going to have this discussion about white replacement, etc., well, who controls and who are the gatekeepers of sex? It is the woman. So stop complaining. Stop crying, because you sound like a fucking black right now. Let's be honest. You have a victim mindset. Stop being a pussy. Get out there. Tell your women, stop being whores. Stop subscribing to feminism. Start creating families. Start going in the church. And, start getting some white babies.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Okay, so...
I feel like I just broke my chair. Just heard some crack.
To some degree, I actually do agree with you. But here's the thing. The problem here is that, we white people, we got to figure out what the roles are going to be for white men, white women. The problem is, I've talked to a lot of white folks, we don't want your Muslim, get the women back in the kitchen, put a garbage bag on their head. We don't want that. So when you're promoting that stuff, that's never going to work for us. Do you understand that?
Promoting Islam?
Yeah, you're Islamic. We don't want your Islamic family.
Actually, if you watch my podcast, I don't really talk about religion ever.
Your literally view of women is basically Islamic, correct? That you hate them?
No, actually, I would argue that Are you? What are you, Christian?
No, I'm an atheist.
That explains everything. Yeah, this guy just hates everybody, including
And
God.
you know, while I'm here, Myron, also just for the record.
God is black. I don't worship him. No, Jesus wasn't.
Myron, one more thing I gotta tell you.
So yeah, like
1 second, let me just say one more thing.
My thing is because you're coming in from a position where you don't know. I don't promote Islam. I'm actually very I respect religion. I understand religion, but I kind of find it funny because Islam, Christianity, the Abrahamic religions in general kind of solve this problem. So maybe you might want to find God.
I hate them all. No.
Okay, that's the problem. You might want to find God, and that would help you.
But no, listen. Your view of women is basically Islamic. You hate them. You want them to wear garbage.
No, it's based on all the Abrahamic religions. Devout Christians, devout Jews, and devout Muslims would agree with me that women need to be subservient to men. That's how it's always worked.
Excuse me, who are you?
I feel a little better.
Shit, we got the Karen. Let's go.
I literally have no idea who you are.
Okay, so I don't know what just happened. Female entitlement. She just cut the line. Whatever. Do you have anything else you want to say? Age of 47 or no?
Who are you?
Age of 47.
One more thing. I'm 1/4 Ashkenazi. Just FYI.
That makes sense. Very Jewish. Very Jewish. That makes sense. A white nationalist that's a Jew. That's crazy, bro. Hey, guys, you guys better not let him in. He's trying to infiltrate and subvert, man. Everybody knows if a Jew comes into a white nationalist group, you guys are cooked. FBI's looking.
What is your name? If you're literally gonna stand here, if you're gonna sit there and tell women that they need to get back to the kitchen, state your name.
You know, it's kind of funny.
Your name.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. She's so we got a Karen. Cut everybody in line.
This is so
You just
funny.
called me a Karen, didn't you?
You are Karen. You cut everybody in line. There's a line behind you. There's a line behind you. Obviously, showing the female privilege. I don't know why you're over here talking on a microphone when you should be in the kitchen somewhere. And she's like, "State your name," as if like you are you that dumb where you can't like figure it out?
This is a load of shit.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Okay, what am I? Hold on. Hey, woman, what am I wrong about specifically?
Children's Zyrtec provides 24-hour allergy relief, which means less this and more of this.
Karen, what am I wrong about? Yeah, they never can actually say what I'm wrong about.
Sure. You can hear me, right?
What's up, man?
How's it going? How you doing?
What's up?
No, I mean, I came like 2 hours away, only in Crossline, but I just want to talk to you about right now. We're in a very pivotal time, with technology going on, You got the Mark Zuckerbergs, the Peter Thiels, you got all these dipshits and dumb fucks, right? But they are to where they are right now. So, what do you think the future of technology is going to go? And you have these countries, you have Israel, like there are people that are in, right? The Israel lobby that's funding these data centers and all that and whatnot. In northern Nevada,
Well, I think AI is going to take over. The technocrats are, obviously finding a way to get a significant amount of influence, and that's where we are, unfortunately. And I hope we can slow it down a little bit, but I think it's going to seep into all different realms of life, to include dating and relationships. I foresee that relationships are only going to get worse. I think AI and sex robots are going to be a thing. Men are struggling with women nowadays.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where we are.
It's like this post-Kaczynski age that we're kind of like living in. I mean, it's very unsettling to see it now. Like you go to the store, you see these Waymos around. And, I mean, it's very like I said, just very unsettling. For me, that just I got the Marine Corps 4 years ago.
Thanks for your service, my friend.
Yeah, appreciate the support, brother. But while I was over there, because I had a few buddies that went to Jerusalem. They went to Israel, and they told me all sorts of crazy shit over there. Because I have a buddy who's from Pakistan. He goes and he said, "Oh, fuck the Jews! Fuck these guys." It was real comical and whatnot. But I just heard nothing but like negative experiences from like that particular group and how they're kind of like. It almost seems like it's slowly like seeping into like kind of everyday.
I mean, look, I think. because I want to be clear about this.
Yeah.
I don't want people walking around just hating Jews because they're Jews.
Oh,
because
absolutely.
because a lot of allies in our fight actually on this was this guy. It was just
I feel like
sarcastic or whatever.
yeah, like
No, this guy over here is acting like a Jew. But one of the annoying ones, by the way. But I don't want people just walking around just hating Jews, because a lot of people that like are in this fight with us, right, that are bringing awareness. Some of the most prominent people are Jewish, right? Like Glenn Greenwald, Dave Smith, Norman Finkelstein. These guys have been doing a fantastic job of like really like talking about this issue. Max Blumenthal, to like great personal disdain. So I do think that it's important to talk about this topic, and it's the information, not necessarily who's providing said information, attacking people just because of
I agree.
the group. So
yeah, I absolutely agree. And for me, it's kind of like I think it's a self-awareness, because I don't know if you ever watch William Sexton. He goes by William, or
I think I might have.
I can't hear you.
I might have. Yeah, my mic. You got it. Thank you, Sean. I don't know. Maybe if you say something, and then by the way, we got a big line behind you. I got to move through people faster.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Because I watch your content. I see you like as a talking head. The way that I watch like Vosh and Nick Fuentes of Destiny, or all these things. So like I want to see what you see. So actually, like being a viewer, is really interesting
with him.
Huh?
I'm not familiar with him, unfortunately. Well, I'll look him up though.
Yeah.
Brilliant guy you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, you ever get a chance to just talk to the dude.
I'll take a look.
But no, I mean, that's all I gotta say. Also, shout out Crispy Drums. He's a musician.
Okay, shout out to you, man.
Musician.
And thank you for your service, bro.
Hey, thanks for the support, brother.
Absolutely.
Keep up the good shit.
Yeah. A lot of people, like, when I say the things that I say about anti-war and everything else like that, like, it's to protect our guys, man. I don't want, our best and brightest, going over and dying in foreign lands. You know what I mean? That's why I fight so hard with, not fighting in Ukraine, not fighting in Iran. Like, I just don't want U.S. intervention. I don't think wars.
That's what's up. Yeah, I'm not gonna go to sleep yet. I'm just laying down. My back's hurting.
Because better. We need to do what the Chinese are doing. The Chinese are investing, being pragmatic, building relationships. Meanwhile, we're blowing things up, and it just doesn't make sense in a multipolar world, right? It's not 1981 anymore. It's 2026, and other people have nuclear weapons, and we need to do it with influence, positive influence, not starting wars. Hi.
Hi, Myron. I come in peace.
Sure, no problem. I appreciate that.
Welcome to Los Angeles. I have been very familiar with your show for 3 years about now. And I have so many questions for you, but I'll keep it to one for now.
Sure.
You have said over the years that you love women, and I want to give you the benefit of the doubt and believe you. You talk about on your show frequently also a lot about what's wrong with women today, modern women, black women, whoever. But is there anything you can tell me about what you love about women? And I don't mean in the sense of what's convenient about them, or why, or what they can do for you, or how they make your life easier. You can pay for a cook, a cleaner. I clean houses. You can pay for an assistant, an escort, a sugar baby, a prostitute. But what is it about a woman's essence that you love? What is it about women that drive men to go to war for them, that drive men to protect them, to love them, and to cherish them?
Skechers Aeroburst are designed with aerodynamics in mind to cut through the wind with hypersonic speed. Skechers Aeroburst.
We've been where you're going for the long haul, not just a long week.
I appreciate this question, because this is something that I'm not able to talk about much, and people want to typically hear me say women are stupid and bimbos, which it is true for a lot of them. But I've talked about this before, and I'll say this, and I appreciate the question. The reality is that, a big reason why I say repeal the 19th, stop the bitching, get in the kitchen, etc. A lot of that is being funny, but it's also, there's an air of truth to it, because I don't think women should be in the workplace. I don't think women should be in, precarious situations. I don't think women should be experiencing trauma. I think a woman's innocence is her biggest weapon, and I think we need to protect that, right? And I think a man's job is to protect and provide for his woman and for his family and for his children. And, obviously via feminism, we've masculinized women. We've told them to enter the workforce. We've told them to behave like men, and this has created a lot of issues, because what ends up happening is, as women age, they pursue education, they pursue degrees, they pursue higher paying jobs, they pursue a title, etc. What ends up happening is they forget what their most important trait is, and their most important, objective being on earth, and that's to have a family, procreate. That's what human beings are put on earth to do. It's a man's job to create a legacy. It's a woman's job to create a family and a legacy alongside that family with the man. So when I say the things that I say, it's so that women can get the benefits of the protection and provisioning of a man that actually cares and loves her and the family, similar to that of her father. And so I think fathers are so important too, and brothers, because that's probably going to be the only guy in your life that's not going to have some weird sexual interest in you and actually wants the best for you. And I think it's a father's job to hand that woman off, or his daughter, to the best man that he can. That's why the whole marriage thing is like, you know, you walk down with your dad, she's in a white dress to symbolize purity. You know, the guy's there waiting at the altar. Like, that's a beautiful thing. And I think we need to preserve that.
Thank you for answering that. One more small question. I won't take up any more of your time. Your family's from Sudan, sorry. My family's from Tanzania.
Okay.
You also talk a lot about what's wrong with Black culture today as well. But is there anything, just from your personal experience, you have Black family members, so do I, is there anything you love about Black culture or even African culture, considering where you're from?
I'll say African culture. Very hardworking, right? Especially people that like come here from those countries, like they realize immediately, like, holy crap, like, you know, there's so much opportunity here. I need to make something happen. This is why, like, you know, first generation immigrants tend to do so well, because they realize like the disparity of the opportunity of what they have here versus what they don't have there. And and this is why, like, you know, people get mad at me, Myron, you rail on the Black so much, you rail on the Black so much. Well, the reason why, like, you know, you look at like a Nigerian that comes here versus like, you know, a Black that's born here, you've been here for 7 generations, bro. Like, why do you got $7 in your bank account? This Nigerian came here, didn't even speak the language, drove it to cab, figured it out, and then got, like, you know, put himself through school and figured it out. So a lot of Africans are very hardworking that come here. Obviously, there's some that are retards as well. There's always going to be retards and smart people from both. But yeah, that's what I would say.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thanks for the questions. No one's going to clip that stuff, though, because they're going to like, see, this guy is speaking positive about women. Don't get that out of here. He's a Nazi. So, what's up?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
Question for you. With how far feminism has come, how do you think we can revert back to before the 19th Amendment?
I'll be honest with you, bro.
Close to it.
Yeah, no, sure. I'll be very blunt. We're never going to go back. The problem here now, you know, we make jokes, repeal the 19th, etc. The issue here now is that women have all the power and all the leverage. There's no way they're going to concede any of it. So the only thing that we can really do is deal with the new normal. And this is the advice I give to the guys, being very practical. You have to deal with the new normal, navigate the new normal, and find the women that are going to share your worldview of, you know, a nuclear family, you being the leader. They reject feminism. They reject a lot of the, you know, horrorism that comes with feminism, and they're willing to follow your lead. And I think that's really the best way for guys to navigate, because women have the power, they have the leverage. They're able to, what I call the feminism proverbial double dip, where they're able to get the benefits of dating and trying to find a provider while simultaneously having their own career and being, you know, whores they want to be, but they don't want to be traditional when they want to be. So they're not going to concede on that. You know, they're really getting the best of both worlds. And I think that's a huge black pill that a lot of guys need to understand and accept. And you need to navigate the new normal, because I predict it's only going to get worse.
Me being from California, I see a lot of crime and homelessness. Would you recommend staying in California, maybe moving now? I see pay in other states is not as well as in California. What would you recommend?
I would say get the fuck out of here. Any guy that's like a conservative or a right-winger, or you want, you know, unless you're going to move to a part of California that's a bit more, you know, amenable to your worldview, I would not live in California. There's a reason why I rarely come out here. I'm just not a fan. And I think it's not a great place to build a family, especially if you're going to send them to public school, whatever. You're going to have to homeschool them. You're going to have to deal with like progressive bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, you know, and then socialism. I think democratic socialism is something that's on the way. For those of you that, you know, follow politics, if you look at like a Zoran Mamdani, I predict that the Democrat Party, that is going to be the new move. It's going to be, we are critical of Israel. We, you know, they're an apartheid genocidal state. They're going to campaign on that. They're going to campaign on socialism. They're going to campaign on, you know, we're going to, you know, take over apartment buildings that landlords are being, you know, oppressive. That's where I see the Democrat Party going, right? The days of like the Chuck Schumers and the Bill Clintons of, you know, 1990s Democrats, that's done. Now it's social Democrats. That's the new thing with people like Mamdani, people like Hassan Piker, people like Kyle Klinsky, these AOC, Bernie Sanders. This is going to be the new left, and they're going to be a very viable opposition in 2028. Make no mistake about it. You know, especially with Trump doing the stupid shit that he's doing.
I just want to say I believe heavily in the red pill movement, and I know of you since you started talking about Fresh and Fit. I didn't get more into your content until you started talking about foreign policy and geopolitics. I feel like you spit facts when you talk about all that.
And just so you guys know, when we talk about the red pill, people say, "Oh, there's red pill shit." Guys, it means nothing more than the truth. That's all it is. Don't let these fucking losers like Louis Theroux and these other fucking faggots. The red pill. Dude, it's nothing more than the truth. Okay, when it's the red pill on foreign policy, it's the red pill on women, it's the red pill on how the world works, economics, etc. Right? Rejecting materialism, you know, embracing minimalism. That's all the red pill is the truth.
I see. I also have another question.
Okay.
How can I, from a normie in the red pill movement, help the movement keep progressing and going?
You know, it's really going to be on the guys. I think guys just need to wake up and realize that this is the new normal when it comes to women, when it comes to dating, when it comes to politics. You know, really the only thing you can do as a guy is be the best version of yourself, go to the gym, train, don't be a fat piece of shit, be as intelligent as you can be, try to make as much money as you can, be the most, you know, eligible bachelor that you can be, and then find a girl and shit out with her. Because I do think that men need to be providers. This whole 50-50 bullshit is fucking faggotry. It's stupid, it's retarded. And quite frankly, if you want to go 50-50 with a woman, well, be prepared to be disrespected and be prepared for her to undermine your authority and not respect you the same way. So I'm a big proponent, because we always talk a lot about like women like being retarded, which they are, but we also don't talk enough about like male incompetence, which I do talk about that quite a bit, but it doesn't go as viral. Male incompetence is a real problem. A lot of guys are stupid, as we saw earlier with the fucking dude with the mustache, Mr. Kamala Harris. Lack critical thinking skills, and they believe in egalitarianism. Believing in egalitarianism is literally the beginning of the end if you're a masculine guy, because egalitarianism simply does not adhere to reality. Men and women are not equal. We will never be equal, and that's a beautiful thing, and we are better than them in most things, and since we are better than them in most things, we need to take that and understand that that power comes with responsibility.
Last question. When it comes to Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, do you trust getting, or what I said, do you trust them with the news that they're giving out?
Yeah, I like all three of them. You know, I like Nick, I like Tucker, I like Candace. I haven't worked with Tucker yet, but yeah, I like them.
Awesome, thank you, Mike.
No worries, man. No problem.
When things feel like a mess, I know exactly how to sort my thoughts. Turn on the movie.
My fault.
Now it feels real.
Who's up next? We got a feminist, or remember, guys, the topic is Chud the Builder did nothing wrong. Okay, that will be the topic. So Chud the Builder did nothing wrong. Welcome.
So I'm not going to talk about that. I have a question.
I'm not gonna.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you think that it is true what you said when black people commit the most crime in this country?
Okay, they commit a disproportionate amount of crime, violent crime, in comparison to their representation in the United States. They commit roughly 50 to 56% of the violent crime in the United States, despite being only about, well, for male, 6 to 7% of the population.
Okay, and what citations do you have for that? Because I actually calculated the statistics behind this because I'm a mathematics major, a pure math major, and it shows that when it comes to certain types of crime, white people actually commit certain types more than black people per capita.
This comes from FBI crime statistics, UCR, census, etc. It comes from all that stuff. So I made a whole tweet about it, you know, where I covered it in detail, but the numbers don't lie, bro. There's a ridiculous amount of black representation in violent crime in relation to their population size in America. This is an irrefutable fact. You can do math and change numbers around and carry one here and do that, but that is the unfortunate reality.
So I'm going to read it here. It says here that when it comes to sexual offenses, 55.1%.
We're not talking about sexual offenses.
No, listen to me.
I said violent crime.
But wait, listen to what I said. Okay, so listen to what I'm saying though. I'm going to address your point. Black people do commit manslaughter and murder more than anyone else. But when it comes to every other category of crime, like, you know, sexual assault, drug usage, white people commit the most in those categories, actually. And
okay, they're the majority of the country. Fantastic. Like, you get what I'm saying, bro? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, okay, cool. They're the majority of the country, so we can make that argument. No one's saying that that isn't true.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that there's a minority of people that commit a disproportionate amount of violent crime, okay, which I would argue is a public nuisance and a problem for people, okay? Like getting robbed, getting shot at, getting stabbed, that sucks. We don't want to deal with that. Okay?
Actually, no.
Perverts suck too, of course, but you're sitting here saying, well, white people actually commit more. Well, yeah, there's more of them.
Let me just say this, right?
Yeah,
I'm bringing this up because violent crime is only one type of crime. There's like numerous other types. And what I'm telling you now is that the numbers just simply don't agree with you with that regard, to that regard.
Okay. Well, you know what? Take it up with the FBI. Take it up with the Uniform Crime Report because you're wrong. I don't know what to tell you.
And I can actually show
you can sit there and say you're a mathematician and you know a math major and well, actually, I don't think that's right because I can figure this.
Let me show you my citations after you're done with this. And
Sure.
I'll show you why you're right. Well, I'm right and you're wrong.
Sure. Okay. And this is fine. Like I've seen people do this before, where they do mental gymnastics to try to add numbers or do things in a certain way. Bill, actually, I accounted for this and I did this, dude. The numbers don't lie. Like, it's very simple. Homicide, manslaughter, like, it's just like, dude, robbery, all violent crimes. What's up, man?
Welcome to California, Myron.
What's up?
I know that it's been rough. What is your stand on 50-50?
When it comes to relationships?
Yes.
Stupid. That should be done.
Right.
Don't agree with it.
I would say for the young men here, I would highly recommend it to read the 2 copies of Why Women Deserve Less.
And Brett, do me a favor, pull up the tweet, by the way, that I made on all the black crime statistics. It's on my page on X for me, please. Sorry.
I actually have the copies here.
Of what?
Why Women Deserve Less.
Okay, awesome. Yes. Both. Yes.
And,
Why Women Deserve Less, book 1. Why Women Deserve Even Less, book 2.
It has helped me a lot with a relationship in many years. It's really important to understand women. Really important. And I know a lot of people are not going to listen, but it's fine, because you're going to learn the hard way, you know? So.
Well, thank you for that, man.
Yes, I will give you like a lot of props for my relationship. It's like 85% of it, to be honest. Really quick question, Myron.
And we'll make it quick because we do got a lot of people behind you.
Yes, I know.
Go ahead.
I know you're gonna hate me for this question, but why is it that buy condos, houses, is a bad idea?
Okay, so the reason why I don't like condominiums a lot of times is because they come with HOAs. Yes. So that eats into your profit margin. So I tell people all the time, try to get a duplex, triplex, fourplex. Obviously, if you're able to find a good deal on a condo where you're making good cash flow and the HOA is kind of controlled, sure, do it. But I've just realized in most situations, buying condos as an investor just tends to not be a good deal.
Thank you, Mario.
No problem, my friend.
Shout out to
Good question.
Pack. Shout out to Ryan. Okay, and fuck Anderson Rich.
All right, thank you. And let's get some angry feminists on it. Remember, guys, the topic is Chud the Builder did nothing wrong. So let's see if we can go there. If it's not that, then one question. Go ahead.
So, Chud the Builder and like people like Gypsy Crusader, they provide nothing.
Sure.
Like Gypsy Crusader goes on like Omegle and like yells at little kids and says the N-word to them. That provides nothing for anyone. People like Chud, like he's going around harassing people, and so when armed conflict comes towards him, when he like gets scared and he ends up shooting someone and goes to jail, he was still harassing those people. So that's why the police arrested him and detained him in the first place.
Okay, so with your argument about like, he says it does nothing for society, well, that's entertainment. I would argue most entertainment doesn't really do anything besides give people entertainment, right? Like, it just comes down to what type of entertainment you subscribe to, right? Some people like watching Gypsy call people niggers. Some people like watching, Chud the Builder walk around and antagonize people. Some people like watching Kai Cenat. Some people like watching, Hulu. Everyone has different things that they're entertained by, right? It's entertainment, unfortunately. Now, when it comes to the whole Chud the Builder thing, let me be clear about this. I don't agree with walking around and antagonizing people and calling them slurs. I don't agree with that. But I'm able to, remove my personal disagreement with the content style to analyze the facts of the case. whether it's Alex Preddy, Renee Good, etc. We have to look at things objectively, especially when it comes to use of force. So, when it comes to the Chud the Builder thing, what do you think is like, because I'm talking about the actual shooting when I say he did nothing wrong. So what is your argument there?
Well, you can't, I guess that lethal force in that sense, I don't think that's viable in like what happened, because the guy was coming at him and he shot him, right? But that, I think, like, he didn't do it, he did something wrong there. He got arrested for that because he was harassing the person. So he shot the guy because the guy was coming at him. Like, we agree on that. Like he was able to shoot the guy to defend himself, but that doesn't justify that he did antagonize in the sense of a crime, because he was harassing the person. That's what it is in the first place.
Okay, let's have fun with this. I'm gonna do a thought process here with all of you guys. I'm gonna give you guys all the facts of what transpired on that day, because I don't think you know all the facts, which I'll go ahead and I'll give you guys the facts, and I want you guys with a raise of hands if you agree or disagree, okay? I want to make this like a thought thing. So let's go through with what actually transpired on that day when Chud the Builder got in the shooting. So on that day, he was there for court, and so was a guy named Joshua Love, aka Joshua Fox, okay, government name. This guy, Joshua Fox, was there, I think, for a child custody case or, child support, and Chud was there for some like civil case, regardless. So they were both lawfully there. So Chud is walking around, and he's walking with a selfie stick, streaming on a website called Pump Fun, which this video is going to come out very soon. While he's streaming, some individuals point and laugh at him. So he's like, "Oh, let me go see what they're doing." He goes over, later identified as Joshua Love. Hey, you like my suit, blah, blah, blah. The guy basically insinuates, hey, get the fuck out of here, right? Now, Josh Love, to be clear, knew who Chud the Builder was because he had made a post on Facebook back in January saying that if he sees him, he's going to fight him, okay, to boost his Twitch career. This came from his Facebook that he posted back in January. I digress. So Chud walks away with this selfie stick streaming. Joshua Love walks up to him, okay, and closes distance. This is all shown on Pump.Fun. I've confirmed this with looking at the investigator who testified. They showed the surveillance footage, as well as people that saw the Pump Fun stream on that day. So as he's walking away, the guy walks up to him saying something along the lines of, I have PTSD, I'm a veteran, you better not say that chimp out shit to me or call me a nigger, and there's gonna be problems. As he says this, he's closing the distance with Chud. Chud takes a bladed stance, right? Something similar to this, and reaches in his jacket pocket, okay? Presumably to potentially reach for his firearm. As Josh comes up to him, he says, or you're gonna do what? You're gonna chimp out? Josh strikes him, punches him. Camera falls to the floor. We don't really see what happens there. But what ends up happening is they end up going to the ground. Now, as they're going to the ground, shots are fired. And this came directly from the investigator on the case saying this, that the shots were fired as they were going down to the ground. Now, I don't know what your proficiency is with firearms is, but anyone that, carries a firearm or law enforcement or whatever, they will tell you that going to the ground with a gun is a very bad place. You want to create distance when you have a firearm because they can take the gun from you. It's actually very easy for someone to take a gun from you and strip it from you. That's why they teach you, one of the number one things they teach you is gun retention in a physical conflict with law enforcement. So now he's going to the ground with an individual armed. The other thing that people will tell you is never go to the ground in a street fight. It's very dangerous. Even trained MMA fighters and BJJ fighters who are experts at going to the ground will tell you, always stay on your feet in a street fight because you don't know who else is there, you can get kicked in the head, etc. Now, that's when the shots were fired. And then also, this fact came out during the testimony as well from his defense attorney, he was also in a headlock. Now, at first I was like, this doesn't make sense. But then I thought to myself, wait, he shot himself during the altercation. So that would make sense where you would accidentally shoot yourself, obviously in a panic or a fury. We don't know if he was reaching for his gun or whatever, but that would make sense as to why he might have shot him and also shot himself. Now, let's go through the facts again. You're walking, someone closes a distance on you. You live in the state of Tennessee. You do not have a duty to retreat, as the stand your ground states. Someone comes up to you saying, I got PTSD, I'm a veteran. What does that imply? I used to serve in the military. Okay, I have PTSD. You can imply from that. Man, this guy might have killed some people. He's crazy. Okay? And then he says, you better not say that XYZ stuff to me, blah, blah, blah. Right? He punches you. Right? You're going to the ground. You're armed. You're also potentially in a headlock. It's a struggle. Would you fire a weapon at that point? Raise of hands. If you would fire a weapon at that point, you're in a headlock, you're going to the ground, you're armed. Some crazy guy claiming to be a veteran, right, is saying that he's going to hit you, and he does hit you, and he closes the distance and follows you after you're walking away, by the way. Would you shoot? I see quite a bit of hands here. Now, what's important for you guys to understand is it doesn't matter the 2020 hindsight. It doesn't matter whether Joshua Love was armed or not. What matters is what was going through Chud's mind at the time that he pulled the trigger. Well, we know that he was going to the ground. We know that this guy walked up to him. We know that this guy struck him first. We knew this guy said that he had PTSD and is crazy. This will lead you to believe this motherfucker's nuts. He's hitting me and he's following me. He has a right to defend himself. You have no duty to retreat. So we can sit here and say we don't like Chud the Builder. He's racist. He's a neo-Nazi, whatever. None of that is relevant. The question here is, did he act reasonable? And would a reasonable person shoot the shots that were shot, given that they were in the same situation? Now, I'm not going to make you answer because I'm not going to try to make you, lose your argument or whatever. But I'd argue that a lot of people would probably shoot their gun met in a situation like that, especially where if you're in a headlock, that's a very precarious situation, vulnerable position. You can, get your neck broken, you can get choked out, then you go unconscious, then what?
I understand your point when you're talking about the firearm being discharged, the stressful situation, the character of what was his name, Love or something.
Yeah, the guy that walked up to him.
I understand that, but on the preference of prove me wrong, as in did he do nothing wrong, or he did nothing wrong, I would say he was still aggravating the other individual. The guy came up to him, said, "Oh, don't say I'm gonna chimp out." In its sense, is aggravating the other person.
That does not justify the person to punch you in the face and take you to the ground.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is the first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
And then follow you after you've walked away. If someone insulted you, right, and then punched you in the face, I would fight for your ability to punch that guy back in the face and defend yourself, up to and including deadly force if needed. And again, it comes down to reasonableness, and then did you have a reasonable fear that you were going to be the victim of serious bodily injury or death? It doesn't even have to be death. It could be serious bodily injury, which could be a broken bone, and you can justify use, deadly use of force. Now, the reason why he got arrested also is, let's be honest here, we live in a very polarized America when it comes to racial tensions. The DA's office doesn't want to have to deal with people burning down the city or whatever in a racially charged case like this. So they're like, you know what? Let's go ahead and arrest them. Let the grand jury figure it out. And then if it does go to trial, let the jury figure it out. It absolves us of any type of responsibility. It happens all the time. Police officers do good shoots and they get arrested and indicted anyway because the district attorney's office doesn't want to have to deal with the headache of, their city getting burned down. George Floyd proved that. So I think it's very important that we, be impartial, be objective, and just because we might not like someone or we call them a racist, they still have a right to defend themselves, and that's kind of that's my argument when it comes to the Chud the Builder thing. We don't have to like them, but I would argue anyone here that believes in the Second Amendment or the right to self-defense, if Chud the Builder loses this, it's going to be bad for everybody, because anyone could just walk up to you and punch you in the face, and then if you shoot them, or they put you in a headlock, now your ability to defend yourself is impeded. He didn't even kill him, no. And then also he got a $1.25 million bail, right? And that same exact courthouse let out people for like $250K, $100K, and they killed people. Some of them were pedophiles. So, Carmelo Anthony got a $250,000 bail after killing somebody. So I think, look, if we're gonna, Lady Justice is supposed to be blind with the scales, right? It's supposed to be fair.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, sure.
So, how do you feel about individuals calling you controlled opposition?
Well, if I'm controlled oppositions, I don't think the Jews would be trying to cancel me. I wouldn't be demonetized. I wouldn't be banned everywhere. If I was like controlled opposition, I'd have a platform somewhere and not have to worry about getting banned all the time and censored.
You were a federal agent in the past, though.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm very proud of it. Never hid it. It's actually one of the reasons why I'm so objective and honest, in my worldviews, regardless of the fact that it might be offensive to some.
You talk a lot about like women and relationships in general.
Yeah.
But you are 37 and not married. So how do you
36.
feel? Oh, 36.
36. Come on.
How do you feel about finding a BYU Mormon baddie?
Well, I don't know about a Mormon, but look, let me address this real quick because the other cuck said this earlier too. I don't think it's a man's job to get married. That's a woman's job, okay? Men, we are the gatekeepers to relationships. Women are the gatekeepers to sex. It's a woman's job to prove to you that she's worth the commitment. It's not your job to do that. Your job is to create value out in the world, create a name for yourself, and then if that woman wants a future with you, she's got to prove that to you. And this is kind of the issue that a lot of guys have, like the married loser from before, saying like, well, you're not married. Being married as a guy is not really, a qualification to show that you understand women or you know what you're doing. I would argue there's lots of married guys that are fucking idiots, that are getting, used by their wives, don't have the frame in the relationship. I think the measurement of success as a guy is, do other women want to be with you, and do other men want to be you? That is what makes you the man, and that's what makes, when you're able to have a selection of women that want to be with you. That's the measurement of success as a man. A measurement of success for a woman is getting married. That's a feminine prerogative. So anytime guys say, you're not married, I kind of laugh at that, because I'm like, I can get married tomorrow if I wanted to. That's not really my goal as a man. That's not what I'm put on here to do. I'm put on here to create value. If I choose to get married to a woman, I can do that. But it's my job to become worthy of being married too.
All right, thank you.
No problem. Good questions. Thank you.
Free Chud.
Yeah.
I just want to say, Myron, shout out OSS, The Debrief, Fresh and Fit. I seen Riyadh, your brother, and Brett. Like 2 years ago, I was like super fat, depressed, living with my grandma. And after listening to you and Money Mondays and everything, you, Fresh, shout out to Fresh also, I was able to bring my credit score up to 800. I was able to save up more than 6 years to a month worth of savings. I lost 30 pounds. I got my own place, and I just want to say thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Also, yeah, I know.
I wish we had more guys, because like the other guy that was here, like, you don't help people out with anything, and I was like, actually, I kind of do, but that's fine.
Yeah, a lot of us are a little scared because this is UCLA, so.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And I'm very sensitive to that. There's a lot of you guys. I realized when people didn't want to raise their hand, I was like, oh, let me just chill, like. And we won't put that in the final shot, by the way, Sean. We will not make sure the people that raise their hands are not going to be in the final shot. So don't worry, guys. We're not live streaming; it's pre-recorded. Nah, but we don't want. We try to, you know what I mean? Because some people might look at it like, oh well, you. So we're sensitive to that. But sorry, go ahead. Man. But thank you for that, bro. I appreciate that.
You. And I know we're separated by race, but we're united by racism.
Absolutely.
You know what we mean. Yeah, you know what we mean.
Like, yeah, man.
Like, it's not like we hate everyone. It's funny. It's
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's an IQ disqualifier. You know what I mean? It's like if you don't understand that, like, because I did a whole race poll with my audience, I literally have it like down the middle, like 1/3 black, 1/3 Hispanic, 1/3 white, and then we got some Jeets and Arabs in there, and terrorist niggas, go fuckers. Like it's like we have the most diverse community of like racist people, and it's awesome because like we can just like call it what it is and all be unified. It's like, yo, we're like meritocracy based. We don't really care about skin color, but if you're like an idiot, we're gonna call you an idiot and whatever. Pejorative stereotype there is based on your race, right? So thank you, dude. I appreciate that.
Like, any nigga that gets mad, drop the guns and pick up the boxing gloves.
Exactly. Yeah. No violence, man. Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. Thank you, dude.
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing. I don't know if you heard about the book. It's called "Women Deserve Even Less." But over here, it's an Amazon bestseller.
Thank you, man.
I was wondering if you can sign it.
Absolutely. I'm gonna hang out and sign books after.
Okay.
For you guys. Don't worry. All you guys that got a book or anything you want me to sign, I got y'all ninjas. We're not Hollywood over here. I'll sign everything.
Right, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, bro. Who's up next? And let's get some haters on as well. Supporters obviously can come on and, you know, say what they got to say as well. We'll make it quick so that we can. What's up, brother? Nice.
Hi. Hey, Myron, how you doing?
What's up, man?
Man, it's good to see you. I'm in California. I know you're in Miami, so it's my opportunity. So first of all, to congratulate you on your success. I know since you started your podcast and everything. My name is Christian. This is Chris. We're married 14 years, and in our beginning relationship, I was an idiot. Unfortunately, I was afraid of losing my wife. I was afraid of losing my children. But as a man, we need to stand up, and we believe in most men, majority of us men that I see here when I was walking in UCLA, there are lots of women walking in. But now that I see here is majority of men here, and I know for a fact men are not monogamous. Do you hear me? Go. Raise your hand if you are believing as a man you are monogamous. All of you are monogamous. I have a polygynous relationship. It's not a secret. I introduced her to my father, my wife of 14 years, 2 beautiful children, Zion and Cyrus. I love you. And I believe, Myron, you the one 4 years ago, you saved our marriage. So I want to say, me and her, on our behalf, I want to thank you so much.
You guys, people like you guys are why I do what I do, despite like fucking cuckold losers before saying like, what do you know about a relationship? And then you married couples, right? You guys come in, and I really appreciate you coming in and like sharing your story publicly. Because for a lot of people, you know, it's scary and nerve-wracking. But that's a big reason why I do what I do. Helping guys make more money, helping guys become better, helping marriages last. And then like now, like I can tell I knew right away, by the way. She walked over, you called over, she's recording for you, etc. This is a perfect dynamic that you want, where, you know, your wife respects you, you have the relationship on your terms. This is all I want guys to do, right? Have a relationship where it's on their terms. And a lot of times your wife will be happier for that, right? So thank you so much for that, man. Because this like shuts up the haters, right? Like I have so many married people that watch the show, and I'm like not able to show it off. So I'm like, damn it, man. But thank you so much for that. I appreciate
Thank you for listening me out. And if you guys have a problem and say, well, look, this is not it's a Christian society, I believe that. But here's the thing, my name is Christian, but at the same time, I'm not a Christian. I believe in God, but if you read Jeremiah 31:31, God himself is polygynous. And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. God bless you, your wife, and your family. Thank you, guys. Big W's, man. See, the haters never show this, though, right? Where'd that fucking married faggot go? You don't know about religion. It's like, all right, bro. What's up, brother?
How you doing, Myron?
What's up?
Been a fan for roughly 4 years. Watched you first when you did the interview with Tate.
Okay,
And
yep.
there I transferred into you, and I love the political stuff that you do. 23, already have my first property. I'm working on getting 2 jobs right now so I can be debt free. Credit score is almost 800. Thank you. A lot of people shit on Fresh. I hear Fresh how he talks about finances, credit. The guy is very good at talking. He didn't stutter when I heard him talking about credit cards and credit.
Yeah.
And I took a lot of his advice and applied it into myself. Shout out you, Nick, Sneeko, the team. Riyadh, if you're out there, I'm about your age. I'd like to be your friend.
Yeah. He's here. No, thank you for that, bro. I appreciate that. And like I said before, man, like you guys are the reason why we do what we do. Obviously, people see me saying like the crazy stuff I say or whatever, but people don't really really dive in and see like what I be talking about, and really trying to help guys out, because it's not about like just it's the Jews and women and black people commit too much crime. It's like, okay, dude, all right, these are the problems. We have identified some of the problems. Let's come up with some goddamn solutions. Right. You know what I mean? Let's not just like blame everything on white supremacy or Jews or women being retarded. Like let's like actually come up with some solutions and like operate in a new normal.
All right, just 2 more things. I'll try to keep it short for you. One is that when I worked on my first job, there was this veteran who was Jewish. He came in. He was from the Bronx. A lot of Hasidic Jews out there. And he was a history major. He worked for customs, and he would always tell me, you can never be a history major or a historian because they know their history. So when I hear all these retards talking about like, oh, Ukraine this, Ukraine for Israel and Iran, it's like, the thing is, no one knows about the Maidan Revolution. I've tuned into your shows. I know about that. Yanukovych, he got kicked out. Who got put into power? The puppet.
Yeah, exactly. Zelensky.
And now,
yeah, because that other liberal was saying some shit about like we wouldn't be in war. It's like that happened under Obama, retard. But like, yeah, these dudes are stupid, bro. It's like they just like filibuster. They say a whole bunch of random shit, and it's like, okay, well, you're wrong about that. You're wrong about that. You got to address everything. So
yeah, another thing I've noticed is that Israel to the right is what Ukraine is to the left. You know.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I mean,
good point.
Like you said one time, right wing, left wing. The bird flies to
Israel. Exactly.
And the last thing that I want to say is,
Mint's Premium Wireless is $15 a month, but I'd like to offer one other perk. We have no stores. That means no small talk. Just sign up online at mintmobile.com. It is an introvert's dream. Armor All. Trusted for over 60 years.
I was raised by a single mom. I didn't come out a degenerate because I was raised, you know, very traditionally. I had my grandfather in my life. He passed away sadly. And
condolences.
Thank you. And basically, a lot of stuff that you said, my mom implemented into me, but she was also blind to some of the truth because she was a single mom, and she told me all the stuff that of her side of the story that she wanted to tell me. And I remember Fresh said one time on the stream, he said sometimes single moms raise you with their truth, but you don't know the truth of the father.
Yeah.
And so then I took the stuff that you talk about women. I heard my mom's story once again. I started asking her questions, challenging questions, and then I told her, why did you leave? Your happiness doesn't matter. You dragged me through the mud. I suffered. Thankfully, I didn't come out like these other degenerates because single moms produce a lot of criminals.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they do. You had that tough talk with her.
Yeah.
Bro, I had that tough talk with her.
She got visibly upset. I'm your mother. Why would you do this? Why would you say this? But then in the end, she conceded, and she said, you know what? You're right. I shouldn't have nagged your dad so much. I should have just stuck with him. You would have came out far more competent than you are right now.
Shit. Damn. Well, that's a huge concession, man. That's a W right there. You got a woman to admit accountability? Holy. Good work, man.
She did get a little bit upset.
Of course.
She heard the logic and everything. And
Takes
said,
time.
Okay. Yeah, and what really did it for her was when I told her, when you have a kid, your happiness doesn't matter. You eat, sleep, and breathe that kid.
Yeah.
And there's that saying that they say, fathers will sacrifice their happiness for the family, women will sacrifice their family for their happiness.
Absolutely, they do all the time, and this is what I mean when I say like this is a new normal for men. Like you guys got to understand that, like, you know, women are told like if the relationship isn't good, like just leave. Like do not sit there and, you know, be in a toxic relationship or an abusive relationship. Like things like telling your girlfriend to do certain things or, you know, having her have roles or whatever. That's considered like toxic and like abusive now. You know, they've like completely bastardized what an abusive relationship is. Like giving your woman instruction is considered abusive nowadays. So, you know, and that's the new normal. So like this is why women overwhelmingly initiate divorce, because they all think that they're abused, right? And this is why academia, psychology, it's created a lot of the problems and exacerbated the issue when it comes to feminism, because every woman thinks she's a victim in a relationship with a guy who has standards.
Yeah, and my father was the one working. You know, she had a townhouse. She had the bills paid. She never ran out of money. She bought whatever clothes she wanted. She bought me whatever I wanted. Food was always put on the table. What really did it for her was when he started going out with his friends, and his friends started taking him to like strip clubs and this and that. And that's kind of where she started getting at him.
Yeah.
And you know, the man, he's not going to listen to his women. So he just took it as like, why am I going to listen to you? And then his friends started telling him, you're the man of the house. Why is she telling you this? Do this, come out with us. And so he also let himself get controlled by his friends, where he should have not listened to him and stayed with us.
Yeah.
Because then he started spending money on other women.
Yeah.
And that's where I tell him, that's where the man's loyalty is, their time and their money. He's putting his resources in another woman.
Yeah, that's going to create issues. Yeah. All right. Well, no, man, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you sharing your story. And yeah, absolutely going to sign. Don't worry, guys. All you guys that have books or anything like that, merch, you guys want me to sign, I got you on Ninjas. I will absolutely stick around and sign. Who's up next? Do we have any feminists? Where'd the kitchen women go? Where'd the fat bitches? Where'd they go? They ran away? Where'd the haters go? They ran away? All right, let's try to get somebody that didn't come. I know you spoke earlier. Let's try to get some people in that, and we'll kind of go, because how much more time we got? 20 minutes? All right. Go on, bro.
I appreciate you, Mari. My name's Marcel. Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Who's that, Marcel?
So, with the Chud the Builder, so I got to disagree with you, man. I'm
Sure.
so sorry. I'm with academics on this.
Okay.
Like, I feel like your point, as far as, like, I get what you're saying, you know, if the video is right, you might be right, but just given off his history, I don't think it's gonna go look out for him, especially with Axe point of the portion of force. Like if you punch somebody, normal circumstances, everybody's gonna punch back or run away. He shot someone. That's why he crossed the line. So for me, I'm just like, I don't think it's gonna get out.
So you made two arguments there. One argument on proportionality, and then the other argument on prior behavior.
Yeah.
Okay, so the prior behavior, is it going to really matter so much?
I think so.
Well, here's the thing: use of force. Like when it comes to use of force, they're going to look at that particular instant, like his politics, what he's done before, etc. That's not going to really come into it. Now, if he was the antagonizer, of course, yeah. But the reality is that this guy, Fox, was the antagonizer. And if we're going to go ahead and compare histories, Fox has a very lengthy criminal history. You know, try to burn a house down, try to, get his kid killed in there. So I would argue that it's probably in the prosecution's best interest to not try to bring up Chud's past, because if they do, then the defense can absolutely bring in Fox's past. And then if they bring him in, he's going to have to probably testify Fox as the star witness for the prosecution, and he's going to get absolutely eaten up on the stand. So I don't think it's in the prosecution's best interest to bring up prior stuff, and I think it's going to be very limited if they do, because again, just because you're a bad person, right, morally, or you might not agree with their politics, doesn't mean that individual doesn't have the right to defend themselves when they're being attacked. Which in this case, I think we can both agree that Joshua Fox was the aggressor and closed the distance. So therefore, I said Jason Love for a second. Joshua Fox. Sorry, just another black guy. Sorry. Yeah. Well, I got to do an interview with him too, so that's another thing too.
Oh shit!
So Adam, we got to work. I see. I was already thinking ahead to the next interview. What was I gonna say? But yeah. So with Josh Fox, what ended up happening basically was he closed the distance, so he's the aggressor. Now, the other argument made was proportionality, right? So when it comes to proportionality, let me ask you this: if a woman is being raped, can she use deadly force?
Yeah, but that's a woman. Like, come on,
okay.
That's a different gender. Come on, if a man punches me, I'm gonna punch back. Now, even if I had a firearm, right? Most men is probably gonna punch back. They don't want to use the firearm unless they really have to.
Okay, now here's the thing: what if an MMA fighter punches you?
Well, he's going to jail because,
no. But see where I'm doing with the logic here?
No. But even still, anybody in their right mind wouldn't mess anybody with a calified ear. Come on now.
No. But the point.
Even still, why are you antagonizing someone else? Why are you antagonizing
bro? No. The guy antagonized him, dude.
No. Yeah. I'm saying in this case, but if we even prior to this history, we knew eventually it was something gonna happen. Come on, bro. He's antagonizing black people.
Yeah, but that doesn't justify it, bro. Like, see, what you're basically doing.
But hold on. No, pause. Because we see in the real world with anti-Semitism, right? We criticize Jews. No, pause. Because remember what Axe said.
Yeah.
You criticize the Jews, right?
Yep.
And what their response? Put you on a bomb and put you on Gaza, right? Sure. Now you can say that's unethical. No, you can say that's unethical.
No,
right?
I'm saying it's not analogous whatsoever to the example.
No, but what I'm saying is unethical. It's unethical as far as like the like me. If I say something, doesn't mean go do this drastic thing. Like if I punch you, doesn't mean grab a gun. That's drastic.
Okay, so let me so let's go back, guys. Let me yo. Don't worry about them, bro. Don't worry about them. Because you're making an argument, guys, leave them. You're making an argument about proportionality, and that's fair. What I'm arguing with you is that proportionality is based on the circumstances. So proportionality can always change. You're making an argument someone punched you, that doesn't justify you to shoot them. Yeah. Okay, but there's aggravating factors that can easily escalate. Zimmerman, for example.
Yeah.
At Amica, we know you'll always find ways to look out for them. With Amica Life Insurance, we'll help build a plan to make sure you always can. Get your quote today.
He was being punched by Trayvon.
No. With that, I understand. He has proof of I've been damaged. He's been beating me. Whatever.
Yeah, but you don't have to wait until you're getting your ass whooped to use deadly force, bro. You don't have to get your head bashed and all this other stuff. You can use, if you have reasonable belief that you are going to be the victim of death and or serious bodily injury, you can use deadly force, man. Now again, and then in a state like Tennessee, you don't have a duty to retreat. Now when it comes to proportionality, the reason why I asked you is, If a woman is being raped, can she use deadly force? If you're being strangled, can you use deadly force? What I'm trying to argue is that your hands can be looked at as a deadly weapon, because your argument is like, yo, proportionality. I'm making an argument, well, if you're going to go strictly hand to gun, sure, but what if it's an MMA fighter? What if it's a trained fighter? He punches you. Well, guess what? If an MMA fighter punched you, you would be justified in pulling out a gun and shooting him because he's trained. Yeah, he's trained. But what I'm trying to say is that there's aggravating factors where proportionality can be met even though someone has a deadlier weapon. So I'll give you the example. Earlier I gave the example where they were going to the ground as an armed individual while being in a headlock. These are all aggravating circumstances that will increase the likelihood and or the justification of using deadly force. And again, me and you can't really Monday morning quarterback it. We don't know. This guy comes up to him saying, I got PTSD. I'm a veteran. You can make off that. Okay, this guy's kind of crazy. And then he goes ahead and then he punches you after you said a word. And then after that, you go to the ground and he might have been touching his gun. He might have been saying, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to get you. Blah, blah, blah. All of these different things are going to play into his mind. This is why Kyle Rittenhouse was able to walk. He took the stand. And when he took the stand, he was able to illustrate in excruciating detail precisely what was going through his mind. Because if you remember, those guys didn't have guns either. Some dude came running at him with a skateboard, another dude was just coming with open fist. When he was able to articulate, even though I had an AR-15, and this dude's coming at me with a skateboard, and this dude's coming with a fist, I can articulate that I'm in a dangerous, vulnerable position, and though the proportionality technically is not the same, I can use deadly force.
No, I understand. Two people, with deadly forces. All right.
But what I'm saying is like proportionality can, regardless of like one person has this weapon and this other person has another weapon, that's not just the only metric of what defines proportionality is my point.
All right, got you. All right, that was my only thing with that. So
Sure.
my original point when I originally came up here for, my bad. So
you still think Chud is like didn't have a right to self-defense here, given all the facts that I described before?
No. If everything
You don't have to like him, bro.
No.
You don't have to like him.
No, I haven't seen the video because I know the video's gone. If I'm not mistaken.
They played a part. They played a part of the surveillance video, but there is a pump fund video from him streaming.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I haven't seen that, so I want that to come out, then I can make my judgment. Because I know when.
Let's assume with the fact pattern that I gave you that they played in court, that the investigator.
If everything's saying what you're saying is right, but I need to see the video first. Yeah.
Okay, so based on the fact pattern I gave, would you say he acted in a reasonable fashion?
Yeah, on the back. On the fact pattern.
Fair. But and I appreciate that you don't like him and you don't agree, but like you can be impartial, be like, you know what, I don't like this nigga, but you know what. This dude Joshua Fox is doing crazy shit.
Yeah. Also too, I'm gonna wait till the evidence, of course, to see the video. But my original point where I really came up here to talk about, because I'm not gonna lie, bro, I mess with you, but I feel like your take on black culture is disingenuous.
Sure, go ahead.
Now hear me out. I feel like as people, right? Like the stereotypes and all that stuff like that. But there's been history of why we're in the position we're in. Like we have tried to build economic wealth through our our towns and stuff, but they've been burnt down. We have tried to like we have to fight for civil rights. That sounds crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like we have to do these things to get to where we are. So like also too, there's still people that's still living from those days. So I don't expect a turnover to come through now. Like I see slowly but surely, I feel like our people are getting better, but I feel like sometimes you don't acknowledge the history before.
Okay, and thank you for the opportunity to give you my side. I actually do acknowledge the history. I understand, I've said this before, I understand that there was a period in the United States where black people weren't being treated fairly. There was not an equality of opportunity. There were obviously great disparities, but one thing I point out to is that black people were actually doing pretty well when they were the most ostracized, the most oppressed. If you look at Black Wall Street, pre-civil rights era, etc., it forced people to, here's my argument, it forced them to work together and stay in their own communities, and most importantly, the father was in the home. One of the biggest issues with the black community is that the father's not in the home, and that creates a lot of the other issues that come after the fact. Now, with that said, I'm not going to sit here and say that there weren't injustices, that there weren't things, but my argument now is that, racism, right, and, the things of the past are no longer barriers to black people to become successful. And I would argue that we've gotten to a point now where black people have more opportunities now than ever before. We have black-only scholarships. We have historically black colleges. We have opportunities that black people have that white people don't. There's loans that are given to people that are minorities to buy a home on a first-time home buyer basis. None of these things are afforded to white men at all. So my thing is, I'm just saying is that there's no longer excuses to not be successful in America. And there's plenty of immigrants that come here from African countries that do fine, where they can also look at it like they're looked at as like blacks compared to other people. They might not even speak the language, they don't have the status, but they're still able to make it. So my criticism when it comes to black Americans is they use the civil rights era and racism and white supremacy way too much as to their failures. That's my argument.
Okay, my pushback to that is I don't think we use it as an excuse. It's just that, like, for example, you say like white supremacy doesn't exist, right? Now, I don't think it doesn't exist how it used to be.
I didn't say it didn't exist. I said it's not to the point. It's no longer a barrier to your success. I mean, we had some weird skinhead guy that's a part Jewish.
Yeah.
An actor earlier, yeah. You know, and he was trying to say like some shit, and I was like, no, white supremacy, because he was like, I'm here. I was like, yeah, it exists, but you guys are insignificant.
Yeah. No, I understand that. Well, yeah, I was saying there is significant now, but I'm saying like it's still there, but it's not like invisibly in our faces, right? It's secretly like behind the door.
In other words, Agent 47 can't keep you from success. You're a pretty smart guy. We've been having a fantastic conversation here, even though we disagree. Mm-hmm. Like he's not impeded your ability to educate yourself and be smarter.
Yeah, which is why like I need to get on your platform, because even just not for me, I want black people just to hear this. Like really educate yourself on the history of our people in America, because it will teach you everything what's going on right now. Literally, it will teach you everything.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with understanding that history. And again, like I said before, like look, I've read the autobiography of Malcolm X. I've studied the civil rights era. I'm completely sensitive and understand that. My argument is that is no longer a viable excuse to not be successful as a black man in America.
So, what would you say? What we need to do, in your opinion? Like what would you think? Like, will be the next steps? Because I don't want to hear this.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I think we need to bring back the father, right? I think we need to curb our women. I think black women are incredibly masculine, rude. They don't respect male authority, and a big part of that is because they grow up in fatherless households. So I think once we bring the father back into the household and we bring the nuclear family back, that's going to fix a lot of the problem, because single mother households are one of the predominant reasons as to degeneracy. I think also we need to stop, right? How to say this? We need to stop where it's like, oh yeah, let's go ahead and promote like degenerate gang culture. Let's promote being uneducated. Let's promote like not being intelligent. Like, for example, I guarantee, did you go to like a majority black school?
Yeah.
Growing up, you did? Yeah. Okay, great. You're a smarter guy. Let me tell you this, and I'm sure you probably went through this when you were growing up. If you got a good score, if you did well, you had good grades or whatever, right? And if you went to inner city school, what do they more than likely do? Oh, you a smart ass nigga, you a nerd, you a loser, blah, blah, blah. We don't promote intelligence in our community at all. We promote degeneracy. If you're not going to play in the NBA, you're not going to be an athlete, you're not going to be a rapper, you're not going to sell drugs. Thank you so much, guys in the back. Like, this is a problem in our community. I remember growing up, because I went to an inner city school too. If you had good grades, they look at you like, nigga, what the fuck, you a lame? So we need to go back to like promoting like not being an idiot. Because like when I went to college, right, and I was around a bunch of white people, if you got a bad grade, niggas would be like, what the fuck, you failed? Like they shame you for being stupid. But on the other hand, in the black community, we shame them for being smart. So, and then the rap music, the culture, the materialism, the drawing, let's buy it, which leads to a lot of the violent crime because niggas want to get Jordans and be fresh. So I think all of these things are things we need to focus on and work on. But to bring this out, right, and I'm glad I can have this conversation with you, they'll call me a coon or Uncle Tom or a racist or whatever, but these are real problems in our community.
No, which I agree. The family dynamic, it helps everything because they're the people, but I think the problem is we have generational trauma. I think we're still infected, bro, because we still people from them generations, they're still in that mindset of, the fear of the white man, right? So I feel like once our generation, like, the young people like me, I'm 24, once we get over that hump and really educate ourselves, we'll be better in the long road with our family, educating our fellow, even people like us, like you right now, just educate our own people, just, hey, be more knowledgeable, be more, better than the stereotype, grow more than the stereotype. Even with our culture, every culture got degeneracy, but it's don't promote the degeneracy all the time. Yeah, like
but the problem is that like that's the cornerstone of our culture, right? That's like the cornerstone of our culture. You could like look at someone like Vlad, right? Or Adam 22, we mentioned that before. Like they'll sit there and they'll criticize him and they'll say he's a culture vulture because, he's over here like breaking down rap music. Well, what are they talking about in that rap music? They're talking about killing, ops, degeneracy, women, all this other crap. So like the things that we promote and the things that we encourage, like are the things that like hurt the community, but that's what's profitable. And like I would argue, like within the black community, we are like the main group of people that openly and brazenly promote degeneracy. And then the whole thing with the white supremacy thing, and you said like, be scared of white people. I would argue that white people aren't a danger to blacks at all. If anything, most white people are like not really racist as much as black people think. You're more likely to put that, but you could say that, but like realistically speaking, who are you more likely to be killed by? You're gonna more likely to be killed by someone that looks like you, bro. White people aren't gonna kill you. So and these are the tough conversations that people don't want to have because unfortunately, a lot of people are emotional, right? They have these issues or whatever. Me and you are having a coherent, good conversation, though we might disagree on some things. But whenever I talk with a lot of black people, whatever, Like the whole Chud the Builder thing. I give him the fact pattern and be like, well, I don't care because I hate that nigga and blah blah.
Yeah, which is why I said like from just that situation, if you're right, hey, you got it. Because if the video, what you're saying, if he antagonized, yeah. But it's just like given just off his history, given I haven't seen the video yet, and I want to see when it comes out, I just don't trust his word.
Sure. But the detective even testified to this, and he did show the surveillance footage on there. But again, I think these are the problems with the black community, and I'm never able to elucidate this because I can't make it to that point because they're so focused on something.
A lot of guys, they trying to chip out. Like I'm just trying to give dialogue conversation, so I really understand your perspective. Because, like I said, I feel like you're disingenuous, but you're telling me now, hey, I know these things. I know, So that's what.
And I never get the chance to explain it because we don't even make it there because they're chipping out, going crazy, like you're just Uncle Tom, you're racist. They go into ad homs. But like, yeah, these are the problems, or they'll say you're not black, right? Which is like, I think that's comical too, because like in the black community, this is why no one says anything, because if you are black, they'll say, well, you're not really black because you're a tether, you're from here, you can't talk about our problems.
Well, it's one of those things. I'll tell you this because I understand that perspective. So it's more like this:
they're above criticism is my point. Unless you're black, they'll sit there and say you can't criticize us, which is like comical because the same white guy said that before, and I said he was tripping out too. He was like, you can't talk about this because you can't talk about our white women because you're black. And I'm like, shut up, idiot. Like, I don't have to be a mathematician to say 1 + 1 is 2.
I'll tell you from a black, I get their perspective. They're basically saying this, right? Because given your ancestry, right? You're from Sudan, you're first generation immigrant, right? So you have no ancestry to the American slaves. So they're like, you're not black. You don't understand. You have.
You know what the crazy part is?
Yeah, no,
I do because I grew up here and I was born here.
Yeah.
So like I went through all the, and this is another reason too why like I'm so like unapologetic about this. I went through all the stereotypes. I've been followed around. I've been pulled over by the cops. And on top of that, I get the 9/11 jokes too. I get the fucking Muslim jokes and I get the black jokes. So I got it from both sides. So like when people like sit there and say, well, you don't understand the black experience, whatever. I really understand it. That is why I am so gung ho on telling black men, young black men, do not fall for the propaganda that you're a victim. You can do better, and you have more opportunity now than ever before. And sometimes when you tell people, yo, the glass is full, it's not really as empty as these guys try to tell you where it's systemic racism and you're being oppressed. Like they really can be like, wait, you're telling me that I can do it? Yeah, bro, you can.
The problem is just the access of education, to be honest. Because once you get the knowledge, you realize everything. Because that's really the problem, is the lack of education in the black community. We lack the education to...
And it's not encouraged either.
Yeah, it's not encouraged.
Like what we discussed before. I guarantee you got clowned all the time, you got good grades. And it's not encouraged in our community. That's a problem. In other communities, like you look at Indians, Asians or whatever, them niggas get a B and they're crying because they know their mom is gonna smack them when they go home. You get a B, they're like, nigga, you a bitch. What the fuck? I got a D. You should get a D like me. We need to go sell drugs. Good for the D. So it's like that's what it is in the black community. And like when I highlight this, they'll just say you're a coon, you're an Uncle Tom, get the fuck out of here, or you don't understand experience. No, I really do, and that's why I am so unapologetic on this topic because I'm praying that I can get through to black guys that can listen to me, right? Like these brothers over here that understand that this is beyond race. Like me saying nigger or saying things that are offensive, that's to get your attention. But then hopefully if you actually listen to what I got to say, which I appreciate you gave me the chance to do that, you'll see like, damn, okay, we are actually agreeing on a lot of things here. Maybe your delivery's off.
I've been keeping up with you since you started, since 2020, brother. I've been keeping up, so I know the trolling thing with the N-word and stuff like that. So like I get it. That's that's fugazi. So the direct conversation. So, which is why, like, I came up here just to talk about that. Which, I appreciate you, and that's all I wanted to say.
I appreciate you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Going.
Thank you, bro. We need more conversations like that. Thank you. Smart brother right there. You said I'm the top tether in chief. I am. Yeah, man. Tether's up, bro. Yeah, because I know they call you a tether too, nigga. You Colombian. Which I think is comical because it's like even more divisive rhetoric, which doesn't help the black community at all. But what's up, man?
Shout out OSS, bro. I've been watching you for like a good 3 to 4 years.
Shout out to you, bro.
I got my credit from 6 to 7 watching all your Money Mondays. A lot of black people say I'm not black because of all it takes I can get from you. But I'm like, bro, we built together, like you said, Black Wall Street, something we had when we was depressed.
When we were the most oppressed, right? Like, and they were doing. Black people did better back then than they do now, right? So it's like I always say to myself, like, there's nothing holding black men back, bro. It's like if anything, it's like dumb other niggas that hold you back.
Yeah, exactly. Like we get go into like buying shoes. Like shit, I did the nigga thing after I got my credit from watching all your Money Mondays. I bought myself jewelry, and I said that's all.
Yeah. See, like the niggers is like, oh,
yeah, I
materials. I get it, bro. I've been there too. Like we all been there, bro. We did some dumb nigga shit. Like, damn, what are we doing?
But I still went, bought myself gold, bought myself silver.
Good.
Did everything that you said. And one question I had to ask you is,
yeah,
what do you think we should all, like, as Americans, invest into going on that's in the Middle East? Like, do you think that's not going to ever happen? Like, we have to pay the $2 million for the tankers if worse comes to worse.
I think we need to focus on America and not the Middle East, which is the whole problem, right? Like, I think we need to adapt like a serious level of nationalism. This is where I disagree with the other guy, where it's like you can only be a nationalist if you're white. Well, look, bro, it's 2026. It's not 1926. Whites are no longer 80-90% of the population. We have a new America, and we have to move with the new America and be very realistic and pragmatic of where we are. So I think, undivided, unapologetic nationalism. I'm talking the American flag is flown only. We say the Pledge of Allegiance. You can't take a kneel. None of this fucking bullshit. Like, we need hardcore nationalism where we are really, like, not even America first. I would argue it needs to go to the point where it's like America only. Non-interventionalism, being very pragmatic, and, doing right by our people, because we are in a horrible situation, economically, geopolitically, diplomatically. So I think we got to get out of the Foreign East and the Middle East. And I think interventionism in a multipolar world is setting us up. It's a cruising for a bruising. And China's starting to surpass us in so many different ways.
Yeah, China's always surpassed us. Like,
bro, it's so bad, and it's like, and it's crazy to me because like not enough Americans understand like how quickly they're catching up to us.
Yeah. Because even like them sending them help, and a lot of Americans saying like, no, they're not giving them help at all. And it's like they clearly are giving them.
They
help.
are, dude. That's why those drones and their ballistic missiles are so accurate. They're using Chinese spy satellites.
Yeah, and it's like there's a lot of Americans that are ignorant to the fact that they're not using no other form of intelligence of getting other help.
Shit.
So now, do you think that we're kind of fucked in the Middle East? Like we have no longer.
No, I think we can fix the situation, but we are not going to fix the situation until we handle the Palestine question. Yeah. That is the root cause of all the issues in the Middle East. They are never, for any Israeli in here that's a Zionist, like I'm going to be honest with you guys, you're never going to have peace in Israel, and you're never going to be accepted by the Muslim world into the Abraham Accords until you answer the Palestine question. You must either make a one-state solution or a two-state solution, give these guys some type of citizenship, give them some sovereignty, and we can have a one-state Israel, right? I have a whole like plan on what I would do if I was to be like, the foreign embassy or whatever, but like the fear or whatever, but like but you have to answer the Palestine question because everything else fixes after that. Now there's no need for proxies. Now there's no need for them to have nuclear bombs like that. Now you can go ahead and actually exercise some level of diplomacy with Iran. We can get fucking gas at $1 a gallon, bro, and like really like kill it, right? But we have to reel in Israel and solve the Palestine question because everything from there, the dominoes are going to start falling into place.
But I don't think that's gonna really happen.
As long as we have a Jewish lobby that's powerful, it's never gonna happen.
Jewish
right?
people are very selfish.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard about them having their own city?
Or Zionists, yeah.
Yeah, they have like their own entire little city.
Oh yeah.
In New Jersey, and I was like, that's fucking crazy. Like they have their own environment, and then we pay for like their new kids. We're paying. They get free healthcare over there. We don't get free healthcare.
Jewish supremacy is a thing, bro. There's a reason why when Nick Shirley exposed the Somali thing, it was all over the place. But then when Tyler Oliveira did the same thing, they fucking banned his ass everywhere, bro.
Banned him everywhere.
So.
But yeah, that's all I had to say.
No worries, man. Thank you.
Thank you for all the good advice over the years. Keep it going. Can you please do more Money Mondays? I'm trying to watch more of those.
Yeah. We'll bring it back. We'll bring it back.
Yeah, like,
I know a lot of you guys mentioned it. We'll bring it back.
All right. Thanks, man.
5 more minutes. Okay. Yeah, we'll speed round it. Go ahead. Hello.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Hey. I am not from the bitchin' kitchen.
Okay.
I just came up here to say thank you. Honestly, I do watch your content, and I've been watching you, Fresh and Fit, and everybody, for a while now, and you don't understand how hard it is to swallow those offensive words. But you know what? They did get to me after a while. I started listening.
Thank you for giving me a chance.
I did give you a chance, and I listened to you, and I've been on a road. Wow, thank you.
Thank you. No, because what you're doing is like most women simply can't do, so we got to show you some love.
And I'm not a part of the sisterhood. I'm so
well, I can see that immediately.
Thank you. Yeah, and my brother listens to you, and we do cherish how outspoken that you are. What you say. I'm a little nervous coming up here. So
oh no, you're fine. You're fine. And it's not easy to come up and have these discussions, and I'm sensitive to that. And I thank you so much for doing that because I know you're probably gonna get some hate right now. You hate that way. You like that racist nigga.
Nah.
So I appreciate that. I'm very sensitive to the fact that like supporting me can come with like some issues. So thank you.
Yeah, and shout out to the OSS.
Shout out to you. Shout out to you.
All right.
Thank you so much. We need more women like that, man. It's kind of crazy because like whenever like women watch my content, it's like they automatically, I already know they got like triple digit IQ because it's like they can cut past the crazy terms and they're like, okay, let me hear what this motherfucker's really gonna say. Oh, this makes sense. So that in of itself is like a demonstration of higher IQ. If you're able to put your feelings aside and like look at the content of the information versus the context of the information. So, hi.
How's it going? I'm from LA. I grew up here, straight Mexican, but my parents came here. My parents came here legally. I agree with the sign 100%. Honestly, like if you can't come here the right way, like you can't do things like that, man. So thank you very much for coming here. Shout out OSS. Joined OSS. I'm hitting up one chest because been gaining some weight. So
you can't be fat.
They've been helping me out a lot. Thank you very much. Have a great one.
Thank you, bro. Thank you for being patient. What's up, man? Yeah, they do, surprisingly. I thought I was gonna like, get attacked by some purple-haired libs or some shit. But yeah.
My name is Derek.
We'll be back though. What's up, man?
My name is Derek. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I just want to ask a real quick question. What are your thoughts on the chances of a third party actually winning an election?
That's a fantastic question. No, that's a fantastic question. Realistically speaking, it's just that the Democrats and the Republicans are just so established, right? There's a reason why they call it the good old boys party, right? Like it's just they're just so. This is like you look at someone like a Thomas Massey, right?
Yes.
He's got to be a Republican, even though he's a libertarian, right? Mm-hmm. So unfortunately, like the third party is just not a viable option. It's going to be very difficult to get behind. If it did happen, it would take multiple election cycles to make it happen. We need to have like some super charismatic leader that can really galvanize the youth and rebuild it. Which I'm not saying that's not possible, but I'm saying it's going to take some serious time and a lot of footwork and lots of grassroots like support.
Yeah, and speaking about the grassroots and whatnot, we need to put an emphasis on that because when you have things like Citizens United, I know it was a while ago, but that Supreme Court decision, that basically gives the campaign finance laws puts it in the hands of the oligarchs, the mega donors, and the corporations, and they have an undue influence, and they do bipartisan funding all the time, basically undermining the so-called constitutional republic or democracy or whatever you want to call it. If we're to remain that, it's imperative that we repeal Citizens United.
I agree with you on that. And that's a big problem. Is like lobby groups are a big issue in America. Huge. Yeah, I don't understand how it's not illegal, but the people that write the legislation are the people that have the power, right? So yeah. Thank you for that.
Thank you for what you do, and thanks for your courage, and I'll stay tuned in.
No,
thanks,
appreciate that, and thank you for the smart question. Hi. And we got to close up here, right? Okay. Hi.
Mario, so you're saying that women are stupid and they deserve less?
In most cases, yes.
Well, did you know women created Wi-Fi?
You gotta be trolling.
I am trolling.
Yeah, I was gonna say because some other girl said that shit. Some other girl said that shit at USC. I was like, man, this is trolling. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I wanted to say, Myra, you're actually one of my biggest idols. I think.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that.
You're the reason why, you changed my views that men and women are different. Feminism is a lie. Society's too sensitive. We need to call out the stereotypes and educating Americans about them boys.
Thank you so much.
So
I appreciate that.
I've been watching your content for more than 2.5 years. I started with Fresh and Fit. I started with the Whatever podcast, but then I thought your content was more entertaining because you're calling out women for their shit.
Yeah. Brian's a lot nicer than I am.
No, it was very entertaining. And for me as a woman, I want to try to educate a lot of women as far as that feminism is a lie.
And we need more women like you because look, I'm very aware of the fact that my message is very volatile to people, and a lot of women are not going to take it. So if they hear someone like you say the same things, they're going to be more receptive to it because let's be honest, women tend to be more concerned with the way information is conveyed versus the content of that information. So this works fantastic when I talk to men, but with women, a lot of times it doesn't. So yeah, we need more women like you going out there and saying like, hey, don't fall for the lie. Like, this is what it is. Stop being an idiot. And they'll probably listen to you more than me. So yeah, do it.
I got into arguments with my friends already, but I'm trying to at least talk to the, some of my managers who have young daughters, don't think that career is going to be everything. I do want to shout out, I think people mischaracterize what you're trying to say. I think you and your brother are very talented and articulate. I also do like watching Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson, Andrew Tate. I do love Pearl. Nick Fuentes, I love how he's super blind, doesn't give a shit about what anybody has to say about him, especially his clip about the Nazis with Piers Morgan's. I thought it was really funny.
Yeah.
I do like Sneeko and Tucker Carlson, and Echoes from Above. Those are the truth tellers, and they really
Well, add yourself to the list now. You got to spread it because we need more women that look like you that can get in these rooms with these women and talk to them, etc., and have these very difficult conversations. Because for me, I simply can't get into certain rooms and do what I need to do. So you could be the Mossad spy and get in there and tell these women and wake them up. All right?
I've been waiting for the day to talk to you, so I've been watching your content almost every day.
Well, don't give up. Keep talking to the women because you can get in rooms that I can't.
So, but I actually do have a question, unless I missed something from your
go ahead.
Podcast. So you told women they need to lower their standards. So let's say women that are your age eventually become red pill or black pill. What advice would you give in finding a partner?
Find a guy that's gonna treat you well. That's gonna, that understands, has some kind of masculine semblance about him. He might not be the most attractive guy. He might not be 6'3", Chad, good looking. He might only make 60, 70K per year. But if he's a good guy, right? He has a fear of God and he's willing to take care of you and be a partner with you. There's lots of guys out there. It's just that a lot of them are just invisible to women, unfortunately. And when I say women need to lower their expectations, it's because what women are chasing a lot of the times isn't good for them. They want a Chad who's going to be loyal, that makes all this money. It's there's not enough of these guys to go around. So if you want a guy that's going to, be loyal to you and be good to you and be this loving, traditional guy, there's plenty of them out there. It's just that they're not attractive enough for women, or they might have a weird stutter, or they might have a weird limp when they talk, or a lisp. So when I tell women to lower their standards, a lot of times it's hey, date within your range, because unfortunately a lot of women don't date within their range. They think they can do better.
Even though I heard you mention that women at their late 30s, it might be too late for them, or
no, it's not too late for them. They just have to lower their standards drastically.
Okay. And then I just watched your other podcast about Gen Z not being interested in the PBD, his advice, I guess, for men.
Yeah.
What can we do as society to kind of get women to change their view about feminism?
We need more women like you to go out there.
But they're hard. I mean,
it's hard, but because I can only reach a certain amount, right? So we need other people pushing the message. I'm not one of these people you can steal my shit. No, steal my stuff and go out there and tell people. I don't care. And especially with women, you guys need to educate your daughters, your sisters, your friends. They might get mad at you, they might ostracize you, whatever. But dude, if you're able to get to one chick, right, and get her to get married and save her from the lies of feminism, you did good. All you gotta do is save one person, wake one person up, and you did your job.
Do you think men are kind of held accountable to kind of letting this kind of going out
For
of control?
sure, they're a big part of the problem.
Or them boys?
Yeah, that's a part of the problem, but it's also the men too. That's why I was telling that guy, the reason why your race, right, when it comes to white people, because the white replacement, white genocide, etc. I told him, look, a big part of that is you guys don't have your women under control. And since you don't have your women under control, they follow the feminism, follow the propaganda, etc. That's why you guys are in a situation where you're losing your women to education of black dudes. That's the issue, right? And they don't want to hear that, but that's the reality. So we got to attack it from multiple angles. We can attack it from one angle here. You attack it from your angle. Talk to other women, and I think that's how we do this.
I know you have a line back there. I do have a couple more questions
Oh, God.
about the politics.
Yeah. I'll tell you this. because I do think we got to close here soon. We got to wrap it up right now. So don't worry. 5 more minutes again. I got to piss so bad. I'm like dying over here. Could I piss real quick? Come right back. Can I? I'm dying. All right. Where's the closed bathroom? Somebody help a nigga out. Right there? All right, and then I'm gonna run over there, and then I promise I'm gonna come right back. I feel like a new man. All right. Hey, I'll hang out as long as you guys need me to, bro. As long as you're okay with me staying here, I'll hang out as long as you guys need me to. There's no breaks on the train.
No, right. I did watch the whole Anus Reach shit. I think it was really fucking hilarious.
Losers, yeah.
I'm trying to get my friend to stop watching them because she did like Anus Reach, but then you like exposed them. I thought it was very entertaining.
Oh yeah, dude, the hypocrisy is nuts. Aborted retreat is what I call them now. Aborted retreat, bro.
Okay, so sorry, I'll try to make this real quick.
Yeah.
So, do you think it was inevitable that the war of Iran was going to happen anyways? Because Netanyahu still did the 12-day war. So even if like Trump tried to negotiate with Netanyahu on this the last bombing, like
yeah, no, it was inevitable. And literally, like Marco Rubio admitted this. He obviously changed his story after, but yeah, it was inevitable, and that's why we got involved, because we knew that they were going to strike us if the Israelis struck them anyway. So they said, you know what, we might as well get ahead of it.
This could be like a conspiracy, but I was thinking about it. Is like, I think I forget that guy's name that quit. I forget his name, but
there was a couple, Mike Waltz.
the one that's with Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh my God. Joe Kent. Thank you. Joe Kent. Yeah, Joe Kent resigned. Yeah.
Yeah, he talked about with Tucker Carlson about his like how Trump is actually not stupid. He has a really big family. Do you think that I guess the Zionists or Israel could be threatening his family or like threatening American citizens in the background?
So, a lot of people say that like there's like, you know, he's being blackmailed and shit like that. Some people say that. Obviously they have like very lucrative business deals in the Middle East as well. So there's a whole bunch of, you know, different issues. You know, and then also he you know, people forget that he comes from the real estate world in New York City, right? And that's obviously very you know, Jewish dominated. So, you know, it is what it is. But we do have a lot of people. Do you mind if we can go to the next person, if that's okay? Or did you have one last quick thing that you want to say?
No, you can go to the next person.
Okay.
I know you already said it, but
yes, of course. I'm gonna I will not leave one book unsigned.
Thank you so much.
What's up, man?
Mr. Gaines, how are you?
How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you. We met a couple of years ago back at AmFest in Arizona. It's good to see you again.
Yes, I think I recall meeting you.
Yeah, I was just with Jake Lang, actually, standing outside the courthouse, Montgomery County Courthouse, when
okay, you were
arrested.
there.
Yeah, I was there for the court hearing.
Awesome.
I'm super happy you're covering this topic because I think it's pretty important when it comes to the freedoms of speech.
Did you see the video? Did you see the video?
Yeah, I did. I was there. I mean, at the hearing.
So you saw the video at the hearing?
Yeah.
Was the fact pattern like I said?
Exactly as you said. So
Thank you, sir.
I want to give credence to what you said. It's exactly true. I had a couple questions real quick to ask you, but one thing I wanted to preface, I think you remember meeting my wife, Sarah. She was with me in Arizona when we met for the first time.
Yeah.
We have 6 children together. I'm 29 years old.
Congratulations, that's a beautiful thing. That's great.
I want to say
where's that Jewish fucking white nationalist? You need to talk to him. You need to tell, hey, you need to do this, motherfucker.
Yeah, I got married at 19. All of my buddies pressured me, and I think a lot of guys can attest to experiencing the same thing. you maybe have heard that like you're gonna miss out. You need to screw a lot of bitches, and sorry for my French, but like, and you're gonna sleep around, live your life, experience life, right? That's what was said to me. And my wife said, well, what say you, when we were engaged? And I said, you know what? All of my first experiences and all of my last experiences I want to have with you and nobody else. I think we have a tradition in our culture of monogamy that's so important and should be valued and should be held in high esteem. All of our literature, going back to England, it's the knight, it's the prince who's going after the princess. A princess who's held up in a tower, whose virtue has been maintained and protected. In my life with my wife, when I met her, her father and her brothers protected her virtue, protected her chastity, and looked after her. And because of that, that's one of the reasons I really, really prized her, because she was pure, she was whole, she was innocent, she wasn't run through. You know, I was her first kiss. I love that, you know, and I feel like so many people, because of the degradation of our society, are not going to be able to experience that kind of beauty. Monogamy is central to our culture as Americans. It's also central to Christianity. If I'm mistaken, do you support polygyny?
Yeah, so my thing is, I think, so let me give you my position on this. I understand the importance of monogamy. I understand that it's how you build a society. I understand that when men are monogamous, they tend to be more, future oriented. They stabilize a bit. They want to build they want to, work and provide for their family. Now, the things that you experience are great. I wish more guys can experience it, but unfortunately, this is no longer the new normal for most men. Most men, when they meet a girl, they're not going to be the first kiss. They're definitely not going to be the first dick, and they're not going to be the first guy to take her on a date. And I would argue in today's day and age, with the way women are, women have changed so much that to adhere to or hold that belief can set guys up for a really bad time when it comes to what is now basically become a fairy tale. Now, what you have is fantastic, and I'm glad that you had that. That's beautiful. The reality is that most guys are not going to be in a position to find that and or get that, unfortunately, in today's society in 2026, with the way feminism is and everything else like that. So what I tell guys is, when it comes to the way the new normal is, you must adapt to the new normal. And I think guys need to be experienced with women where they're in a position where they're not necessarily being controlled via sex, because that is the female strategy, where they are going to, oh, you want some pussy, you need to take the trash out. Oh, you want to do this, you need to do that. You can't be in a situation where your woman is leveraging sex against you for compliance, which is how a lot of modern women do it, and a lot of guys will put themselves in compromising situations. So I don't want guys to be put in compromising situations for sexual access. Rather, I want them to be experienced with women, so the girl is, chasing their validation versus the other way around. So you need to be able to understand women, and unfortunately with that, you have to have premarital sex to a degree. I know this is very not, holy, and I know this is like very...
Why? What's the ultimate goal?
To have family.
So having a lot of premarital sex and fornicating is the ultimate goal, is to have a family through that?
Well, so yes, your goal should be to have a family, but you also don't want to start a family with a woman that's a harlot that's going to ruin your life and make it bad for your children, where she's going to divorce you and cheat on you.
So you should be a man whore, and that somehow is going to make you a man. I'm not following. So
yeah. So okay. The female sexual strategy when she meets a guy is to sell purity. I'm a good girl. Commit to me. Give me your resources. If a guy isn't experienced enough, he won't be able to tell if she's telling the truth or not. The only way that you're going to be able to tell that as a man nowadays is you need to be able to date women and identify certain characteristics, traits, and behaviors that are not conducive to a long-term relationship. Because unfortunately, since so many women grow up in fatherless households, a lot of women grow up with a very toxic mindset of masculinity. A lot of women grow up with this feminist ideology where they don't respect masculine authority and the things that, like you mentioned, how your wife, right? She was preserved and protected by her
father and brothers. Yeah.
Most women don't have that. So since most women don't have that, you kind of had a pre-assembled woman. Most men do not have that. So what they have to do is they almost have to assemble the woman on their own. Yeah. And they do that through vetting her, figuring out what she is, and then going off of that. And I know some women might get mad at me for saying this, but this is the reality of dating as a man, because if you get married to a woman, you have far more to lose a lot of times than the woman has to lose. So that's why I tell guys, you need to be aware of this stuff, and you only get that through being around women.
I just have a caveat to what you just said.
Sure.
I will say, here's a better strategy for men. There's plenty of really good, godly girls who are protected by their fathers and their brothers, but you're not going to find them in the strip club. You're not going to find them in the bars. You need to go to conservative Reformed Christian churches or holiness Pentecostal churches or independent Baptist churches where they're raised with that society and that culture, where not only are they shamed by their family if they go out and become sluts, they're shamed by their entire community, their church, family, everybody. So they are socially engineered already from childhood, from birth, to maintain chastity, to maintain virtue, that your duty is to be a wife and a mother in the home and to serve your husband. And that's what I got with my wife. So guys,
no, I know, and that's fantastic that you were able to find a girl that had these social training wheels in place where she came to you ready as a wife and she was prepared. What I'm saying is that that's just not a viable option for most guys.
I just don't think most guys.
It's not realistic.
With all due respect, I don't think most guys are looking in the right place. You're not going to find them on the beaches. You're not going to find them in the bars. You're going to find them in a conservative church. I don't think the majority of the guys out here are going church shopping to go find.
Now, I'll be honest about this. I'm sure there's plenty of guys here that, you know, women will be hoes on Saturdays and go to church on Sundays, right? Like, so, like, even if you go to the church and you know, use these screening tactics that you're mentioning, which I agree with you. I think they're fantastic ways to kind of screen women. You're still going to have to be put through your paces and be able to identify a girl that's faking it until she makes it.
If you go to a non-denominational church and the girls dress like hoes during service, you're probably in the wrong church, because if they dress like hoes, chances are they're hoes. What I'm advocating for is that you go to a church with conservative values and morals. Go find the women there where those values and morals are maintained, because there's peer pressure from society.
Sure, that's one option. But what I'm saying is that a lot of people are not religious, a lot of people are not Christian, a lot of people might not, they might be Jewish, they might be Muslim, they might be more secular or whatever. I'm giving more advice that's pragmatic based on where we are and how things are now. If they're Christian and they, adopt your worldview, a Christian worldview, that's a fantastic way to go about it. But I'm giving a more, how do I say this? A bigger and larger overview for more men that they can adopt. That might not necessarily be Christian based, but if you're a Christian based, yeah, that's a great way to go about it. I still, tell guys like, hey, still exercise discretion, because a woman can go to church and still be a 3 or 4.
Yeah.
But that is one way to mitigate some of the risk.
Well, I think society at large, it's corrupt, it's immoral, and this is you're paid to be so. The algorithms on social media promote promiscuity. We see all of these things. It's standardized in our culture. Yet the reality is there's another culture that's part of American heritage culture, and that's Christianity. Okay, that's part of the fabric of our society. And if you're going to miss out, you're going to miss out.
Sure.
My recommendation to all men here is find Christ, become a Christian, get yourself in a conservative church. You probably won't find them out in California. At least there'll be very few. So get the heck out of California. Find a religious community, get involved, get married young, have more children than you can afford. That was the best advice Charlie ever gave to me. Last question real quick.
Sure.
What do you think Charlie Kirk would say about Chud the Builder and his predicament today if he were alive? Just speculating.
I don't know. I think he would champion his ability to free speech. But I don't know. I don't want to speak for someone that's a deceased. Rest in peace to him. Me and Charlie might have disagreed on Israel and everything else, but obviously, the people that are cheering his death and everything else like that, like fuck them. Rest in peace to Charlie. But yeah. So I wouldn't know.
Agreed. I'm anti-Israel as well, anti-Zionist. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. And
I
appreciate you. I appreciate that we have someone here that's a witness that actually watched the footage from there, because I think a lot of people don't know the facts of the case. And it's good that we have someone here that actually watched Josh Fox walk up to this guy and and hit him and punch him first, and then go to the ground and everything else like that. But thank you for that.
Thank you so much. And guys, if you don't want your children to end up being thoughts, hoes, sluts, don't send them to public school. Homeschool them. Get them out of the society and the culture that's perverting your children. God bless you guys. God bless America.
Thank you. Thank you. Who's up next? Yeah, a lot of times they do. Yeah, a lot of times they do. What's up, man?
Hey, good to see you.
Good to see you too, man.
So I'm running for office as a Republican here in California, and one of the big issues that we have is the Zionists have completely overrun our party. How do we get the Zionists out of the Republican Party?
we're going to need to get behind politicians like you that want to get them out of here. All the influencers, all of us, we got to get by. You know, if there's a politician, he's like, yo, in the right wing at least, not necessarily the left wing, because the Democrats are faggots and they're socialists, and they don't really, they look at Israel from another perspective. They look at it more from a humanitarian perspective, which there's nothing wrong with that. Obviously, what's going on in Palestine is a problem, but they don't look at the nationalistic perspective. We need to get behind politicians that are anti-Israel, and the right wing especially, because they control the GOP. That's the last bastion that they have at this point, right? There's a reason why losers like Mark Levin and a lot of these like pro-Zionist people are going to the right wing. You look at someone like Bill Ackman, who's a lifelong Democrat, and he's voting Trump all of a sudden. I wonder why.
Alan Dershowitz, though.
Alan Dershowitz, exactly. Yeah, he left the Democrat Party and he's going over to the Republican Party. So this proves what we've always said. A lot of these Zionists, especially these prominent ones, are Israel first. Their American politics comes second to their Israeli politics.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I'll let somebody else take it.
Thank you, man. Yeah, can you like introduce yourself real quick to the people and tell them more like what the district and everything else like that?
Yeah, I'm running. My name's Dennis Vitoza. I'm running for Congress in Hollywood, Glendale, Burbank, and Pasadena, Ashland. If you're registered to vote there, I'll be right there. We can chat a little bit. Thank you so much.
No worries, man. We need more, anti-Zionist politicians in government, bro. So anyone that's a Republican, especially, I already know that's an uphill battle. They're gonna probably, AIPAC's gonna try to fund and get you out of there like they did with Massey, unfortunately. 35 fucking million they spent to get Massey out of there. What's up, man? How are you?
Man, I never would have expected to meet you today, man. I'm kind of nervous, man, but I want to ask you.
Nothing to be nervous about, my friend.
I want to learn from you. Like, where can I follow you? I know you do. I have that OSS stuff,
Yeah.
Where can I follow you?
What was that you said?
Where can I follow you? I want to learn like finances and stuff like that.
We're on YouTube, we're on Rumble, Kick, everywhere.
Alright.
Fresh and Fit, Myron Gaines X.
Appreciate it, man.
No worries. Thank you, bro. And guys, don't make fun. It takes a lot of courage to get up on a microphone and talk in front of a lot of people. You know what I mean? Not everyone is like, a public speaker or anything else like that. So shout out to you, bro. And everyone that gets on the microphone, by the way, to include even the fucking liberal idiots from earlier. What's up, man? How are you?
Howdy. How you doing, sir?
How are you?
Hey, good afternoon. Blessed. I don't know who Chud is. I'll be honest.
Okay, that's fine. What do you?
I'll be Chud.
Okay.
I'll be Chud. And you know what? I'm gonna prove you wrong. That I did nothing wrong. I do wrong shit all the fucking time. And you know what? That's the fucking problem. Is that men out here are constantly doing the wrong shit, and women test the fuck out of it, and they fucking don't respect it. And the solution to all the problems is to just do the right shit all the time. A mentor of mine that I met at the sauna, that's what the fuck he preaches. He preaches all the time, just be about 100. Be about your shit. And
Do you
that's
have
the
like
solution to the problems.
Do you have like a question or anything or a disagreement or?
No, I don't really got nothing like, that's the answer to a majority of the shit that's going on. And it's just bringing awareness to everyone.
All right. Let's get to the next person though, just because we're very short for time, and I want to do like a speed round.
And so like real quick.
I don't know what that is.
Answer that. Everything's right in front of us. And so this is the Statue of Liberty.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. I really do. God bless you, and then thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you.
On everything. You and the T brothers, and then Sterling Cooper, and then Justin Waller, and all of them. They did it. You did it. And how you told the young lady earlier, it's people like her. It's telling each other what it is. You have to tell one another, you did it, 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 I did it. We're all the shit. God bless you.
Harry, thank you.
God bless America. American plus all the fucking way.
All right. Okay. Who's up next? Let's be speed round. I know I said that a million times, but speed round for real. One question or comment, then we'll fly.
Hey, Myron. My name is Marvin, and I just wanted to say what's up and everything. I really watch your streams. I was watching your clips sometimes pop up on reels and everything, so I'll just see it and stuff. But recently, I've been watching your kick streams and everything, about the chud and everything. But even about what's going on with the world, how the economical powers are changing. How
hit us with it, though. Hit us with it. What is the?
About China becoming a great superpower, because we are the first global superpower, but we also have an opponent as China.
Yeah.
Which we shouldn't be really worried. But at the end of the day, if you understand how money works, about currency, gold and silver, but they stole our wealth from us after they stopped after they stopped producing silver coins and everything. So we have nothing to back us up at the end of the day, only the petrol dollar. About Sneeko, I heard him too about that, but I've been looking into it as well. And as well, if like we lose this Iran war, which I wouldn't agree on, but wouldn't they sell their, the Chinese, wouldn't they take the Chinese yuan? No, not yen. That's
It's already happening. Countries are already de-dollarizing ever since 2022. The dollar was using about 70% of the, because we're the reserve currency status, in transactions now is down to about 56 to 55. So countries have already been de-dollarizing because of BRICS, and this happened after Russia was sanctioned in 22.
Yeah.
So it's and if we lose reserve currency status, it's gonna be a serious problem for us.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, how BRICS and everything, because that's what.
Well, let me get the next person behind you, bro, because we got a lot of people.
Yeah, my bad, man.
No worries.
I like your content, man. You're really brave for you to doing this because, like, I look at you and you're really brave going out here because it's really dangerous because people can't handle the truth or something.
Yeah.
You know, somebody saying something, and then how Charlie Kirk. I wouldn't agree on everything that Charlie Kirk says, but at the end of the day, he had the will to speak his mind and what he believed in.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm good.
Get us
man.
quick. I want to get through everybody.
I just wanted to bring attention to this issue. Have you heard of the case of Henry Nowak?
No.
He was this teenager in the UK that was stabbed by a Sikh man with a knife.
Okay.
After this little altercation, and the cops would put him in handcuffs and have him bleed out because the Sikh man accused him of being racist. And I was thinking about the policy, your policy on like immigration. Do you think that immigration has sort of gotten out of control in general, or?
Yeah, I think mass immigration always leads to inherent problems. You bring in people a lot of times, with mass immigration, you don't get the best and brightest. You get people that come in from third world countries that might not have the same civilized mindset, rule of law, appreciation, and they come in and they take advantage. So mass immigration is a huge problem. Huge problem.
So I would just say like the UK is kind of farther along on that path because that's kind of where we're heading because in the UK the Sikhs can carry a knife but the citizens cannot. So
yeah, I mean the UK, Australia, these countries are cooked. They're far more progressive than we are. They don't have freedom of speech. They have mass immigration problems of their own to deal with, which we do as well. But we're not as like far gone as they are. So no, I agree with you that mass immigration is a huge problem. That's why I'm so supportive of ICE. So.
All right. Well, I would just say it's interesting, like, because I was thinking about like with George Floyd, everyone was covering that. No one's covering the Henry Nowak thing.
No, because it's foreign, So that like, unfortunately, most Americans don't care about mass immigration, let alone mass immigration in Australia. So that's why.
Yeah, that was in the UK. That's fair though.
Yeah, or the UK or whatever. But I see your point. I see your point though. Is like you're bringing, mass immigration leads to inevitable problems, which I agree with.
It's a very, very complex issue.
Yeah. So, all right, man. Thank you.
But yeah, that's it, man.
All right, guys. So I think we got to close out. So, what was that? Oh, form a line. Okay, yeah. So, guys, we're gonna form a line here, so I can, go ahead and sign books and take pictures, all that other stuff. Thanks for coming out. It was awesome, man. But I look forward to talking to and shaking some of your guys' hands. And okay.
To again drive very aggressively and flirt with some of these other drivers, especially as she encounters those brake lights here. So something tells me we may be looking for a possible opportunity to get off the freeway, but for the time being, she's hugging that number 1 lane. So still committed to the eastbound 60 freeway, guys. Yeah, we first heard this in the East LA area. She was near Whittier and Lorena Street. So this was a surface street pursuit at first, and for some reason, she ended up on the freeway, which was always a big risk at this time of the day on any normal rush hour. This is obviously not a normal rush hour, but still, as I said, surprising that she's even able to maintain these speeds. Even at 45 miles per hour, she's doing better than most other Angelinos this evening. I should say that all of this traffic that we're looking at here is going to come into play if this comes to a stop on the freeway. If she does encounter some standstill traffic and has nowhere to go, if she boxes herself in somehow, that's really going to pose a challenge for those pursuing officers. So we will see how much longer they maintain this pursuit, if they decide to hand this off to CHP, or if they decide to pull back altogether. But right now, they have only fallen back a little bit, still in pursuit mode, as she now navigates off of the 60 freeway. It looks like she's taking the exit here, and that is going to put her on, no, still on the 60? Still, so she's getting on the 605. Transitioning now from the 60 onto the northbound 605 on a 2-lane transition ramp here. And if we could widen out just a smidge, we'll see how far behind LAPD is here, or if they have fallen way back, if they were able to make that exit with her. I do not see any flashing lights behind her, but that helicopter is overhead. So LAPD now tracking this female Grand Theft Auto suspect from the air, letting those ground units pull back quite a bit. And again, it was always going to be risky business on the freeway with all of this traffic. So safer to have the helicopter track her movements and meet up with this person once they do come to a spot, preferably off the freeway. Yeah, northbound 605 here, just north of the 60 freeway. I should correct myself. It's actually LA County Sheriff. The sheriff's helicopter has taken over this pursuit. They are, again, in tracking mode. That is the night sun that you see right there. And even on the 605 freeway, you still see only moderate traffic. It's not nearly as heavy as it was 5 to 10 miles west of here, closer to downtown. The further away we get from downtown, the more it seems to be moving. Northbound 605, I would say she's about maxing out at 50 miles per hour. Again, heavily tinted windows on that stolen truck. We can't really get a good glimpse inside the vehicle, but needless to say, just very, very aggressive and erratic driving so far. Right, only that one contact, that one minor collision that we saw when we first came on the air with this. She's now approaching the 10 freeway in the El Monte area here. So we'll see if she sticks with the 605 or takes a chance with the 10 freeway. Out here, it's doing much better again than it is in the East LA interchange. Traffic seems to be moving, at a, I wouldn't say a snail's pace. It seems to be moving, moderately at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. And she's able to find those gaps and weave through here. But I still think, unless she has a clear destination in mind, something tells me she'll be looking at some point to get off the freeway. But she's still holding on to that carpool lane, so she has to make her way all the way over to the right if she's going to get off the freeway, especially if she's going to take the 10 freeway, which is just about a mile ahead of her. Coming up on the 10 now, and she's bypassing the 10. It looks like, from my vantage point, it appears she's going to stick with the 605 freeway. Committed to the 605 freeway, and that carpool lane is moving a little bit quicker than the rest of the main lanes there. You can see the traffic next to her is much slower, but that carpool lane is doing okay, and that is allowing her some room to play with here. Again, law enforcement falling back here, but the LA Sheriff's Department maintaining a solid visual from their helicopter, and we'll see if they're able to get units into position here when she gets off the freeway, or the other possibility is maybe California Highway Patrol out here in the San Gabriel Valley decides to engage with this suspect. Right now, the only charge that we are aware of is Grand Theft Auto. This is apparently a stolen vehicle. If there are any other crimes associated with this pursuit, we are not aware at this point. So depending on the severity of the charges here, that will also play a big part into the decision as to how far they want to take this. But with the helicopter at their disposal, of course, they can take it quite a distance if she does eventually get off the freeway here in LA County.
Whether you're looking for service on your existing garage door or opener, or you need a replacement, call Dave's Garage Doors, where our dedication to old-fashioned value and workmanship ensures your complete satisfaction. On each visit, we'll completely check your system and make any minor repairs and adjustments. For any make or model, trust Dave's Garage Doors, serving the Portland, Salem, Vancouver area since 1981. We're big enough to count, but small enough to care.
Luke with your crawl space guys. We do all things crawl space, sump pumps, dig outs, you name it, foundation repairs. So today we're doing a sump pump. We're going down in this crawl space and actually already has a sump pump. And we run into this a lot though, where somebody installs a sump pump and that's all they do. And usually it's not installed properly anyways, but even if you do have a sump pump, without a trench system, most of the time the crawl space is going to have water issues. So it's the middle of August or the beginning of August, and there's water, there's mud down there. You would think it would dry out by now, but the water's still there because what happens is it gets on top of the vapor barrier and then it has nowhere to go. So we're going to go down there, we're going to put a trench system in between each bay of pier pads. We'll dig a trench. There's a basin down there that we're going to utilize. We'll put a new sump pump in. We'll tie in to the low point drain that's there. The low point drain, it ties into the downspout drains and it goes to the street.
So this is the original pump. We're going to call it a pumpy because it's a little dumpy. It's allowed quite a bit of mud in the bottom of the basin, which is not good. That'll plug up the pump.
Now, the pump works.
Hello, my name is Colton. I'm with your crawl space guys, and we dig what we do, and that's literally, let us do it for you because you don't want to do this. You don't want to get muddy, you don't want to get insulation in your hair, and you don't want to fight the crocodiles either. So we'll do that for you.
Alright, we got her all finished. We're going to wish you a happy and dry crawl space. And remember, your crawl space guys are the only company to call. Right. Merry Christmas.
It's just wild. It's just incredible to me. I mean, we were just showing you the traffic downtown not more than 15 minutes ago, and every freeway out here was bumper to bumper. But as she's made her way out here, she has managed to find a wide open 605 freeway. In fact, north of the 10, you can see now she's got the whole freeway to play with, doing upwards of 80 miles per hour. So she's doubled her speed here just in the last 30 seconds, and her next major interchange is going to be the 210 freeway. But as long as the freeway is wide open for her, why not stay on it? Again, unless she has a clear destination in mind, we don't know where she resides, where this pursuit originated from. We know they picked it up in East LA, but we don't know where this suspect intends to go. So as long as she's here on the 605, coming up on the 210 freeway here in the next few minutes, as I look out off the nose here, she pretty much has the 605 all to herself. As she gets closer to the 210, it does jam up slightly, but now you see her making her way over to the right lane, getting ready for a possible exit, but no signal yet, so we'll see if she does get off the freeway here. Yeah, right now just the helicopter. LAPD basically waving their hands. They have basically pulled way back. They're out of their jurisdiction. They've gone back to Hollenbeck, and now you have LA County Sheriff basically tracking this truck from above. Again, California Highway Patrol, they're going to be a little more aggressive. They have been lately, but they may or may not take the opportunity to adopt this pursuit if they are, if they're not too busy. They will send units out here. If they're preoccupied, then they may let this one go. But right now, LA County Sheriff tracking their movements as she continues up towards the Azusa area. We'll see if maybe they start alerting some of the other jurisdictions along the 210 freeway. But right now, still pushing about 70 miles per hour here on the 605 freeway, getting closer and closer to that 210. There'll be a little more volume there, but again, overall, she still has plenty of freeway to play with.
You sell on your website, Amazon, and beyond. We ship your orders, powered by Amazon's logistics network. Amazon Shipping. You sell it, we ship it.
Sorry guys, I lost you for just a bit there. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but we'll continue here as she continues northbound on the 605 freeway, hugging that number 4 lane there at about 70 miles per hour, refusing to pull over for LAPD. Now she has much less pressure on her, but everybody is well aware that something is going on with that bright night sun shining a light on this stolen pickup truck. It's a red stolen truck. Not sure where it was stolen from, what other crimes may be associated here, but believed to be a female driver who once again is desperate enough to use that shoulder if she sees an opportunity. If she has any kind of traffic whatsoever, she gets right over the shoulder and is showing limited competence behind the wheel here, but still managing to keep up her speed. That's right. There's no word on whether there's anybody else inside that truck, but it does sound like California Highway Patrol is now going to take over this pursuit. So we should see CHP units pull into position behind her here any minute. It may take a couple minutes to get out here, but it's still, she's getting much closer to the 210 here, so we'll see what happens. Yep. Copy. Westbound 210. So we're back over the 210 freeway. If you're joining us live on abc7.com and our 24/7 streaming channels, Chris Christie up in Air 7 HD as we continue our coverage of this GTA suspect who is refusing to pull over. LAPD chasing the suspect out of the city into LA County's jurisdiction. The sheriff's helicopter overhead here as California Highway Patrol now attempts to get onto the 210 freeway here and try and pull her over. She's now transitioned onto the westbound 210 freeway, heading back towards Pasadena, back towards the metro area where traffic is going to bunch up on her the further west she gets. Now, right now, the eastbound or the westbound side is actually the faster side of the 210 freeway. The eastbound side is all jammed up with folks trying to get home on a Thursday night. Westbound traffic is a little bit better. But again, that's going to change once she gets closer to the 710 here. So that red stolen pickup truck with a female driver behind the wheel, unclear whether anybody else is inside the truck with her, but she is continuing to drive very aggressively now over the Gore Point at an exit here. This is going to be Central Avenue. She's getting off of the 210 freeway, off of the freeway, and this will put her potentially onto Central. Westbound off of the 210 freeway, now on Central Avenue, paralleling the freeway here with, she had the green light there, but didn't even bother to slow down, picked up a little air, a little dip in the road there, and now you can see she is coming up on some more intersections here. So we'll see if she shows any attempt whatsoever at slowing down for these, or if she starts blowing through red lights. That is going to attract the attention of law enforcement much faster. This is Shamrock Avenue as she pauses there slightly to make a left turn. A left turn now under the 210 freeway, southbound on Shamrock Avenue. Under the 210, she's going to dump the vehicle. She's going to dump the vehicle under the 210. She's under the freeway. Under the freeway, and the vehicle, is that it? That's not it. That's not it. Okay. Yep. One of the oldest tricks in the book, Colleen, pulled up under the freeway. Now you see her peeking out the other side of the freeway at a snail's pace, and she did not dump the vehicle. She's still in the vehicle, deciding it looks like that she wants to get back on the freeway. This time, she's potentially going to get back onto the eastbound side of the 210 freeway. Colleen, I thought almost for sure she was going to dump the vehicle. You know how often we see that happen. No, we haven't seen any flashing lights in quite a while. Again, LAPD did have a couple of units dedicated to this pursuit when we first picked it up off the top, but they have since pulled back completely. LA County Sheriff doing a bulk of the work here until CHP can get into position. They are tracking this from above. They are probably, almost guaranteed, watching our stream right now, and so they are attempting to get into position here any minute. I think we will start to see some CHP units eventually. It's just a matter of those guys working their way through traffic as well. Coming up on the entrance ramp there, now getting back on to the 210 freeway, and this will put her onto the eastbound side, Colleen. Yeah, it's surprising to say the least, especially on a night like tonight. You know, we're on the eve of a very busy travel day. Tomorrow, I can tell you that tonight has seen more traffic than we have seen all week since that fire happened on the 10 freeway. And as a result, all of the surrounding freeways have been bumper to bumper as far as the eye could see tonight. And now she is joining the rest of those folks leaving downtown LA, heading home through Pasadena, through the St. Gabriel Valley on the 210 freeway, now over the Gore Point, back on the 605, taking the 605 southbound. So starting to retrace some of her steps here because traffic was just going to slow down on her. She was really going to be bumper to bumper in just another quarter mile because of all that get home traffic. So now decided to get onto the 605 freeway, a clear indication that she may be making this up on the fly here. I just don't get the feeling that she has a clear idea on where she wants to take this. In any event, though, CHP has now pulled into position from above. We do have a CHP helicopter entering the picture here. LA County Sheriff still right overhead, providing that night sun, and we'll start to look for more of those ground units here again in the next couple of minutes. It takes time to triangulate those units through all that busy traffic to get them into the area. So we'll see if they pop up behind her here in just a minute, and we'll see what the driving looks like over the next several miles, if she slows down at all, if she acts more agitated, less agitated, or if she hits anybody else. Again, to recap, we've already seen one minor collision that we're aware of early on in this pursuit. She basically ran up against somebody's fender bender, another pickup truck actually, that she slid into, and now she has slowed down a little bit, basically going with the flow of traffic here on the 605. No, we don't know. We really don't know a lot other than the fact that this is a stolen vehicle, but something tells me there's more to it. However, we're still only seeing limited resources dedicated to this pursuit, so we already know that LAPD was fine enough just letting it go, handing it off to the LA County Sheriff's Department, so it wasn't serious enough for LAPD to continue it out of their jurisdiction, but still, we'll see. Here comes that CHP unit. Here comes that CHP unit, the first primary unit to join the pursuit here since we have hit the bottom of the hour here, and now she'll have a little bit of pressure coming up from her rear left flank. There is California Highway Patrol with the lights and sirens on, code 3, back in pursuit mode as that unit, ooh, look at that, they've turned the lights off. They've turned the lights off, so this is not a pursuit technically, but they are now following the suspect with the lights and sirens off. No longer code 3, this is now firmly in tracking mode, but they're going to continue to track as to not agitate her further. I think the driving was slowing down to a comfortable speed that they don't want to spook her too much. Right now, if she gets off the freeway, they can safely follow from a distance and eventually execute a felony stop if they can get units into position here. But she has now exited the freeway at Lower Azusa Road, just off of the 605. The sheriff's or the CHP helicopter now providing the light from above. One unit right behind her. They will almost certainly call for backup before they light her up again. But right now, it does look like the driving is slowing down ever so slightly here. The composure is a little bit better behaved. You can see she's not really attempting some of those wackier moves that she was earlier on, where she was just weaving across all lanes and just driving very erratically. Now it looks like she's just a little bit more under control here. So we'll see how close that primary unit gets. He's about maybe a couple hundred feet back, I would say. Still continuing. That was a red light, I think, that she just ran, if I'm not mistaken. We'd have to re-rack that. It looked like a red light that she ran. That CHP unit made it as well. He actually ran it, I think, unless it had just turned green. I'm really not sure, but it looked like it was red by my eye. And now it looks like maybe she's attempting to get off of Lower Azusa Road in that turn lane. No, she's just using go the wrong way on Lower Azusa Road. So she's just going around this traffic using that median, going the opposite direction over the double yellow lines, where there is now a little bit of traffic ahead of her on Lower Azusa Road. Once again, you see her pushing the pedal to the metal on the oncoming lanes of traffic. That is certainly going to attract the attention of CHP as they try and get more units in position.
When a company makes customer satisfaction the #1 goal, everything else just falls into place. That's why when you rely on Dave's Garage Doors, you can always expect top-notch work at a fair price. Serving Metro Portland, Vancouver, and Salem since 1981, we're your trusted source for everything from residential and commercial garage door installations to repairs. Choose from wood, steel, and carriage-style doors. Just let us know what you're looking for today.
They say higher education is outdated, irrelevant. We say don't settle for the status quo.
At Grand Canyon University, we shatter it.
We lead with a pioneering spirit in classrooms that are incubators for bold ideas.
GCU empowers learners of every generation, on campus, online, and hybrid learning environments.
This is purpose-driven education. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
Yeah, we can't really tell. I mean, it does look like it's not necessarily a work truck. There is some stuff in the back. I saw a spare wheel and maybe some other tools, maybe a cooler as well. So it was hard to tell, but there are several items in the back there that she's hauling off of Peck Road, now onto surface streets here, again off of Peck, now coming up on Peck Road off of Mulholland. So she did a little circle there. CHP lighting her up now, and I expect that they'll pull up much closer on her, close up behind her, because now that she's really ramped things up, especially once she went into those oncoming lanes of traffic, it really it makes it all the more urgent for them to get her off the road. So I think that's going to really change the tactic of that primary officer, probably just waiting for more backup before they pull up closer, closer behind her, I should say, Colleen, here on Peck Road. She is now in rush hour traffic along Peck Road, and now you see that primary unit only a few car lengths behind, lights and sirens blaring, night sun overhead, CHP now desperate to get her off the road. Another red light, through the red, light just turned green. Now that two CHP units will go through that intersection with her, and now with 2 units behind her, we may see an attempt at a pit, or if they get the go-ahead, or something else. Well, we'll see what happens here, but certainly the pit maneuver is an option if there is a wide open enough stretch of Peck Road. We're not seeing that just yet. You see a lot of traffic ahead of her, but if there's an open stretch and they give the go-ahead at one of these empty intersections, certainly that is an option that they will employ here. You see that primary unit now joined with company here, back up, joining the pursuit, and here's a third unit, potentially CHP as well, about to execute a felony stop. At least I think they will try and pull up much closer behind her here. We'll see what happens here in the next few seconds. Getting back on the freeway. It's a transition road. Back onto the freeway now. It's going to put her on the 10 freeway. So 2 black and whites following her onto the 10 freeway off of Peck Road, now onto the westbound side of the 10 freeway. Now, obviously, we know the 10 freeway is shut down much further west of here, but we've got about 10 to 15 miles before that comes into play. So we'll see what traffic does here. The eastbound traffic is much heavier on the 10 freeway, but quite frankly, Colleen, once we get closer to downtown, all bets are off because everything was bright red brake lights as we made our way out to the east here. So she'll start to see some slowdowns if she continues westbound on the 10 freeway. But of course, as her luck would have it, right now she's got plenty of pavement at her disposal. Yeah, she's pushing it now, upwards of 80 miles per hour with really nobody in her way here. She's got those carpool lanes to herself now, and she's using them to full advantage. She could go faster, but she's already doing about 80. And now we're going to see some more aggressive tactics by that primary unit. Not too aggressive because there are still lots of other motorists around her, but we are going to see some more pressure applied here, I think, by CHP. So Night Sun has gone away temporarily. I'm not sure if they're still there. Just trying to keep it on her. You know, it's so, and by the way, I got to tell you, Colleen, keeping that Night Sun on the suspect vehicle is much easier, or is much harder, I should say, than it looks on television. Controlling that Night Sun is really a skill, and it does take a certain amount of talent to keep that light on a fast-moving truck like this. So you'll occasionally see her dip into the darkness here, but right now they do have the Night Sun on her. It's providing tremendous assistance to those primary units, but it's also letting the other drivers around her know that something is going on. There is something that they need to be on the lookout for. Maybe start bearing to the right as they see those sirens coming up from behind, and certainly they know that something is going on. Of course, in typical LA fashion, it is, of course, a high-speed pursuit.
Hey there, everyone. I'm Andrew with the Spray Foam Company, and what you're looking at here is a finished container project that we did for a golf course here in Portland, and we used some General Coatings HFO foam, 2 inches throughout, and pretty good looking job. So if you need some foam, don't hesitate, give us a call. It's Andrew with the Spray Foam Company at 971-256-8420. Thanks.
That's right. Yeah, it's a somewhat, I think, a newer model vehicle. It's been through a little wear and tear, but you see she is accelerating here. You know, it always depends, too, if it's a stolen vehicle, the details of that theft matter, because it always, of course, depends on how much fuel was in the tank when it was stolen, but it also depends on when it was stolen. Has she been driving the stolen vehicle around town for the past few days, for a week? Has it been stolen for a while? Or did that theft just happen this afternoon? We just don't know the answer to those questions. Presumably, law enforcement may have more details than we do. Certainly, it's simple enough to run the plates and find out who the proper owner of the vehicle is and what the situation is. But in any event, you now see 2 primary units, a primary unit and a secondary unit, I should. California Highway Patrol's helicopter pursuing from above there. So a very, very precarious situation around all of this other traffic here on the 10 freeway. And again, it's worth reiterating, the further west we go, she will eventually run into a detour, which we are well aware of. Yeah, and it also makes you wonder, you know, this all started in East LA. This has turned into basically a joyride, Colleen. To take it all the way out into, you know, out to the 605 and play those games in El Monte, trying to, you know, run from CHP up there on Peck Road, and only to get back on the 10 freeway of all freeways to head back towards downtown. It just tells you that there is no real clear destination in mind here. My money says that she is enjoying her last few miles of freedom here until that truck does indeed run out of gas and she starts to look for an opportunity to either give herself up peacefully or try and dump the vehicle some other way. It certainly is evident that she may look for an opportunity to run, considering that she came to a very long, pregnant pause under that freeway earlier. You got the impression that she was thinking about maybe getting out, dumping the vehicle. I was looking for her to come out on foot on the other side of that overpass, but she just crept along and managed to stay in the vehicle and continued the pursuit. And so, you know, we'll see what's going through her mind. You never know what's going through somebody's mind in a case like this. Are they under the influence? Are there other factors at play here? How desperate is the individual? And of course, the big question is, if there are any other crimes associated, is this person armed, or is it only the truck that those officers are concerned with? They treat all these suspects as if they're possibly armed, of course, but do they have any intel telling them otherwise? Do they know if there were other weapons used in a previous crime? Was this a carjacking? Again, questions we just don't know the answer to yet. Right. Exactly. It's one of those two. Presumably, she does not want to give herself up here. Now we have a third unit joining the pursuit. That's going to give them more options. But you're right. It really is one of those two things. Most likely, either there's another crime here that she's running from, or potentially in a not so great state of mind, and that could be why she's refusing to pull over here. If she's experienced at this, she may know. You know, if she, in other words, if she's a career criminal, for example, I'm not saying she is, but if she is, then you know, she knows the drill. She knows what's awaiting her, which could be a night in jail. But then again, it may not even be a night in jail. It may be a few hours in jail, and she could be right back on the street. So she doesn't see the need to pull over right away. She's calculating her risk, and she thinks maybe it's worth taking her chances. Maybe she can get away and avoid the arrest altogether. Already, worth reiterating, LAPD was willing enough to let this go. She tested their patience. Now she's back in their jurisdiction. So she's taken the 10 freeway back into LAPD's jurisdiction where this began. If she gets off the freeway, LAPD will be involved, and they probably won't be as gentle this time around. They won't be as willing to let her go. But right now, we should say California Highway Patrol, the primary agency here, and now we start to see that heavy traffic here on the 10 freeway, coming to a stop here, or not a stop, but coming to a crawl as bumper to bumper traffic as she navigates the East LA interchange. Getting off. We don't know. We don't know, but she, oh, look at that. She really just picked up speed there. Get off the freeway now on Mission Road at a high rate of speed. Throw up the real-time speed tracker. We see her at 50 miles per hour. She was going much faster a second ago as she tried to outrun that cop at the intersection. Again, CHP, the primary agency here to answer your question, Colleen. We don't know who else is in the vehicle, but I sense a lot more aggression just in the last few seconds that she got off the freeway. She felt the pressure from all of that traffic. The 10 freeway was at a standstill if she stayed on it. A spike strip was not an option. A pit maneuver was not an option. And so now California Highway Patrol finds themselves back on surface streets as she navigates the LA River here. She's over the river at First Street, the First Street Bridge, heading into downtown LA. Using that shoulder. Yep. Look at this. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's scary because you hear the sirens and you instinctively want to pull over to the right. But she's passing to your right, and so it just increases the risk for more collisions here. Now she's back to their left. They hear the sirens. They're pulling over to the right. You've got 3 units right behind her here, and she is in another major intersection coming up here at First Street and Hewitt Street. That's going to be another red light that she just blew through. Those 3 units going through the red with her. Lights and sirens on. Pedestrians crossing the street as she makes a wild left southbound turn onto Central Avenue. Now in downtown LA, where the streets are much narrower, the buildings are much taller, and the pedestrian traffic is much heavier. We will see if they continue this pursuit. If the speeds continue at this rate, they may let the helicopter do the work here. But right now, she is really pushing it down a pretty empty Central Avenue. But you never know when somebody's crossing the street through this part of town. We're just entering Skid Row. Right, so that would be surveillance mode, and that is another possibility. That is an option at their disposal if they just want to not spook the person and take some of the pressure off, but continue to keep an eye on her. Many of these helicopters are equipped with infrared technology, so even though they don't have the night sun on her for our advantage, they still see a very clear image on their screens inside the cockpit of her movements. California Highway Patrol does have that technology at their disposal. Right now, those 3 pursuing officers still able to keep a solid visual. Rob, help me out really quick. Are their lights still on or did they turn them off? I think they're off. So now they're following. They backed way off. They're still following, but from a distance. Go the wrong way. Oh, threading the needle here on Central Avenue, Colleen. This is scary. A lot of rush hour traffic here on a busy Central Avenue. Another intersection finally coming to a stop for the first time. She's behind another patrol car. Look at that. He doesn't even know. That's an LAPD officer. He doesn't even know. He's not even aware, I don't think. Well, here, look, passenger door, front and rear door popping open. A passenger stepping out of the vehicle, the driver coming out the other side. We're at Central Avenue and Olympic Boulevard. They have lots of backpacks, a dog, another dog involved in this pursuit, and now CHP is probably, look at this, they're running through traffic with the dog. They're running through traffic with those belongings, dumping the vehicle in the middle of Central Avenue, now running for it along Olympic Boulevard at Central, continuing now down the sidewalk where we know for a fact law enforcement is close by. We have helicopters in the air. There are plenty of eyeballs on these two suspects. They will be taken down here one way or another in short order. But that dog, as you know, Colleen, is going to come into play here as they approach these two individuals. I suspect they probably would have already done it, but now that decision making is made all the more complicated by that large dog. Front.
Welcome to the new generation of web creation, where your vision and technology works as one, so you can create the way you think. Wix.
Yeah. Yeah. No, here they come. Here they come. Here come those units, and we will see how this plays out. They're coming up ahead of her. I think they're well aware. I believe my money. Yes, that was the driver. That is the driver. It looked like, hard to tell, but it looked like a male passenger. Female driver, male passenger, both grabbed their belongings, a couple of pretty hefty backpacks and duffel bags. And I've lost a visual of the passenger, but we're going to stay right behind. Over to the left, Rob, I think she's in front of the truck. Is she under the tree? Under the tree. Okay, behind the truck, under the tree. Behind the truck, under the tree with the dog. Here comes CHP. They're in front of her, and I don't have a good here. Is that an officer? I can't tell. That's the girl. Okay, that's the girl. She's on the phone. There's the dog. Passenger and driver together with the dog behind that truck. Here comes another black and white under the tree here. People with their guns drawn. No guns. Oh, here's the gun. Okay, weapons out, pointed directly at those suspects. And now we will try and get a better vantage point underneath this tree. They're running. Running without the dog. Running without the dog, two officers in foot pursuit through traffic here on Olympic Boulevard, a very busy Olympic Boulevard, a city bus right there, and now she's being taken down to the ground. Look at this. The driver being taken down to the ground by two officers, and we still have to look out for that passenger and the dog as soon as we, okay, she's detained. Let's go ahead and just tilt up and see if we have any other activity behind that truck. I suspect they may have caught up with him as well. It was right near that tree in front of the truck. I'm not sure if there were enough units to converge there. Only those two patrol cars, and they may not have, the cops have the dog. An officer with the dog? For sure? Okay. We believe, so we can, yeah. There is the passenger. Oh, it's the passenger without the, okay, we thought it was an officer. Okay, it was this is the passenger, another female. Is that a female? It's another female, so two females. This is the passenger. Yeah, a little bit of confusion up here. That is the passenger with the dog. She's now on the phone, and now those two patrol cars are right next to her. So presumably, she may be willing to give up. Something tells me she may have had enough, and she is ready and willing to give herself up here. I mean, she has plenty of opportunity to walk away. Now she's walking away, but well, it's also worth mentioning we don't know if that person was being held against their will, if they were a willing participant in that pursuit. Those variables matter as well. But now she is indeed walking away from the scene here. Police are making their way over here. Not quite fast enough, but they are making their way over here. I can confirm that there are officers making their way back over to this area. Do you see them, Rob? I don't. So somebody's near that patrol car. That would be one of the officers who will likely make their way down the sidewalk here. She appears to be relatively composed here with the dog, just kind of standing by and ready to cooperate. She appears willing to cooperate. She is guilty by association. However, she has not committed any crimes that we have seen. This is, again, the passenger in that pursuit. It's possible. Yeah, you mean just let the passenger go? It's possible. It's possible. We heard them making their way over towards her on the radio, but they have had plenty of opportunity now, and I have not seen any officers. As she approaches Central and Olympic again, those two officers are staying put with the driver, and that would coincide with what you were saying, Colleen. Yeah.
That's not all. We offer additional services like mold removal, biohazard cleanup, and reconstruction. Trust PNW Restoration to turn your setback into a comeback. Give us a call or visit our website today.
They don't, but at the same time, there's a lot of other factors here. We just don't know. We don't know, for example, is that stolen property that she's carrying? Are there any other crimes associated with this? Now, you would think by now they would have already approached her. We are told that they were trying to, but in any event, you can see her now sheltering at this McDonald's. just kind of waiting by. We still hear them on the radio trying to find their way over towards her. Here's an LAPD unit now turning the lights and sirens on in front of the McDonald's, and maybe they're going to try and approach her now. We're going to stick with this because I feel like she's going to cooperate, but I do think they do want to talk to her at the very least. You're right, she hasn't committed any major crimes that we are aware of as a passenger. She is not the driver that was breaking all those road rules. However, she still is a witness to all of this, and even if an arrest on her part is just more paperwork for those officers, she still has information at the very least to provide and help them prosecute the case against the driver. So they've got to find out at least what the situation is if they can. And, you know, even the dog, we don't even know if that's her dog. I mean, we really don't know. Most likely her pit bull, but yeah. Here they come, LAPD, now pulling up next to her. They're going to approach, and she's going to drop the leash. She did drop the leash for a second. This is delicate. Let's hope she cooperates here. You see, they haven't even drawn their weapons yet. So that shows you we're back into another situation, not dissimilar to the pursuit last week up in Ventura County, where there was a large dog that they had to negotiate with. Now it's a pit bull who is standing right next to what appears to be the owner, we are presuming, and those officers trying to negotiate. There are weapons drawn, but they're approaching delicately, and now she's walking away. This is not good. This is not good, because now they can't see her hands. This is not good. I don't. Okay, tie it up to the pole. Maybe they're asking her to do that, or maybe she's volunteering to do that. Yeah. Again. And they may just talk to her. They may not even execute an arrest. They may just take her in for questioning temporarily and see what her involvement is. Unlikely, but in any event, you know, you just don't know. You just don't know, because the fact of the matter is now, if she is taken in, now they have to call animal control or a relative and handle the animal. So at least the dog is safely tied up to the pole, and they can now talk to the owner and figure out the rest. Yeah. Right, yeah, it's a good analogy. Yeah. Potentially, I think you might be right here. Again, they may just talk to her as long as she's cooperating and has a reasonable story, I guess you'd say. But you know, it's not lost upon these officers, though, that these two, especially the driver, albeit, but these two put a lot of lives in danger over the course of this pursuit here. So this is not something that should be taken lightly, and they certainly don't want to make the wrong example out of them either. It's not the best practice to let suspects go, especially on live television, dare I say. But it's definitely something that requires some follow through. Even if as I said, even if it's just collecting a witness statement and giving her a citation to appear in court. It could be as simple as that.
Whether you're looking for service on your existing garage door or opener, or you need a replacement, call Dave's Garage Doors, where our dedication to old-fashioned value and workmanship ensures your complete satisfaction. On each visit, we'll completely check your system and make any minor repairs and adjustments. For any make or model, trust Dave's Garage Doors, serving the Portland, Salem, Vancouver area since 1981. We're big enough to count, but small enough to care.
Yep, a lot of resources dedicated. You know, they want to get to the bottom of this. It was their pursuit to begin with. Now you have California Highway Patrol handling the driver over here, but this is a mutual effort between LAPD and California Highway Patrol. Plenty of paperwork for both agencies to complete tonight, and eventually they will sort this out and decide to hand this over to a prosecutor at some point. Now, what the future holds for her is quite honestly an open question. Does she spend the night in jail, or is she basically released in short order? It really is an open question, and it's part of what motivates some of these folks who refuse to pull over for law enforcement. You got it, you got it. It's true, and it might only be my fourth pursuit with a dog. Good to know. Are you a dog person? Good to know. It's terrible. Yeah, it is terrifying. I mean, slow him down, or possibly even execute a pit maneuver. But you can see the speeds are continuing. We put up the speed tracker. I'm not sure if we'll get quite an accurate reading, but it looks like he's doing about 45 miles per hour there. So slowing down for another intersection, not blowing through this red light, slowing down for the red light, and then continuing with caution there. So several units continuing northbound Vermont Avenue. We're going to continue to try and figure out what the original want was here. We don't know why they originally tried to pull him over. What I can tell you is that there are several agencies kind of competing for jurisdiction here, trying to figure out who's going to take this over. Right now it's CHP right behind him, guys. Yeah, just a few miles back, he actually slowed down, let a passenger out of the car. He or she went running away from the vehicle, and then the pursuit continued on. We have no way of knowing whether there's anybody else inside that car other than the driver. We haven't gotten a close enough view yet of that driver's seat, but at least one passenger who was in the car exiting the vehicle as this pursuit now continues up Vermont Avenue. Looks like 4 CHP units staying with him again through another red light. You can see those units behind him kind of protectively blocking traffic, and I would not be surprised if we start to see some South LA units start to block off intersections ahead of him. So you've got about 5 units right behind him They would love to be able to get units in position ahead of him to prevent any kind of cross-traffic collisions as he continues to go through these red lights. It's not a high-speed chase at this point, but he certainly is showing very, very reckless disregard for other driver safety, even though he's slowing down for some of those red lights, just going right through them. And at times, as I mentioned, up on sidewalks and in oncoming lanes of traffic, like right here, look at that. He is now on the southbound side going north on Vermont Avenue. Very dangerous situation, definitely escalating the pursuit here. And what that does is it puts law enforcement in a position where they are less likely to cancel the pursuit. They're less likely to just let him go, because now he is really posing a major danger to public safety in the middle of rush hour.
The Tempur-Pedic Breeze makes sleep feel cool and comfortable. So no more sweating all night or blasting the air conditioning, because the Tempur Breeze pulls heat away from your body, so the mattress feels up to 10 degrees cooler all night long.
Very. We're not sure what the original one was, quite frankly. We believe it came out of the Bell Gardens area. I'm not sure if it was Bell Gardens PD that was trying to initiate the pursuit, or if this has been California Highway Patrol's pursuit the whole time. Actually, I'm being told now that it started with LA County Sheriff's Department. So the LA County Sheriffs were in pursuit. CHP eventually took it over, and it ended up in the Huntington Park area as we were flying down through South LA. He eventually made it all the way down to the Glenwood area, headed west on Imperial Highway before going all the way back north on Vermont. He has been on Vermont the entire time we have been on the air with this pursuit. You'll have to excuse the shot because we're actually going to fly around LAX's approach path. Again, for no particular reason at all, you saw at one point there, he just randomly went into oncoming lanes of traffic. He didn't have anybody in his wake there. He just went into the southbound lanes for no reason, really recklessly, and just, again, just one of the many dangerous maneuvers he's shown here. Yeah, there was at least one passenger jumping out of the vehicle a little bit earlier in the pursuit. No way of knowing if there's anybody else left in the car other than the driver, but there was at least one passenger who he did let out at one of those intersections in I want to say the Southgate area. But as we come around now, hopefully we'll be able to get a better shot. I believe he has made a turn, trying to get some more information as we speak, but I believe he has made a turn. I'm not sure if he's going west or east. It looks like that CHP helicopter, okay, so he's still going northbound. I guess he's still on Vermont, so approaching 54th Street. Vermont and 54th, this is his location. He's still continuing northbound here. We'll go ahead and try and come up the east side of this pursuit and hope to get a better view there. There he is right there, northbound Vermont, and it looks like, just from that shot there, it looks like he's picked up a little bit of speed. You saw that red Honda CR-V now going back in the correct lanes. It looks like he was, once again, looks like he was going the wrong way. So still on Vermont Avenue, all over the road, and there is some traffic on this Thursday afternoon. A lot of people need to keep an eye on this and just stay out of the way here. This is a dangerous one. Yeah, you know, they have given the go-ahead in this situation to execute a pit maneuver if they have the opportunity. The problem is the opportunity requires no other motorists in immediate danger, no pedestrians crossing the street, and the speeds have to slow down to about 30, 35 miles per hour. It looks like that unit right there may be closing in on him, and if he slows down just enough, we might actually see that pit attempt to try and spin this car around here. Coming up on another intersection, that's going to be Vermont Avenue and Vernon. The car squeezing through on the right. Another red light. That's the pit attempt, and it looks like he didn't really have a good shot there. So it continues north. He continues to push the pedal to the metal here and kind of accelerate through that pit attempt. Eastbound turn on King there, yep, right south of the campus. So he's now made that turn towards the Harbor Freeway. He's going to come up on the 110 freeway here and have an opportunity to get on the freeway. I can tell you if he does that, both the north and southbound lanes of the 110 freeway are pretty much jam-packed right now. He won't get very far very fast if he does decide to get on the freeway, and that will happen here in the next 30 to 40 seconds. I presume he's going to stay on King and just continue this pursuit. It looked like as we got that glimpse, as he made that turn, we kind of were able to make out a passenger in that passenger seat, unconfirmed, but it did look to be somebody in that passenger seat. Right, so he stopped just short of the freeway and made that southbound turn on Figueroa, paralleling the 110 freeway. It looks like traffic is pretty sparse on the southbound lanes, but really to perform that pit safely, those northbound lanes are going to have to be cleared as well. You want to limit any damage to city property, you want to limit any damage to parked cars, but if they have the opportunity, we might see it here. We might see well, now it looks like he's coming up on some more traffic. And look at that, every time he comes up on traffic, he just goes right around it. He slowly kind of crawls around either over the WL lines, into oncoming lanes, just kind of squeezing through, trying to evade these CHP officers. Yeah, southbound on Figueroa. Now he's kind of really done a complete zigzag up and down South LA. First on the east side of the 110 freeway, then back up Vermont, and now he's basically retracing his steps. But he's essentially covering the same real estate, going up and down South LA, up and down either side of the 110 freeway. More CHP units joining the pursuit here. I presume they are, well, the best information I have is that they are indeed waiting for LAPD to eventually take this over, although it does not appear that those units have arrived yet. We've heard several calls now for LAPD to take this over. Right now, it is still all three of those vehicles right there, at least, are all CHP cruisers. I'm sorry, Giovanna, somebody was speaking over you. One more time. No, unfortunately not, but just based on the driving alone, the reckless driving, that's enough to continue this pursuit, especially the type of driving we've seen. Unfortunately, we don't know what other crimes he may have committed. Maybe they ran the plates and it came back to a warrant, or possibly, we don't even know if it's his vehicle, quite frankly. There's so many unknowns. Presumably, CHP at this point does know, does have that information, but at this point we don't know why exactly Sheriff's Department decided to initiate this pursuit. It's interesting though, because at one point they eventually decided to hand it off to CHP rather than holding on to the pursuit. And that could be for any number of reasons, quite frankly, but that wasn't an intentional decision on the part of the Sheriff's Department. At one point, I'm not sure if it even ended up on the freeway, but that would be the primary reason we would see CHP take it over. But as far as I know, I have not heard anything else about the original one, and quite frankly, haven't even heard what freeway he traveled on, maybe the 710 to get up for Bell Gardens. But in any event, he is continuing all the way south now, down Figueroa at 58th Street, a little more traffic once again, and then right around through another red light here, and look at all of those CHP units going right along with him. They obviously feel like they have the clearance to do so. They have no cross traffic, and so they will continue what is essentially, I don't want to say it's a slow speed pursuit, but it's certainly not a very high speed pursuit. At certain times, he's definitely stepped on the gas, specifically when he tried to evade that pit maneuver. But he's just kind of going along for the joyride here more than anything else. And hopefully, as we come up around the driver's side here, perhaps we'll be able to get a better glimpse through that driver's side window. I thought it was rolled down for a minute, but it looks like that driver's side window is rolled back up, and we can see clearly now a passenger possibly on the cell phone in that passenger seat. Right turn on Gage, and that is going to be a challenge as we continue to try and keep eyes on him. We're going to try and come around the south side of LAX's approach path over the 105 freeway and maybe gain some altitude here, but he is in kind of no man's land. It'll be interesting to see if LAX has the clearance in their airspace to allow law enforcement in there. It looks like California Highway Patrol is actually turning around. CHP is either orbiting, okay, he's making a southbound turn on Hoover, I'm being told. That's why you see that CHP helicopter doing that orbit there. I was wondering if maybe he would have to turn around to avoid any airliners landing at LAX, but instead it looks like that suspect making a right turn, a southbound turn off of Gage onto Hoover, now heading southbound again on Hoover. Thank you. Florence. Looks like he just made an eastbound turn off of Hoover onto Florence. So now eastbound on Florence Avenue, CHP continuing to make that left with him, again heading back in the eastbound direction, and once again heading back towards the freeway. Yep, coming back towards us. So we're making an about face now. We're turning around with them, going back up the Harbor Freeway, and it's really, you know, for us up here in Air 7 HD, it's like a cat and mouse situation. Another southbound turn now on Figueroa, and we will try and keep eyes on him again, but now he's passing us in the other direction. You can kind of tell just by the expert camera work by Rob Gluckman in the back of Air 7 HD right now, doing an amazing job of trying to keep eyes on this very squirrely driver, really just weaving his way through South LA and zigzagging these streets, taking these officers along for quite a joyride this afternoon. But unfortunately, it is just so dangerous when you consider all of the people who don't see this coming, whether it's pedestrians crossing the street or other motorists in this area. It is a very dangerous situation regardless. Just cruising, yeah. Eastbound Manchester, another eastbound turn, this time on Manchester Avenue, and that's going to put him on the opposite side. He's going underneath the 110 freeway, now coming out on the east side of the 110. He's going eastbound on Manchester, and we'll try and, it looks like he's going to come out on Main Street. That's going to be Main Street that we're looking at right there, through Main Street at a slow rate of speed. And those officers continuing right behind. Very difficult to see, but we are now turning around, trying to head back up Main Street. He made a northbound turn on Broadway off of Manchester. Well, in a situation like this, we kind of use that CHP helicopter as a little bit of a guide to kind of guide us in. You can see CHP flying below LAX's air traffic, able to stay out of air traffic control's way and continue to follow this pursuit. And from this angle, it looks like that helicopter is continuing northbound. That last turn was northbound on Broadway. I understand he's now approaching Florence Avenue again. If some of these street names sound familiar, trust your instincts. We have covered these streets several times over the course of this pursuit as he continues now northbound on Broadway. But we have been north and south several times now as he takes these officers along for this dangerous joyride. But you can see that CHP helicopter now orbiting the intersection of Broadway and Florence, just to the east of the Harbor Freeway. And you can see just from this angle here, traffic on the freeway much lighter on the northbound side, heavier on the southbound side. In any event, there you see he is continuing northbound on Broadway at 73rd, possibly showing signs of a turn here, or maybe just going through another red light. but they are continuing. You know, every time he goes through a red light, they run the risk of losing him because of the dangerous nature of going through a red light. So in this case, we have seen them continue to keep the pressure on even at these red lights as he makes these random turns, this time onto 73rd, I believe, eastbound 73rd, I'm sorry, eastbound Florence from Broadway. Very often that is an indicator. Something that we see all too often is they start to kind of zero in on an area that they're at least comfortable with, whether he resides here or knows people in this area or has some other connection to the neighborhood. It does seem like he is staying in the South LA neighborhood. He's had plenty of opportunity to get into other jurisdictions. He's had opportunities to get on the freeway, but he hasn't done that. He's staying with the streets, which are always more difficult to navigate if you're not familiar with the area. It's just a guess, but he may very well be familiar with this area and continuing eastbound Florence now at San Pedro Street. That's exactly right. And as this pursuit progresses, it really raises the stakes because he continues to break laws, he continues to go through these red lights, and it really lowers the chance of them just letting it go. At this point, it almost is a requirement for them to get him off the road one way or the other, and that puts everybody at risk. It puts the public at risk. It also puts those units right behind him at risk. And we're going on in excess of 30 to 40 minutes at least, by my count. I'm not exactly sure how long it's been, but it's now an extended period of time that same unit has been right behind him. At some point, CHP is going to have to swap out that primary unit with a new unit, a fresh set of eyes, and a fresh, clear head to continue this pursuit safely if LAPD doesn't decide to eventually take it over. So one of two things are going to happen. Either they're going to hand this off to LAPD, but more than likely, California Highway Patrol and the Sheriff's Department possibly will have to get units into position here. Sorry, Jay, just stand by 1 second. And they will southbound Central, making a southbound turn from Florence. So now after passing underneath the 110 freeway, he's now made a southbound turn onto Central. Also, a street that he was on when we first tracked this pursuit. He took Central all the way down to Imperial Highway. So we're back on some very familiar territory with him, and he's basically circling this general area. Granted, it's a wide area of South LA that he's circling, but he is circling nonetheless, doing a complete loop around South LA. It's such a tricky thing, you know, it's a juggling act. As you mentioned, Mark, you've got CHP, you're very close to LA County Sheriff's jurisdiction, Compton's office, you've got Southgate PD, you've got LAPD. He's really traversing a number of different jurisdictions, and that might be the central reason why California Highway Patrol is just holding onto it for now. We will see. He's now made a southbound turn, I'm sorry, he was already southbound. Jay, you said he made another turn off of Central? Still southbound Central. Southbound Central at 83rd. We might get another glimpse here as we come down to 105. You see that airship orbiting right over him. Central at 83rd is the last intersection I have. So we will see how CHP decides to handle this. But as I was saying earlier, they may be in a position where they have to start getting units in the position to swap out those units who have been following him this whole time. You just made a turn onto Manchester, so we might get that glimpse now. You made an eastbound turn onto Manchester, and I'm sorry, eastbound Manchester at Firestone. Manchester at Firestone. So we'll see, it looks like maybe the center of the screen, that line of trees might be where he comes out of here. That is 92nd Street. So if we come towards us a little bit, and we'll see, there's Firestone and Hooper, eastbound Firestone. So he is on Firestone now. Is that right, Jay? He's on Firestone? Firestone and Compton. Firestone and Compton Avenue. Honda CR-V, newer model it looks like, and CHP looks like they're basically blocking traffic behind him now, something we also see very often for the safety of the rest of the traffic behind him. In this case, it looks like he's slowed down dramatically since we last saw him further west of here. It looks like he's almost maybe doing about 25, 30 miles per hour. That makes me wonder whether they will go ahead and give the go-ahead again for that pit maneuver if he's going slow enough. It looks like we're clocking him at just under 50 miles per hour, but that may very well be because that unit behind him is closing in. Every time that primary unit closes in on him to even show signs of pulling him over or spinning him out, he just presses the gas and then keeps on going. Basically accelerates right out of the pit attempt. In this case, he is just continuing now eastbound on Firestone Boulevard, and they might have a situation here. Look at that. Firestone's completely empty, a wide open roadway. If he's going slow enough, we might see them come up behind him. Yeah, and that puts him right back on a major here if he goes through Alameda Street, going through Alameda on Firestone Boulevard. So staying on Firestone, eastbound through Alameda Street, still fairly industrial, but a lot more traffic in general here as he continues eastbound. We'll get a little bit closer as he continues east, and that'll give us a much better view here in the next couple of minutes. It is. We are in Southgate's jurisdiction now, continuing eastbound on Firestone, trying to get a better shot in. Here we are. We're coming around now through Santa Fe Avenue. He's got the green light there. You referenced the passenger. We know that there's a passenger in the passenger seat. That's in addition to another passenger who jumped out of the vehicle earlier. So there must have been at one point at least 3 people in the car, and we don't know, there may very well still be more people in the back seat there. But in any event, he is still all over those lanes. He's not sticking with one lane. He is all over the paint and just dodging cars as he comes up on traffic here. Now looks like a southbound turn onto Long Beach Boulevard from Firestone Boulevard. So southbound on Long Beach Boulevard from Firestone, and still holding about 45 miles per hour. westbound turn onto Capistrano Avenue off of he's westbound Tweedy. He's westbound Tweedy Boulevard. And I'm sorry, Jay, one more time. Yeah, westbound Tweedy. Yeah, westbound Tweedy off of Long Beach Boulevard, a much less traveled road than Long Beach Boulevard. I got to tell you, if he continued southbound on Long Beach Boulevard, he was going to hit a whole lot more commercial shopping and dining areas as he continues south. But fortunately, getting off at Tweedy Boulevard, westbound on Tweedy, and you can see California Highway Patrol actually looks like they're pulling back slightly. They're pulling back a little bit, giving him a little room to play with, and that may very well be intentional, trying to take the temperature off and maybe hopes that he slows down or thinks better of it. But I think maybe the speeds were picking up a little bit. That might be why they decided to pull back just ever so slightly. But they are still within eye shot and clearly still in hot pursuit with lights and sirens blaring. Hey, Jay, just stand by 1 minute. Thank you. Hey, Jay, can you hear me? Jay, can you hear me? Jay, you up? Jay. Jay, if you can hear me, please stop with the streets. I got all the streets. I don't need any more streets. Please, please, please. Thank you. Yeah, now he's approaching, it looks like he's going to approach the 105 here. We're in Linwood, and he'll have another opportunity. He hasn't taken any of these freeway opportunities, but he will have the opportunity to get on the 105 freeway. Something tells me he's just going to continue south, and that will put us in a much more manageable airspace to continue following him south through Imperial Highway here. But it does look now that CHP has definitely fallen back a little bit. Compared to earlier, at least, he's doing about the speed limit, but still, you know, the reckless turn with him. This is going to be a westbound turn, Imperial Highway here earlier. Granted, a little further west of here, but he has been on Imperial Highway. In fact, that's exactly, I think, where we were when we first joined you off the top of the broadcast. So once again, continuing to stay on the same streets that he has been familiar with this entire time here. So certainly it seems like, speculation on my part, it certainly seems like this is familiar territory for him. He's definitely establishing a pattern. What they look for now is if it's a tight enough pattern. Obviously he's traversed a very wide portion of South LA, but if he tightens up his pattern, then you start to bring in the option for maybe a spike strip. If they can kind of predict the turns with a little more regularity, maybe they can get units in position and lay down a spike strip in anticipation of him making a left or right turn on the same streets over and over and over again. It's very challenging. You know, the spike strip is something we talk about a lot. When it's executed perfectly, it's really a remarkable thing, because they are really the hardest tactic to employ. In this case, I think we're probably more likely to see a pit maneuver. In any event, it looks like he is now maybe entered. It looks like he's set to enter. He might be set to enter the freeway here. He's still on Imperial Highway. Okay, yeah, he's still on Imperial Highway, which goes which goes parallel with the 105 freeway. So that's the 105 freeway near the bottom of your screen, Imperial Highway, a block north of the 105, and a much more residential area now as he continues towards Watts, I think. And oncoming lanes of traffic going the wrong way again through this intersection. And that's a maneuver that CHP has to back off for. They can't just blindly follow him through into oncoming lanes of traffic. It looks like they have the clearance and they're able to maintain as they continue through that intersection. But if he does that at a high rate of speed through the wrong intersection, that's the opportunity that he has to lose them. That's the risk they run when they fall back. But they have to, for the safety of everybody involved. They can't just stay on his tail the whole time as he's running red lights. They have to pull back in certain situations in order to proceed safely. So that's what they're doing here. And once they pass through the intersection, you see them come back behind him. He sees a little bit of traffic and then gets into the wrong way. Into the oncoming lanes of traffic going the wrong way. So once again, we're seeing that right here. A whole bunch of traffic there, some cross traffic. I can't tell whether it looks like he's got the red light. Clearly, everybody's got a red light there. They're all stopped. They hear the sirens. So I think maybe that cross traffic actually had the green light. They are stopping for those sirens, and now the pursuit continues safely through that intersection. It is unfortunately, it's a numbers game. If he continues to run through these red lights, eventually he's going to draw the wrong number and somebody could get hurt. Now, fortunately, we're not dealing with a high-speed pursuit, but as Mark mentioned earlier, even at slow speeds, anytime you're going through red lights, through stop signs at will, it is a dangerous situation. Here's a good shot through that driver's side window, getting a really clear angle now. It looks, I can't tell it, maybe you guys might have a better view with the monitor in there. It's I can't tell if it's a male or a female, both males. So it's two males. A male in the passenger seat still on the cell phone, and the driver just cruising along as if it's just an ordinary afternoon coming up on yet another intersection here. Man, he is just taking these officers along for a joyride. And now we're right back to where we were earlier. Once again, this is going to take him right under the 110 freeway at the 105 and the 110. And if history is any indicator here, I would venture to say his next turn, if he does turn, is eventually going to be a northbound turn. He has yet to travel south of the 105. Look at that. Oh, close call with that innocent motorist there as he made that random right. That's Broadway. Turning off of Imperial Highway onto Broadway. I said it right there. It looked like he was going to make that northbound turn. And sure enough, he decided to make a right turn from the left lane and came within a hair of that sedan. I don't think they made contact there, but that's the risk they run. Very, very dangerous there. Almost got somebody hurt. Continuing now northbound on Broadway from the Imperial Highway. Once again, paralleling the Harbor Freeway. They're right behind him. Broadway's a little hit and miss. If he continues north on Broadway, it will become a little more commercial, a little more industrial, and they may have an opportunity with little traffic in their way. They may, I'm hoping, have an opportunity to execute a pit maneuver. That would be, I think, at this point, almost the best bet for everybody involved, unless he runs out of gas first. So we have no idea of knowing how much gas he started with. This has been going on for quite a while. But now northbound on Broadway, once he gets past this residential section, things could open up for CHP to try and execute a pit maneuver. You've got parked cars on either side there. You've got a large median, which is going to play into their favor here if there's no traffic. There is a little bit of traffic, and now it looks like he might be getting onto, does that give him a ramp there, or is that just a left turn lane? No, he's just crisscrossing around to get around. I don't think he knows where he's going. He is literally making this up as he goes along. Literally making it up as he goes along. Now, continuing northbound through that red light, a major intersection there at Century Boulevard, northbound on Broadway, CHP with those same 5 units right behind him, keeping the pressure on and keeping everybody safe by having those lights and sirens. That's the other thing, is if they pull off, in some cases, they decide to pull off, right? But when you pull off, you lose the lights and sirens, which is a really big warning for everybody at the approaching intersections that there's police activity on the way, and to stop, slow down, or pull over to the right to let those emergency vehicles through. Without those lights and sirens, it becomes even more dangerous if he continues the driving and they don't have those black and whites right behind him. So the CHP doing an excellent job of staying right up behind him without, without any real accidents here yet. So far, they've been very lucky. But there we are. Look at this, in a much more commercial area, and hardly any traffic there. And he's going slow enough. I would venture to say they may try it at one of these intersections, or maybe not the intersection. It would be at the intersection, quite frankly, but at one of these straightaways, they may very well give it a shot. A better place, right? Yeah, I wonder if that was while we were over it, or I'm guessing that was probably prior to us joining the pursuit, I would venture to say. But as he continues northbound on Broadway through 85th, you see him again heading away from us once again, since he's made his way back towards the 110 freeway. We are back in LAX's approach path, and that's why you'll see him start to drift out of our shot here in the next minute or two. If he continues northbound, very well may turn. Every time he's done this, he has indeed turned. In fact, the last few turns have always been to the east as he circles this neighborhood just east of the 110 freeway. But can we widen out just a second? I want to see if CHP's helicopter is still above. Is that CHP, Jose, or is that LAPD? Have they joined in? Is LAPD over it, or is that CHP? PD, so we have several law enforcement helicopters now overhead. LAPD's airship now joining this pursuit. From my perspective here, all of those cruisers are still California Highway Patrol. I think it would be a good bet at some point, LAPD, even though we haven't seen them in action yet, I'm sure they are kind of flooding this area and getting ready for an eventual takeover of this pursuit. But you can see he is now continuing northbound on Broadway at West 75th Street, off the nose there. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. In fact, we've just been given clearance to go around, so we're going to come around the east side of the 110 freeway as he comes out the other side, that north side of the approach, as you mentioned. If he continues north, we'll be able to come around and pick it up further up towards MLK, closer to the University Park area. So we'll see if he stays on it, or, as I mentioned, in the past, he has made several right turns, including a right turn on MLK earlier in the pursuit. So he may be looking for another right to head into the Southgate area again. But again, it's just such a, these turns are just not predictable enough, at least from what I've seen, that they've been able to try a spike strip attempt in the last few minutes at least. But at one point, as Giovanna mentioned, they actually did have an opportunity. It just didn't work. Look at this. It turns out he's making a westbound turn. He turned into oncoming lanes of traffic. Now it looks like, prepping for, no, he's just going around all of that traffic. Yep, through the red light, just to go through the red light, and with all of those CHP cruisers in tow there, he is now continuing up towards the East LA area. Oh, I'm sorry, the downtown area rather. Thank you. Yeah, the northbound Broadway, slowing down at Vernon, making that right turn onto Vernon Avenue. You now have a clear shot of him as CHP continues. I thought for a minute he was going to continue into downtown LA. You know, the other trick in the book is to try and hide amongst the buildings in downtown. If he was to continue up Broadway, that was one possibility. In any event, he's made a right turn now onto Vernon Avenue, where traffic is sporadic, but you see a few cars at the light there, and just enough for him to squeeze around and come around through. Probably going to go through this red light here, and CHP kind of cruising through with him. He can't be doing more than about 40 miles per hour. In fact, we'll throw up that real-time speed tracker, and you can see, yeah, it's right about 30 miles per hour. There was another stretch along Broadway there where I thought maybe they had the opportunity to close in on him, but they obviously did not think they had that opportunity. So the pursuit continues here. You just start to really, really worry as time goes on and his endurance level wanes. All of these intersections, you see bicyclists now, you see other pedestrians, some people cheering him on, other people just strolling with their child. It is a dangerous situation. It's getting more dangerous by the second, even though we're not talking about a particularly high-speed pursuit. The only good news here is that as he continues, he's burning gas. He's burning more and more gas. Eventually, that will become a factor. We don't know what he started with. Certainly the CRV capable of decent gas mileage, but maybe showing signs of a right turn here at Avalon. No, just slowing down for the intersection there. Some motor officers coming up on that intersection. Those are LAPD motor officers. So again, they are in the area, they are in the vicinity, and at some point I expect that they will have an opportunity to take this over. I can tell you LAPD's airship is assisting the California Highway Patrol from the helicopter. Again, another red light with a little backup, and he goes right over the double yellow lines through this intersection in front of a school. In front of the school and continuing eastbound at Wadsworth. So Vernon Avenue and Wadsworth Avenue is where we are. A little less traffic now, but as you approach these lights, he has established a pattern. He just goes right around it through the light. Oh, a handful at least. I mean, a variety of streets. You can almost count them off. He's only been on a handful of major streets. He's not going down a lot of side streets, not a lot of obscure turns. He tends to go on to majors, from major to major, and he's avoided all the freeways at the same time. So he's not keen on freeways. Good idea considering the traffic on this Thursday afternoon. And he's not willing to venture into an unknown side street where he could end up on a dead end or something like that. He's just kind of going through these majors, going through the lights. I think he knows that his time is ticking down here. His hours or minutes are numbered. It's really just a matter of time at this point. The benefit of time is always on the side of law enforcement in a situation like this. You would just rather see it in a safer area, such as a freeway, where there's less risk involved. In a situation like this, especially with somebody driving so recklessly, it's an ongoing danger for everybody in these neighborhoods. It's a fair question, and as I mentioned, we've kind of skirted through a number of different jurisdictions. CHP fairly invested already in this. At some point, they may take it over, or there may be another reason why they're just letting California Highway Patrol maintain the status of primary agency here. In any event, they're working cooperatively together. You've got the helicopters from LAPD up above. You've got ground units from CHP. We have seen a couple of LAPD units at the ready at some intersections to assist in the takedown. But again, when you're going from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, you're kind of skirting between LA County Sheriff's Office and LAPD. California Highway Patrol is one of the best equipped agencies when it comes to pick qualified units too. And that sergeant has already given the go-ahead for a pit maneuver if the opportunity presents itself. Quite frankly, I'm not sure, and the question there would be, were there enough units in the pursuit at that point where one of them could pull off and chase down that passenger? That I don't know. It's an open question at this point. When that happens, it really helps. It helps in terms of gathering more intelligence on the identity of the suspect behind the wheel. Can they get a hold of a family member? Is there a phone number for a cell phone in the car where they can try and talk this person into some common sense? But in any event, we really just don't know at this point whether that person just managed to run away or whether they are talking to them. From our vantage point, the behavior behind the wheel really has not changed since then. It's just a prolonged joyride, and we really haven't seen it go above 50 miles per hour. And we see him slowing down, just kind of, looking for a turn, looking for opportunities. He's not really trying to hide. He's just kind of taking them along for a ride. We see sometimes where they stop at all costs to, just try and outrun the police. I don't think he's trying to outrun these units. He's just going along for the ride. Now making an eastbound turn onto Gage Avenue, coming up on Hooper Avenue. As we come back over further towards the east, we'll get a better view here down Gage Avenue, but Trowley can't be going above 30 miles per hour. Eastbound, and you see another officer there at that intersection, either ready to get involved or block traffic to keep other motorists away from this pursuit vehicle. But it looks like he is coming to a slow, he just kept going. So now eastbound through that intersection, again, still on Gage Avenue. Yeah. Yeah, back in the Southgate, Huntington Park area, which quite frankly, I'm sorry. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that, like I said, at some point, and it may have already happened. In fact, it looks like they have swapped out primary units. If you noticed a little bit earlier, it was I believe one of the Ford Explorers that was the primary unit behind them. Now they have swapped out with a new crew, California Highway Patrol, still the lead agency here, and they have swapped out those members with a fresh set of eyes to continue this pursuit. That's the other thing that law enforcement has at their advantage. They have endless amounts of resources if they really want this guy, and it certainly appears that they definitely do because of the dangerous nature of the driving. But he is going to start getting tired, whereas CHP has the ability to just swap out units, and regardless of regardless of endurance, they can continue the pursuit. Another southbound turn onto Holmes here. Thank you. Look at that. Another officer coming right, CHP unit coming right up on that intersection. It just, yep. So we're kind of getting away from that South LA area now as he makes his way through the Florence Avenue, eastbound on Florence Avenue at Albany Street. He's getting much closer to where all of this originated earlier this afternoon, into the Bell Gardens area eventually, if he continues in this direction. So we're kind of getting away from, again, the Southgate area and the neighborhoods point west of the 110 freeway, where he was really posing a challenge for us to keep up with him because of the LAX airspace. We've now made our way considerably further east, and again, much closer to the Bell Gardens area, and we will see if they happen to get involved, because it started in their jurisdiction. They may very well not. At this point, it almost seems as though that the CHP is just best equipped at this point to keep this pursuit going, and they haven't shown any sign at all of letting him go. They often will pull back. They will 1022 the pursuit. That's the code for canceling the pursuit when things get too dangerous. And certainly we've seen this pursuit get a bit dangerous at times, but I think the speed is the key factor here. The speeds have been manageable enough that they can safely maintain a visual, stay behind him, and hopefully get him and his passenger into custody. But a southbound turn now onto Pacific Boulevard, or is that Walnut Street? Just turned off of Florence onto Pacific, and now continuing south we'll see. That's a little bit of a curveball here. This will put him in an entirely new area if he continues southbound here. You know, there's so many different reasons. I mean, sometimes it's as simple as logistics. In other situations, there's politics involved. In other situations, it's just a matter of convenience. There really is there is rhyme or reason. I don't want to say it's you know it's a negotiated thing many times. In this situation, there's a lot of coordination going on between all of those agencies that we've been mentioning. And certainly, as you mentioned, they are all monitoring. They're all prepared to assist the California Highway Patrol if this comes to an end in their jurisdiction. So they're following along on their police radio. I'm often told that they're watching Eyewitness News TV, and that this is really the primary way that they kind of just keep tabs of what's going on in their own backyard so that they know what they may be up against. In this case, you know, we have been on a lot of state roads. CHP isn't only responsible for the freeways. There are a lot of state routes that run through our cities that are also technically in California Highway Patrol's jurisdiction. But I think just from a logistics standpoint, it's a guess on my part, I think logistically it just makes a lot of sense for the CHP to handle this, at least at this point. That could change, but at this point, CHP has a really good handle, and I think the reason they're keeping up with it is because the speeds have been just slow enough that they can do so safely. I think if the speeds started to get out of control, the tactics would change dramatically. But with all the airships overhead, you've got those units on the ground, there's very little chance of him getting away. About 30% of these suspects do get away, but rarely when the helicopter is overhead during the day in a situation like this. There is very little chance of this person managing to get away. There are exceptions, but in this case, I think it's just a matter of time to by the time he either runs out of gas, either runs out of energy, is talked to by either somebody on the phone, or eventually maybe a pit maneuver, which I think we're all looking out for. We know they've already tried a spike strip attempt. I think a pit maneuver is going to be the likely end of this pursuit. There's another person following along on their cell phone, and that's the other thing. As the length of the pursuit goes on, you have more and more people getting the notifications on their phone, lots of people getting breaking news alerts and citizen alerts on their phone. They know this pursuit is in their neighborhood, and too many times you know, recently we just see them decide to come out and catch a glimpse, if not try and catch some video of this pursuit. Always good for a few hundred likes if you get the right shot, but really it's just not advised. It's unsafe to come out and try and participate in this in any way whatsoever. I mean, you saw that woman right there on the sidewalk. What if he jumped the curb and lost control off of the street into the sidewalk? We've seen it happen, and we've seen people get hurt, and that's the risk that they run the longer this pursuit goes on. We are back on Long Beach Boulevard, northbound Long Beach Boulevard at Ardmore, as we now head away. He was in Linwood, now getting away from the Linwood area, back in Southgate, which is where we have spent a predominant amount of time in the Southgate area. But speed still well below 50 miles per hour, basically doing the speed limit almost this entire pursuit. Yeah, and once again, continuing back up the same stretch that he was on before, back into the Southgate area, which again, it's really anybody's guess at this point because these turns have been so random. But a lot of time, again, in Southgate, not sure if he is familiar with this area, but this is the neighborhood where I think that passenger stopped and got out of the vehicle. I think it was in this vicinity where the passenger exited the vehicle. Look at this, a wild turn there. Oh, that was a spike attempt. A spike attempt, that's how predictable it was. That was how predictable it was. Unfortunately, he was able to weave around it, but this is a pattern that he has established, so much so, they actually had the opportunity to lay one down there. Unfortunately, it didn't work, but we'll see if they try it again. Might be going into a shopping mall here. All right, pulling coming head to head with that CHP cruiser. They may try and wipe him out here. No. Wow, he was able to squeeze by that. Here comes the pit, and he picks up a little speed. You also can't go too slow for a good pit maneuver either. You have to be going right in that sweet spot of 15 to 30 miles per hour. If he's too slow, that will not flip the inertia switch, and the vehicle will still be able to move. So we'll see if they come up here. There's a narrow stretch of residential street here, a lot of parked cars, but it looks, there it is. There it is, and the vehicle stopped, and that's it. They know it's over. Hands out the window. The passenger and driver with their hands out the windows that are rolled down. They were ready for it. They knew that this was the end, and that officer with a textbook pit maneuver at the end of this pursuit at California Street and Seville Avenue. Now it is just a matter of executing a felony stop. The K-9 unit ready in case things go sideways, but it certainly appears that these two, at least the two that we know of, not sure if there's anybody in the back seat, but we know of these two suspects now ready to give themselves up with their hands, at least the passenger, hands out the window, and I saw the driver at one point with his hands out the driver's side window as well. This Honda CRV at gunpoint now, 2 K-9 units on the scene down there, and they are going to give these suspects very specific instructions as they perform this felony stop. That's right. The car is still on. The car's still on. There. Yeah, that car unfortunately is going to go into the. Okay. Yeah. They don't care about the car. They want to see him out of the car. He's trying to stop the car, thinking he could maybe save that person's house. But in any event, he needs to get out of that driver's seat and comply with those officers. You see the passenger doing the right thing there, thrown out on the pavement, and now is that the driver? The driver crawling out of the passenger side after shutting down the vehicle. The driver shutting down the vehicle, now crawling out of the passenger door. Not sure what was wrong with the door, but in any event, you're right. That canine is a very intimidating show of force. Yep. Can't blame him. And they will give the code for it here in just a second. Now that they That's right. Yeah, fortunately, I mean, it was an hour-long pursuit. Yep. Sorry. Thank you. Ten four. Copy, copy. We have about, what, 15 minutes? We got about 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Thank you, Jay. Have a good night. I will talk to you tomorrow. just non-stop chatter on the radios as we've been trying to make our way out here. Now this vehicle originally is taken out of the Monterey Park area. Now Monterey Park has their own police department. They were the original ones in pursuit. Let's get to where we are right now. We'll bounce back and forth between the information. Right now we're basically Sierra Madre. This is going to be westbound 210. The shot that we had, that long shot, was actually the 605 transition. They were transitioning from the 605 onto the westbound 210. That white Lexus, that's the vehicle they're pursuing. Now, part of the crazy information that we've been listening to all afternoon is, well, Monterey Park and California Highway Patrol both in pursuit, and that's one of those ones where agencies, they have protocol and they have to give it up, and are they going to stay and are they not? But right now we understand California Highway Patrol took it over from Monterey Park. That vehicle apparently belongs to an officer of the law. We're not sure if it's a deputy or a police officer, but it's an off-duty officer that we do know right now. This is his vehicle, and there is a loaded weapon inside that vehicle. That's what we're hearing. Now, does the person that stole that car know that that weapon is in there? We don't have that information, and neither does the law enforcement behind them right now, which is going to make this for a very interesting chase indeed. Now that Lexus moving along, pretty good clip out here. We're saying about 75 miles an hour. We're continuing westbound on the 210 freeway. Going to be coming out of the Sierra Madre area in just a minute or two. We're going to basically park Sky 9 and have them drive underneath us. But basically we are going to be westbound right now, 75 miles an hour. Stolen vehicle, possible weapon inside because it's a law enforcement officer's vehicle. And right now we're just going to be entering the Pasadena area.
All right, Stu Medell, you've been listening to this live police pursuit. That white Lexus right there in the middle of your screen, moving into the #1 lane, and it looks like, Stu, he's picking up some speed.
He's been moving pretty quick out here. When there's traffic, obviously he has to slow that thing down a little bit. But that car, pretty quick. It's a zippy little car, that is for sure. And he's been taking advantage of it. Now we're throwing out that he. We are assuming that it's a male driver. We do know it's a stolen vehicle, but we really don't have any information on the actual gender, and we don't really know exactly how many folks are inside that car. We're hearing law enforcement talking back and forth, trying to get a number. We've even been asked ourselves, do we see how many folks we see in there? Right now, those windows really tinted, unable to see what's going on inside that car. Moving along though, 210 freeway, it's amazing how when there's a chase, there is like almost no traffic out here. There was a bunch of traffic at the intersection though, the 605 right where the 210 was. There was a lot of traffic there. They did slow it down for a little bit, but when he picked that westbound 210, now he's really kind of just opening it up. We're not tracking it, so I can't get you an exact number. I am listening, though. If they do shout it out, we will hear it. Now, they are already talking about trying to put spike strips out there, trying to bring this pursuit to an end, but it's going to be very difficult, even though it's light traffic out here, Sandra. Doesn't mean that is no traffic. There are a lot of other vehicles out here on the roadway and a freeway. It'll be very difficult to get those spike strips out there in front of that vehicle. Now, California Highway Patrol did take this over from Monterey Park PD. That's where this thing started. It was on the 10 freeway eastbound, got on the 605, and then we picked it up right as it transitioned onto the 210. Now this car moving along out here, officers from California Highway Patrol right behind it. They have a helicopter above it. We believe it's going to be a sheriff's helicopter. I'm going to get that information from Pasadena PD's picking it up. And the sheriffs are over it. Timmy, my pilot today, giving me that information as we're talking, but you see that vehicle still moving along. Law enforcement right behind it, lights and sirens.
Yes, Stu, not really making any erratic moves, but he is just driving very fast. He's kind of sticking to one lane now.
Sticking to one lane, nothing too erratic, that's for sure. And you know, we always say, what is this guy thinking? Why are they running? Well, basically they're running because they don't want to go into custody. They don't want to have to deal with the law enforcement. But where's he going? You know what? Nobody ever really knows. One thing I was kind of curious about was where the car was taken from. Sometimes they make their way back to those locations or those general neighborhoods. Right now, though, this car just kind of moving along out here. And that weapon, that's going to be the big big thing out here, Sandra, because, you know, if he has access to that gun, it's going to be a real problem. And just the fact that the weapon is confirmed inside the vehicle, he might not even know. The person who stole the car might not even know that there's a weapon in there. But there apparently is a gun that's going to make this a very interesting and a very, very touchy ending when this comes to a stop. You can see the California Highway Patrol right behind it. Right now, I can tell you that we're pretty much tracking them. So we're going about 80 miles an hour this afternoon, 210 freeway westbound, well established in the Pasadena area. And you can see the car passing the other vehicles down there, but you know, it's California. You know, sometimes 65 is basically just a suggested speed. So you can see a lot of other folks down there moving along pretty well as well. But California Highway Patrol right now, they have a very serious situation on their hands. That stolen vehicle, possible weapon inside. Car belongs to an off-duty law enforcement officer. So right now, it could be very tense at the end. Right now, it's just the chase.
Yeah, Stu, I can bet that he's probably not going to jump off the freeway and go the other direction. The eastbound 210 looks like the traffic's already backed up.
Eastbound 210 is really backed up, and I'm telling you, I'm looking out the window, just kind of getting an idea of what's coming up. As we get into Pasadena proper, like up down by Old Town, it is going to be backed up. So this doesn't mean that they're going to have an opportunity to maybe pit them or block them in. We don't know how aggressive those law enforcement, the California Highway Patrol, are going to be to bring this thing to a stop, even in traffic, because when there's traffic, then all of a sudden there's a lot of civilians out there as well. That's going to be creating a different type of situation, a safety situation for the public at large, and that is one of the biggest concerns for law enforcement. You can see them slowing down a little bit. Not sure if that's the car or the traffic ahead, but the car now starting to come slowing down as we're making our way into Pasadena proper, and the traffic's starting to build. Just a little bit of traffic here, but it's going to get worse as we keep making our way westbound into downtown Pasadena.
Yeah, Stu, where are you exactly? Can you tell what off-ramp?
You know what? I haven't been listening, but I can look out the window and I can tell you that we are probably getting close to, and I'm stalling here, give me a second, right around the Fair Oaks area. Allen might be coming up here. Yeah, Allen will be the next major off-ramp, and then obviously Hill and Lake. But yeah, we're right about at Allen right now and westbound, and I can tell you, I could probably take the, I never want to get away from the car too much, but take a look at some of that traffic up ahead. It's almost stopped as we're making our way into the downtown Pasadena area. So this vehicle, even though right now moving along at a good clip or just keeping that distance, those California Highway Patrol are going to get a lot closer, I'm sure. Are they going to make a move to bring this thing to a stop with all these civilians around? I would say no, but I'm just kind of wondering what the situation is going to be. Maybe he's going to, the driver of that vehicle might get a little bit more aggressive, or perhaps, we'll see.
All right, he jumped in the carpool lane, tried that, but you could see, is he going to try to squeeze past that car on the driver's side? It looked like he was maybe contemplating that as he inched over a little bit, Stu, but he's basically really been forced to slow down, even in the carpool lane.
That's right. The lights and sirens from the law enforcement vehicles behind them will kind of alert the public, and sometimes they'll do as they're supposed to. They'll kind of move over, creating this lane so that this chase basically will keep going. And that may be what's going on here this afternoon. You can see that the carpool lane, as my wife always says, this is not the super fast lane. It's the carpool lane. But you can see folks getting out of the way today as they hear those lights and sirens, and they're doing what they need to do. They hear the lights and sirens and they move off to the right. In this case, when they're moving off, that is actually allowing this pursuit to keep going. The traffic, though, going to build and build and build. By the time we get over to the 134, though, anybody that drives this area, they'll all know it. It actually starts to open up again, but it's going to be it'll get thick and then light depending upon what freeway we take. Right now, though, he's taking advantage of the fact that those lights and sirens are actually clearing the path. Another highway patrol vehicle, basically they're doing a little bit of a swap out right there, and I can tell you that that's going to be Baldwin Park that was chasing them. Right now, it's going to be another division of the California Highway Patrol picking it up. And that's the reason why we're seeing that SUV dropping out and that Charger taking its place.
Yeah, Charger a little bit faster as well. All right, let's bring everybody up to date on exactly what we're watching here. Middle of your screen, you see that white four-door Lexus trying to get away from CHP officers. This is a pursuit of a stolen car. It was taken from the Monterey Park area, now headed westbound on the 210 freeway. It's been all over the place today from Monterey Park, now approaching downtown Pasadena from the 10 to the 605 to the west 210, going up to 80 miles per hour on the freeway. Here's the really dangerous part. We do believe this vehicle was stolen from a officer of the law. We're not sure, sheriff's deputy, police officer, but that person has given information to the CHP that there is a loaded gun inside the car. So that kind of changes everything when we're talking about not only the pursuit, but how this thing ends up. Stu Mandell's overhead in Sky 9 for us. And Stu, I am sure that CHP doesn't want this to end on a busy freeway, even though they want it to end.
Well, they want this thing to come to an end peacefully and without any kind of incident at all. I can guarantee you that is going to be the #1 priority for all of the California Highway Patrol and any of the law enforcement that get involved in any kind of pursuits. They want to make sure that everybody is safe, even the suspect, and that's something that sometimes we kind of lose track of, or we think that law enforcement is just, they're good guy, bad guy. Believe me, they are concerned also. It might not be #1 priority. Priority of the general public is health and safety is going to be #1. And then officers, but that suspect also is on their minds. They don't want to see anybody get hurt or killed. So they're going to want to bring this thing to an end peacefully. The fact that there's a loaded weapon inside that vehicle, that is what is really kind of changing it up. And the big question is, does this person even know that there's a loaded weapon inside that car? Or does he know that he stole this car from a law enforcement officer? All those questions might come out in the wash. Right now, though, we know for a fact that the person driving that car, a stolen vehicle, is running from law enforcement. We've been very lucky this afternoon. Speeds have been relatively high, better than freeway speeds, we can say that safely. The traffic conditions have been tolerable, meaning he hasn't been making any kind of crazy turns, weaving in and out, or anything like that. Basically just staying one lane, moderate to high speeds. California Highway Patrol right behind him. I do know that they did switch out, meaning that the Monterey Park, the Baldwin Park division of the California Highway Patrol got out of it, and Altadena has joined the chase right now, and that's when we saw that the vehicles right behind it changing, and a little bit different tactics as well. That officer right there kind of riding that center lane, lights and sirens, kind of giving people up ahead that something is going on and that maybe they should move over. The traffic, pretty light. I can tell you that we're working our way out of the Pasadena area, entering the Eagle Rock area, and we've transitioned onto the 134. Now the next freeway, going to be the 2 freeway. I don't know if he stays in the carpool lane. We would assume that he's going to just keep on down the 134. If that happens, I'm guessing there's going to be some heavy traffic, Glendale again, but it doesn't seem to affect this chase at all. And again, California Highway Patrol, they're chasing him now. The vehicle stolen belongs to a law enforcement officer. There is a law enforcement officer's weapon is inside that car. We don't know if the person driving it knows that that's a law enforcement officer's car or there's a weapon in there. Monterey Park, that's where it started. Right now we're in Eagle Rock on the westbound 210 freeway going about 80 miles an hour.
So dangerous when we talk about this weapons, Stu. Obviously, this person's very desperate to get away. This has been going on for at least 30 minutes, and they're just not giving up. They've been all over the freeways this afternoon, and it looks like really picking up speed as well.
Well, let me do some math here with what I have, and I can tell you we're going about 75 miles an hour, basically just tracking that vehicle right now. Don't know if he's using the cruise control. Don't know if he's just kind of driving. You just kind of wonder that this person looking in the rearview mirror, and everybody's seen these chases so many times, and they always end with the driver in custody. Sometimes we think, well, maybe he's just trying to get those last couple of minutes of freedom. But while this thing's going and driving along at these higher speeds, the freeways are a little bit, we've seen them be a little bit safer. But at any rate, whenever there's a chase, it's always that possibility that somebody's going to get hurt, the public, the suspect, the law enforcement. So right now, the law enforcement, they take this stuff very, very serious. There's a lot going on inside that lead car right now. That person, that officer of the law, trained to drive at high speeds, trained to drive in traffic at high speeds, and of course, making calls, keeping an eye on this vehicle. The car now really starting to speed up. Really starting to pick up some speed. My pilot Timmy is also just starting to move us, and you can see it right now. And that car, that's a Lexus. I'm not sure what exact model it is, but I can tell you, very zippy little car. And right now you see what this person is doing. Well, I can tell you right now, Sky 9, we're moving across the ground at about 120 miles an hour. We might be doing a little playing a little catch up right now, but this vehicle really starting to open it up, trying to get that gap between himself and those lead law enforcement, the California Highway Patrol. We do know that there is a helicopter besides us, a law enforcement helicopter above. So they're going to keep it.
All right, little problem with the signal from Sky 9. We'll get it right back for you, we promise. Here we go. And Stu looks like he could be trying to lose these officers weaving in and out of traffic now.
It's, it's definitely trying to lose these guys, right? These guys, right? And you can see him making these moves out here, moving very, very quickly, high speeds, zigging in and out. Now, we know that there's at least one law enforcement helicopter above, so they're going to keep an eye on him. That California Highway Patrol, we were just talking about how trained he is about driving at high speeds in traffic, and you can see that officer now catching up with that Lexus. We're doing that transition. It looks like we're going to be staying on the 134, making some high-speed turns out here. It's going to get really, really packed as we make our way into the Burbank area. That vehicle moving along at a good clip, slowing down actually right now, Sandra. And you can see the law enforcement, the California Highway Patrol, really keeping up with them. And we're going to stay a little bit tighter just in case. Look at this, getting boxed in. Really, it was just squeezing through there.
Making his own lanes.
Move for any of those folks down there. Could you just imagine you're driving along and this guy just comes right up and basically squeezes by you at 100 miles an hour? I'd be a little pissed. Anyway, pulling way over to the right, possibly. Nope, never. We're going to keep that just for that driver. If he gets off, we're going to say, and right now we're just going to keep an eye on it. California Highway Patrol right there with him. Look at that. And the only thing I can say, the black and white, the guy driving the black and white car, he's trained for this kind of stuff. That driver of that white car stolen, probably not so trained. So we got to keep an eye on it, and hopefully nobody's going to get hurt.
Stu, this has really changed just in the past few moments. He was driving straight, driving just over the speed limit, kind of keeping with the flow of traffic. Now he's weaving all over the place and getting really close to other cars and so fast.
Sandra, and we're watching this car from up here, and I can see that, that's like, we're talking about what type of vehicle that is. The only reason I keep bringing it up is that's, a lightweight performance vehicle. That's not, that's not your dad's Oldsmobile. And even this high performance vehicle, when he's making these moves out here, he's kind of hitting that wheel hard. That car is basically understeering and oversteering. So we're keeping a really close eye on it. I do not want to see this thing lose traction out here. Very, very high speeds, moving in and out. Definitely called threading the needle, that is for sure. California Highway Patrol, I'm going to get a little bit wider. We're going to keep an eye on it. The traffic going to just get more and more packed. Right behind him, that officer doing a fantastic job, staying safe, keeping an eye on him, lights and sirens, at least trying to warn the public. Look at that! Did you see that? Oh! Whoa! That even really caught me there. And that's the problem. The California Highway Patrol, that officer trained. This guy not trained. And on top of that, he's keeping an eye out, trying to look for that law enforcement officer. Right now, though, pushing his way through as the traffic's getting thicker. We're getting closer to the 170, moving out of the Burbank area. Going to be Toluca Lake here, North Hollywood in a bit. And traffic really, really getting thick out here. California Highway Patrol making their way right back behind the bad guy.
Oh, he had at least 3 very, very close calls there, Stu. Just coming up behind these cars so fast, and these people don't know what's coming at them.
that's the thing. I always think to myself, if I had a loved one down there on the roadway and this lunatic came up behind them or caused a wreck, it would be devastating. And this is what most people, when they're watching it, that's what they're thinking. If you're at home watching, you're probably thinking, oh, you know what, I got a loved one that drives on that freeway, or I know somebody that could be on that freeway right now. And, with this guy driving so quickly, and you saw those really close calls, so, you know what, if I was giving this guy any kind of score, his number's dropping down a lot after we saw that. And then on top of that, those hard turns, we saw that car really starting to sway at a couple points there. So California Highway Patrol right behind them, though, keeping the lights and sirens going. They might be changing out divisions again, meaning it's still California Highway Patrol, but we're getting into the West Valley area. He does have a choice for the 170, and also, it would be a little difficult, but he could also head down to Hollywood. Right now, though, back on the freeway, that California Highway Patrol, he did, we saw it. That guy really opened that car up, was doing a bunch of crazy stuff. But look at that officer right there behind him once again. So whatever gains he has, he's lost right now. Nobody's been hurt. We haven't seen even paint swap with that vehicle this afternoon. So that's a huge plus. But this thing isn't stopped. And it just makes you always worried about who's out there, what could possibly happen, and just the randomness of what's going on out here. We're going to be on the 134, approaching the 170 right now. It might turn it into the 101. We'll take a look, but it does appear he's kind of choosing the 170, so it looks like we're going to be heading northbound on the 170.
All right, 170 northbound. This is near Toluca Lake, the North Hollywood area, and Stu, we see the CHP sometimes will back off and turn it into a following, not necessarily let him go away, but just to reduce the risk on the public, they'll pull back a little bit. Not this guy, they're hanging right with him.
Oh, that's for sure, and he is. He's just basically just right there behind him. We really haven't seen California Highway Patrol do that. We're just going to let it go, or we're going to switch to a tracking mode. Other law enforcement agencies, there's been a lot of policy changes just in the last couple of years, especially dealing with high-speed pursuits. California Highway Patrol, though, they train for this kind of stuff, exactly for this kind of stuff. And you can see that vehicle right now, that the California Highway Patrol officer, you can see this guy probably got a good grade in that class because he's right there behind him. That car, though, at one point probably going about 120 miles an hour as we made our way through the Glendale area. This is a stolen vehicle. Anybody that might be joining right now, stolen vehicle. It's a Lexus. But the more important than all of that is that the vehicle belongs to a law enforcement officer. It was stolen from a law enforcement officer. That law enforcement officer saying there is a weapon inside that vehicle. Now, does the person that stole that car know this? We don't know, but it adds that extra layer of danger to this whole situation. You can see that Lexus really starting to move once again. We're on the 170 northbound, North Hollywood area, coming up on the Victory area and Sherman Way, and you can see him really starting to take advantage of the fact that there's a little bit of open road between them. He's got to have noticed, though, that even though he did get...
All right, we'll get right back to Stu's pictures from Sky 9 over this vehicle pursuit. It is right now on the 170 northbound freeway. Driver in a white stolen Lexus weaving in and out of the carpool lane and just getting so close to those cars. Stu, how fast was he going?
Well, right now we're talking about 104 miles an hour northbound on the 170 freeway, North Hollywood area. Just coming up on Sherman Way right now. California Highway Patrol right behind him. This person driving very, very quickly. And of course you can see how quickly he's passing all those other vehicles down there. The traffic, it's moderate. That's the best way to say it, moderate. So other folks down there probably moving about 70, maybe 65, 70 miles an hour. Look how quick he's just zipping by these guys, like fence posts, going by each and every one of them. California Highway Patrol, we're staying tight on that car, but you can see they are still, well, maybe they've got, there they are, they're right behind him. I was going to say, maybe they did drop out. Right now, though, they are right behind him. They're keeping an eye on it. The lights and sirens, the farther this guy gets away from that one vehicle, look at that. It's going to make it more and more difficult for the folks out there, the general public, to hear that this is coming. You can see this car really moving along out here, weaving in and out. Whoa! And hard on the brakes right there as he basically got boxed in. These folks, they're just driving. They're not trying to block them in. They're not doing anything, but they're just driving, want to get to where they're going. And this guy coming right up behind them at high speeds. Now, lights and sirens, you can see how the California Highway Patrol got into that picture. You see people start moving off to the right, probably hearing the lights and sirens, Sandra.
Yeah, Stu, sometimes we'll see CHP go up ahead and try to move people over to the side, get them out of the way, or even slow down the traffic. But this guy's going so fast, and it's hard to tell where he's going to go. He's got the 5 option coming up as well, the 5 freeway.
Yeah, the 5 freeway, I'm looking ahead, and it looks like it's going to be pretty backed up there. If he stays on the carpool lane, he might have it'll be a little quicker on the transition, but if he gets in general traffic, it's basically backed up almost to a stop on the transition road. Northbound 170, just approaching the 5. If you guys don't know this area, it's going to be the North Hollywood Sun Valley area. Right now, though, that truck in front of him there, don't think he even has a clue what's going on behind him. He is just driving, just doing his thing, and then you got this guy in a stolen vehicle right there. A law enforcement vehicle it belongs to a law enforcement officer, was stolen from a law enforcement officer, and apparently there's a weapon inside. So even the chase part, as tense as it may be, the ending is really where it's going to play out, because there's a gun inside that vehicle. Nobody knows if that person that stole that vehicle knows about that weapon, and if he does, oh my gosh, I just hope he does not have hands on it when this thing comes to an end. California Highway Patrol right behind him. You can see there's that transition, 170 coming to an end. He's going to have to take the 5. And the 5, it's just going to get more and more backed up. If we saw some hair-raising stuff earlier on, if he decides to drive like that once again, it's going to be very nail-biting.
Yeah, the 5 freeway, the carpool lane will veer off to the left here. I think we see him taking that right now. And once he gets up ahead, they've got the merge, and it gets really backed up this time of day. So we'll keep an eye on that. Stu, you mentioned the weapon that's inside, and not just a gun, but they believe that it's loaded. At least that's the information they're getting from the owner of the car.
That's right, and it just adds that extra layer of the unknown and danger to this. Law enforcement, I'm sure that is really what's on their mind right now, is when this thing comes to an end, this person might have a loaded weapon, and that's going to create all kinds of issues. Now, the California Highway Patrol making his way right there. You can actually see him in that Gore Point area, and that might be because he's trying to slow some of that traffic that you were talking about. Now he's moving along again, trying to get away or just finding some open spots. I can tell you, Sandra, I'm looking up ahead, there are no open spots. It's going to be very, very tight. The more north we get out here on the 5 freeway, this continuing on, Arleta is going to be the city that we're coming up on, and you can see the traffic out here, and law enforcement, they're going to have that issue when they bring this to an end. How they're going to bring it to an end, the public, the safety of the public around, it's going to be very, very tense moments.
And he's just crossing back and forth over that double line of the carpool lane. One of the issues when the drivers get in front of them and you see them hesitating to pull over, nobody wants to break that double line of the carpool lane. We all know that is a huge fine. I mean, we see people do it all the time, but when you've got a CHP in the rear view mirror, I'm sure people are hesitant to cross over that line.
That's interesting, Sandra. The way it was explained to me is that if it is a law enforcement vehicle, that you need to move over. So correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe somebody from our desk can Google it or make a phone call. But I was always under the impression that I understand that double line right there.
All right, pursuit right now, northbound on the 5 freeway. It's in the Arleta area. We're seeing this car going speeds up to well over 100 miles an hour. Stu Medell's overhead in Sky 9. Stu keeps crossing back and forth, cutting drivers off. It's not just dangerous for him, dangerous for the CHP, for everybody else who's out on the road.
That's right, Sandra. And if one of those guys, when he threads the needle like that, if one of the other drivers panics and sees something and basically just turns the wheel, that could bring this thing to a crashing end so quickly. Let's throw out some numbers right now as basically we're seeing this Lexus really starting to move once again. We're going about 113 miles an hour right now. Northbound 5 freeway approaching the 118, but it doesn't look like he's going to be taking that 118. Looks like we're going to be staying on now that I said it, staying on the 5, but let's get a little bit wider. He is really starting to move over now. He lost his option a while ago. Now there are some off ramps up here, but if he doesn't know the area, you know, it really doesn't. It doesn't make any difference. Knows the area, doesn't know the area. If he gets off the freeway out here, it's going to be a total different bag of fish. Right now, though, northbound 5 freeway, just about 100 miles an hour, just breaking those triple digits. California Highway Patrol still right behind them. I don't know if they swapped out. I'm still listening on that same frequency, so it does appear that but the helicopter might be swapping out here. The law enforcement helicopter that's overhead might be swapping out here in a second. But they're not going to leave this alone. They're going to make sure that there's another helicopter here to take its spot before they do that. Northbound 5 freeway, as we're starting to make our way into the area of San Fernando, as we are making our way northbound on the 5, and you can see this chase continues out here. California Highway Patrol chasing that vehicle, stolen from a law enforcement officer, and apparently a loaded weapon inside that car. We don't know if the person that stole it knows that that weapon's there.
Yeah, and that's a new danger. Look at CHP coming up, and he's got the pit.
Yep. Yeah, I was I was told not to say that, but we just saw him do a very light and very perfect pit maneuver right there, basically pushing that car off. Now it's basically facing the wall. You see the California Highway Patrol helicopter. That's what just flew through our shot right there. Now this vehicle coming to a stop, and again we were talking about there's a good possibility, or we know for a fact there's a loaded weapon inside that car. We don't know if that suspect that stole this car knows it. That's California Highway Patrol. Their dog is here on scene. You can see that canine right there, ready to go into action. But it does appear as they coming to an end with a light push there, spun the car out, pushed it up against the wall. Hands are out almost immediately. There go the keys.
All right, so the driver, he or she, we're not sure yet because of those dark tinted windows, does appear to be complying. Stu, the first thing they'll tell you is throw those keys out the window because they don't want this person to take off.
That's right. That's exactly what they want. They want to make sure that that vehicle unable to move. And that's also for officer safety. That vehicle, if it starts moving around real quick, there could be some real issues. Right now, though, the keys are out. The window is down. That's coming to an end out here, northbound 5 freeway. I'm just kind of looking out the window. I just want to get where we are. We're not quite at the 405 interchange, so we're in that spot between the 118 and the 405. You can see it's come to a stop. The freeway's come to a stop as well. This might cause some traffic problems later on, but the more important thing right now is that that suspect complies and follows exactly what the officers tell him to do. If just watching right now, stolen vehicle, stolen from a law enforcement officer, and apparently there is a loaded weapon in the car. We don't know if that suspect knows about that.
All right, doors open, hands are up. We'll see how this one ends. Possibly a loaded weapon nearby. CHP taking a defensive mode. They're behind their car doors, and you can see the dog barking. He's out of the suspect is out of the vehicle. They'll ask him next to move away from the car and lay down on the road.
As they're going to want to take him into custody, and you can see it's baggy clothes right there. They're going to make sure that he doesn't have that weapon on him or possibly hidden. You can see them basically giving him directions. Lift up the shirt, take the hoodie. They might even tell him to take it off. Don't even know. Right now, this young man out here that stole this vehicle, being compliant is the best way to say it, following the rules. You can see that dog just wants to go to work, for sure. But law enforcement, he's following their rules. They're probably giving him a lot of instructions. He's doing as he's told right now. But that quick lifting up the shirt, hopefully these officers are good with the fact that they believe that he doesn't have the weapon. You can see him down there on the ground right now. This is probably coming to an end at northbound 5 freeway, just north of the 118, just south of the 405 interchange. But the suspect not cuffed. And we also, we know that there was a driver, of course, but we don't know if anybody else was in that vehicle.
Stu, I'm just amazed by this pit maneuver. They just came up on him so quickly. It really was textbook. Managed to stop that car despite, we know he was going well over 100 miles an hour. We know he was driving erratically in some really thick traffic conditions, and it looks like he's going to be in custody very soon. They're clearing the car.
He'll be in custody very, very soon. Just to be clear, when that pit maneuver, he was not going 100 miles an hour. At some points, he was going 100 miles an hour. There's no doubt about that. But when they actually did that pit maneuver, it was at a very safe speed. You saw it. It was almost ballet-like. Just that nice little tap. The car didn't spin around completely, but it basically put it in a position where it couldn't go anywhere. It drove towards that wall, not hitting the wall, but basically in a spot where it had to stop, and it gave it an excellent spot for law enforcement, basically to block it in and make sure that it can't go anywhere. Right now, though, the cuffs are going on the suspect. Of course, they always have to open that trunk. Right now, though, they're making those efforts, but you can see this pretty much coming to an end. A very hair-raising pursuit at some points on a number of freeways, but right now we're northbound 5, just north of the 118. That cuffs are going on. The car has been stopped, and hopefully they're going to be opening up northbound traffic for the 5 shortly.
Yeah, he's been all over the place, starting with the 10 in Monterey Park to the 610 to the 210 to the 134 to the 170 to the 5, and this is where it ends. The 5 freeway in Sylmar near the 405. Stu, this it seemed like an especially dangerous one, and just so relieved that it came safely to an end.
That's for sure. And then when you see those, you see that person get out, that suspect getting out of the vehicle, and you realize the age there, it's confusing. That's the only word I can use, is confusing for me to see situations like that. Law enforcement going through that vehicle, probably looking for that weapon. Right now, though, the suspect's in custody, northbound 5 freeway, just past the one north of the 118. All lanes are closed, but they should reopen shortly.
All right, and of course, we'll continue to follow this and have the very latest on our KCAL 9 News coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll see you then.
You know when you're at Ross and you find a deal on cookware that makes you say, yes.
Hey, sweet. Well, we're back on another pursuit out here. This is going to be one of those ones where it is just hot out here in Los Angeles, and it is creating a lot of agitation. So what are we chasing this van for? You know what? This is a tough one. 211 suspect, carjacking suspect, maybe not, but they're telling you this person fleeing from officers was on the freeway for a little bit, and then we actually have officers following another vehicle on the freeway, which they think is this one, but it's not the right van. The PD helicopter is above it right now. They are actually calling it up. What's up? What's up? What's up, guys? What do you need? Anyway, somebody was just calling us, and now they're not. But this is what's been going on. So there's that vehicle once again. Sorry. What? I do copy the booth. I do copy the booth. But I am. But if you're in Studio 7 or Edit Bay 7, I never can hear the talent.
I have no idea what the fuck this fucking video is. Oh, man. Either